Can't get to you. Welcome everyone back to the Road to EWC, where we bring you along the journey of teamfight tactics in the 4v4 format. Today will be the last and final day of the APAC closed qualifier, where we determine the most important final seed that goes directly to EWC, and of course 2 other seeds that will make it to the last chance qualifier later in the month. I'm going to be your host and caster today. I'm Clement Chu, and along with me, no further introductions needed, the most handsome Tamura. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, Clement. I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to seeing some of these other teams that we didn't get to catch yesterday. Yesterday we covered a lot of games. We covered a look at some of the players or the teams who had already been knocked back a step and had to kind of fight their way on their last lifeline. Whereas now we'll get to see a show match of some of the higher performing teams at the top of their games. Notably, we've got Zeta, we've got NS Red Force. They'll be going up against one another, and this will be really exciting because they've both shown up and had such a dominant form in the beginning of their run, and now we get to see who gets to fight for first seed. But not just that, we'll also be able to see some of the other teams going in, because not just the first 2, but a 3rd place will get a direct entry into the EWC as well. And so that's got to feel great, because if you're not going into the close, then that just feels a lot better. You know, you can relax, you've made it, you feel really good, and have your spirits high as you head into further games.
You don't need to play anymore until EWC itself. You get to skip all of that hassle, focus on your individual journey. We're taking a quick look at the format right now. It's still going to be a double elimination bracket. It's day 2. We're on the lower side of the bracket. Let's take a look at the teams that we have currently still in the running. As of yesterday, the 2 teams that have been eliminated from contention are Team Secret and Rock Esports. So unfortunately for these 2, they're already out. All the other teams, they still have a chance to make it. And of course, Red Force and Zeta have already punched their tickets. It's just a question of seeding for them as we start out in this very interesting match between the Japanese and the Korean squad.
Yep, so 2 powerhouses going head to head, mostly just playing for that seeding, so potentially we'll have an easier run once they do make it. T1 and Flash will be a notable match, because the winner of that will then be able to go for the direct entry, as opposed to trying to have to fight their way through with the last chance qualifiers going up against some other teams, other regions. And then finally we will have a 5th and 6th tiebreaker, again related towards seeding, so that would be GAM versus Virtus Pro, and so the winners of that will determine their seeding, which can make a big difference when you're going up against some of the other regions, just depending on how they performed. As we know that when you're versing some of the top teams, you really don't want to be having your first best of 3 match up against one of the more difficult or challenging opponents, as this will put you on your back foot quite early into the run.
Yeah, we do have some very, very strong teams already coming out as first seeds across the board here. Notably, CN has already finished their qualifier process, and that's going to be Vision Esports waiting for them in the first seed. You know, that's going to be a tough challenge. So for our first matchup, T1 and Nongxing Red Force, that's kind of the opponent that they want to avoid. I think both of these teams, we have seen a little bit more of Zeta, I would say, but Red Force, really, we should kind of dig into their journey here, because they're kind of the biggest dark horse of this tournament. I don't think anyone looked at this roster and said, wow, this is going to be the potential first seed. But maybe I'm a little bit confused here, as T1 and Flash Wolves, let's see, maybe they are going to be the first matchup that we will be broadcasting today. Okay, let me double check this.
We'll have to just double check before we go into that matchup, as we do have 3 best of 3s that we'll be looking at today. There you can see Zeta Division versus NS Red Force. So as you mentioned, not expected to be the top of the seed, although I would argue that Zeta, backed by Tidal, a well-known fan favorite who's had a lot of Tactician's Crown experience, has developed himself a very, very strong roster. We touched upon this briefly with T1 developing such a strong dynasty inside of TFT and out, and how they had the ability to be backed by Bintum from the very early days of EWC. And I would argue that Japan is in a very similar boat, where Tidal had so many Tactician's Crowns experience, so that when they were building their first roster, they were able to branch it off of him and then really find suitable teammates and then go from there. And that gives you the advantage of not having a language barrier, having a strong team that Tidal is able to work with, and it's obviously showed to work. They've had a great run so far, and so it'll be interesting to see if they can continue that momentum and make it it all the way to be the very first seed after their best of 3 today.
And we did just get confirmation. We are starting with the upper bracket game today between Zeta Division and Nongxing Red Force. Again, when 2024 EWC rolled around, if you had Title's contract, he was alone enough points to get you directly to EWC. That was how dominant Title once was at one point. And this Nongxing Red Force, I think this is the team that I think everyone... honestly, they only have 2 players that have even played at the tier 1 level. The other players are really kind of the up-and-comers in the Korean circuit, so there's not a lot known about the players themselves. However, Cassie God is a big piece. He was the coach towards the Rock Esports roster last time, and was also a huge part of the MSJ roster. So they have someone that's very experienced at the helm. It's the hands and the people that are executing it that might be a little bit lesser known.
Yep, so having that experience of the coaching and just being able to all come together as a unit. Yeah, as you mentioned before, Title's contract, enough points to be able to secure himself a direct slot with whichever teammates he really chose to enter the first EWC. However, now we're at a position where players are able to band together and make a very structured roster, which might not necessarily have as much experience at the Tactician's Crowns and other global events in order to bring them the points for the direct qualification. But if they play well and they play together as a unit, then that doesn't really matter. They can win through the open qualifiers and make it all the way to potentially being the #1 seed at APAC, and that is entirely still possible.
Yeah, this Nongxing Red Force team I think is a great example of that, where we have now an open qualifier system, which we didn't have in the first year of EWC. So these teams that can band together and sink more time into 4v4 without worrying about their own individual tournaments can really surprise a lot of people, especially this Nongxing Red Force team. They were completely flawless in terms of the open qualifier process. And so, a very, very strong squad, a very heavy upset presence, which I have to say, it happens every single time for the Korea region. There's always this one team where you don't really expect it, but they do much better than their individual titles would suggest.
Yep, and just taking out all the powerhouses. As we are getting into game now, we see that we have an upgraded 1-cost encounter. So we already saw previously there was the Rek'Sai with the Briar drop. So if you upgrade some of these core units for the reroll lines, then that can be quite beneficial. We'll have to keep scouting around to see if anyone was lucky enough to get a Leona, as we saw quite a few Leona 3s the other day. We can see here, we've got quite a wide range of different options. Some units will probably just be getting sold just to make that a little bit of extra econ, but it does look like quite a few components are already going to be dropped as well. So not an insane econ opener, except for the fact of a little bit of a boost, as we do see there. There we go, we do have an Arbiter online, but still quite a few players keeping that Briar line open as well.
Yeah, the Briar line definitely seems to be the go-to start. We are playing on 17.2B, so this is kind of the height of the Primordian reroll lines. It's a lot weaker on the live path right now, but we are sticking to the patch that players do have experience on.
Yeah, and the player's still really favoring it, despite the fact that it is a 1-cost reroll line and can get griefed. And it might look like we actually are going to be getting an econ opener, as I only see 2 components there on towards the left side. So this might mean that some of these players who have the potential to play for a loss streak will just be stacking up as much econ as possible. That being said, if you have any chance to get any extra item components, you can benefit off the fact that most people might not be able to slam an item on 2-1. You can play for a streak, have that communication with your team. We can see here Silver Spoon, Band of Thieves, and Slice of Life offered all quite generically good augments. Maybe just waiting to see if his other teammates want to try and take a risk, take something that's a bit more variance, then he can wait for them to see what they decide to go with. Just the TG here is quite a nice addition, as usually when you're playing towards that Briar reroll line, you can get something like a Belbeth 3, but might not necessarily have the luxury of having extra items, so just an extra TG can always be quite good to increase in power, but it looks like there might be a contest already on that Primordial reroll.
Oh, Sam D high rolls, gets the 6 with the tiny knuckle and allows him to go directly into a spat line. Very powerful opening. We also have a couple of expeditions happening around the place. And I do have to mention there is one specific augment that has been very, very powerful in 4v4 at the silver tier, and that's going to be Shield Maiden. So I want to see if we land with any of those big bombs right off the bat. Doesn't look like it just yet. A couple of emblems, a couple of expeditions so far.
Yep. couple of expeditions. We did see previously, I think it was T1 who kind of ran away with the expeditions. If you get too many of them online, then in stage 4 it can be really difficult for the opposing team to kind of bounce back, especially if you just have a standard silver organ of your own. For example, if you pick up something like a Thieves' Gloves and you just play a little bit of tempo, once you get to stage 4 and these other players with the heavy econ or cash outs are able to bounce back, it can be really, really difficult to kind of find your placing in stage 4. It also depends on what your matchups are, as if you're constantly having to go up against these players, and if they're not on your team, then obviously they're not going to really be sacking their board strength for you, and it's going to be quite difficult. As I mentioned before, you can see sometimes with the 2-component opener, it can be really difficult to slam an item that doesn't lock you into something. So we're going to see a lot of these players opting into not slamming, especially if they are going up against their teammates as well.
Yeah, I don't want to commit too early. I think the only double item player we've seen so far has been Mori, already locking himself into a physical line with the Even Shroud Slam. Pretty much everyone else is undecided as of now. Tidal coming up with a very strong early with a Meeple start here. It's been kind of an interesting thing about Meeple. It is a very... how should I say it? It's a very volatile line on this patch, though it can be very strong if you get the Vigar 3 early. We actually haven't seen it so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it seems like the players who want to utilize the Meeples are definitely going towards more of the AD line. We've seen a lot of Ramos and Corkies. In fact, usually we see the Corkies contest one another, and it's always one person who's kind of struggling whilst the other one has 2 Corki 2s on their board. And that's usually very much on purpose. When someone has an econ opener, they'll try and deny the opposition because it doesn't really hurt them too much that they're stuck on level 8, but it really slows down the tempo of the opposing player. You see Tidal not really willing to slam anything here. You could slam the Nashes if you want to play in towards the Nashes JG combo, keeping the AP line open, but that would really lock him into just that sort of setup, and so maybe he's considering, I have decent econ, I can slow my pace down and maybe keep an AD line open as well.
Yeah, so undecided as of now. We do have Ari and Evelyn. Steamroll is super interesting in this type of a matchup. You can really command your teammates to sack for you and just get so much more value. Getting a 2 cost every single round is huge here. So the big win streakers are going to be Mori and Sam D, and I wonder if the other of the members are going to clear their space and use their HP as a resource for them.
Yeah, especially because if they do that and they can save even more HP, build up their econ, they'll have a lot more flexibility in stage 4. Just something to keep in mind that you'll be giving certain players a massive advantage if they are going to go with that Evelyn. They just need to be able to and willing to give their HP back to their teammates in the end. Or a strategy that we've actually seen quite a lot in yesterday's games was when someone was too far gone, instead, if they had been sacrificing themselves in the early and mid game and they aren't really able to bounce back just given their position, they're willing to let a player go, because if the rest of the 3 of the teammates are quite comfortable, we've seen players go out in 8th, 7th position and have really no lifeline given to them by their teammates, because it doesn't really matter. You'd rather just have the other team burst one another so you can ensure that the HP preservation is enough to just stall out a safe top 4 finish.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make that hard decision and just say, well, it might cost us more. There are enemy members on the opponent team that if we let them survive for a couple of rounds, they could stabilize into a win-out position. It's always a very difficult situation. It kind of reminds me of like a 90s movie where like they're climbing the Himalayas and they have to like cut their dad loose or something like that. But there's some tough decisions when it comes to like 4v4.
Yeah, and unlike that scenario there with the movie, there's no really hard feelings, because at the end of the game it's a team game, and we've seen many of the strongest players, even for example in T1, Bintams was more than happy to kind of sacrifice themselves in the early stages of late game, I would say, just because then he can kind of scatter around and make sure that he's still contributing towards the game, whilst also not dragging down his team with the rest of them. But yes, very nice analogy there of just saving for the betterment of the entire team, rather than just letting someone drag you down.
It is a best of 3, so your dad does come back next game. No harm, no foul. Tidal does look like he's going to be committing into the AD line, and I think the most important matchup we need to take a look at is if Mori is going to meet Sam D. That's kind of going to be the decider to who gets to keep the steamroll going, and it looks like Oh, it looks like Mori is the one that's getting knocked out.
And looks like Tidal actually did end up going towards that Nash's slam, so potentially recognizing that he wouldn't have been able to keep up a 5 streak of his own. His econ's looking quite good with Slice of Life, as we do get a look at Sam D. You did mention that, you know, slamming, we've got a few even shroud slams across the board, just committing to that AD line. We really do like to see a lot of even shrouds in the current meta. We see in Master U they slam it so that Master U can be positioned right next to the Tahm Kench, and he always just has that guaranteed, he's always got that guaranteed penetration in case there's any brambles or stacked up armor with the gargoyles. And we also like to see it when we play things like Corki, so you can go same side there with the Rammus and it just works out quite well. If you don't have access to the LW, then it definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so far things are looking pretty good on the side of Nongxing Red Force. They do have the full win streak and the full loss streak at the bottom. However, if I just spotted that correctly, you know, there are a couple players getting their forecasts online, even multiple forecasts, quite surprisingly, as we get into this one. So, it does seem like Yasuhashi, you know, with that Tahm Kench might be able to find a winning position.
Oh yeah, for sure. It gives them a little boost of the econ. Quite interesting to see a couple of the forecasts that just have that extra ability to kind of generate yourself some resources. We've seen Tahm Kench in a couple of previous sets. Personally, one of my favorite units when he was able to eat and print out infinite money to feed him up. This is not as powerful, it's just a forecast, but still getting it this early definitely feels really good. And it fits onto the board quite nicely there with the Brawler.
Yeah, you don't have to feed him anymore, you know? I always felt like that was a thing that made set 16 Tahm Kench and set 6 Tahm Kench so enticing. There were points in the game where you just wanted to feed him your 3 cost, your like 1 cost 3-star units, and just like, you know, I should do it, but it's so tempting. I'm getting carried away. Back we go into the game, into the gold augment, and it's gonna be cybernetics for Yatsuhashi here. Just a solid combat move.
I love that. The cybernetics gives himself an extra sword. He's already slammed an item there. There's the Vow, and so just getting that extra sword item means that it's more likely he can get his triple items on towards his carry. Having something like the extra Brawler emblem from his first augment just means that he's going to be getting even more cybernetic value, and so definitely a very strong augment. I would say a lot of the players favoring towards it, but any of these extra portals or regions where you can get access to extra components just makes you feel a lot better about that. Speaking of items, we do have Tidal who's picked up exclusive customization just to give himself even more items. One thing I will note out that stands out quite strongly here is that he's managed to use that exclusive customization to generate 3 items on the Vega, but now he's lacking frontline items, so you better hope for Tidal to have the option of picking up some of those more defensive components soon, because it can be quite difficult if all your items are backlining. That being said though, I like the playing around of Shepherd, because just having that extra unit on the front line means you're less enticed to go for triple stacking the frontline items early.
Yeah, this is quite a hard commit from Tidal, actually leveling to 7 on 3-2, just to make sure he gets that full win streak in. We're gonna get the answer from Tiny Giant here as he hits the branching roots, and does get, you know, Darkstar, always welcome in a lot of these compositions, one of your better standard 4-cost win outlines, and of course getting an Arbiter as well. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see where he goes on this one. We don't typically see Expedition plus plus the branching the branching roots, which is, you know, risk on top of risk, but there's a chance he could stabilize into a direct win out here.
That's a very interesting setup there as well, because I think he had 6 copies there of the Zoe, so we'll see if he sticks with that, because normally when people get the Dark Star Emblem, they usually just try and stick towards that instead, but there's a few different flexibility options. We can see Silaxium, very, very nice Belveth items there with the Krakens rolled there on towards the TG. Did talk about how sometimes you get a random Belveth 2, Belveth 3 when you're playing this line, and you don't really have any items for it, because you really need to prioritize getting those 3 Briar items as early as possible. So the early TG pickup has just generated so much tempo, and despite the fact that he did lose his streak, is still sitting on 96 HP, so he's back to streaking again and has quite a lot of HP, and I'm sure when playing around this Briar line, he'll be in a really nice position where he can start to sacrifice a couple of units on the left, make his opponent's make his opponent struggle when he does the right positioning, and then make it easier for his teammates when he sacrifices a few units for them later, given that he has so much HP to work with.
HP as a resource, always important 4v4. It's going to be 5 free rerolls from Ari, and for the Evelyn is you don't get to use your shop. I feel like this one is probably the least favorite of Evelyn options, but you do get quite a good chunk of gold at the end of it.
You can see there's a cosmic restart there, so big risks taken from quite a few of the different players here. I think we had a relatively gentle opener, and so some of the players recognizing, hey, if we're all kind of playing for the middle of the pack, some of us have to take risks because we're going to need at least one of our teammates to be able to play for that top 2 position. Otherwise, it's just not going to work out very well. So we do see, yes, as I mentioned before, 6 copies of the Zoe there. No real nice items for it, but 3-star on the Leona means that playing around the Arbiter definitely makes a lot of sense. The Dark Star is just a quite nice splash trait that can definitely fit on towards any of the final boards. But given this current setup, I would probably guess that it's not going to be the stock standard 6 Dark Star Fast 9. Instead, we're going to focus on the Arbiter, and that Leona is looking very, very tanky. I think we just need a little bit more damage. If we can get some more items on towards the Zoe, this board is definitely
Yeah, it's a relatively healthy expedition for him to be playing here. Always kind of sad to see Master Yi being sent on expedition, but if you're not going to use him, you might as well going into that. And Silluck is now very, very strong with getting a lot of his 3-stars online already. 87 HP. You know, I think he's pretty much done his job as kind of the one-cost reroller. Just maintain high HP, pummel stage 3. The question is, like, can the bottom of Nongxing actually make a big comeback? Some very risky setups from both of their players. A contested Quirky line for Jiang Ying, and then Tiny Giant playing the Expedition.
Yeah, we've got 3 players there in the top 4 there for Zeta, so it'd be quite difficult when they have so much HP to work with. That being said, we do see some nice setups here down the bottom, so I think the comeback potential is definitely there. I think it's just a matter of if you have 2 players down in the 7th and 8th position when heading into stage 4, it's do either of them have access to the Fiora that they can take into their board, or is there going to be any other way in which you can guarantee that they don't have to fight each other? Because when they do, that's when it becomes very, very difficult. And who knows, we might be saying goodbye to one of the bottom players here, and then just having to play for that extra HP advantage from the rest of the teammates. This is an interesting setup here with the Stargazer and the Challenger. Not a super conventional line. How do you feel about the chances of utilizing these 13 free rerolls to actually build a board here enough to come back?
We have seen K3 Soju do really, really well with this line, but I want to add a huge caveat is that the way he actually won was he was able to find a Blitzcrank 2 on level 8. So, in the general order of things, I have to say that this line is considered a weaker line. It is playable with something like Serpent Stargazer that he has right now, but he missed. No! What? Okay, never mind. Never mind. He missed the first Zaya, and it didn't even matter.
Oh, he doesn't. Wait, what? He doesn't want it. He's utilizing. No, entirely not. I think he just bought it because he had nothing else, and now he's gonna full 180. I think he's just going straight towards the. He has access to a Reforger, so can utilize that Challenger, the Challenger spot, and just play around. Yep, okay, just a stock standard Master Yi line, and I do believe that Stargazer will just be entirely reforged.
Wow, I actually think that's kind of crazy to skip a Zaya too. Okay, we'll see how this works out. In the meantime, Tiny Giant does get his Expedition online already with the Radiant Gargoyles for his front line. I'm not sure this stabilizes him though. This is looking kind of dire for both of the Nongxing players. They have to roll now.
Yeah. And now that they've versed each other, Tiny Giant still has 2 lives to work with, but yeah, I mean the Master Yi line with the Fiora does mean that Jiang's gonna be able to, you know, get multiple lives heading into stage 5. If you keep winning at this rate, definitely will have 2 lives. 19, probably 2 lives at stage 4 anyway. But yeah, just completely skipping out on the Zaya, recognizing that a Challenger +1 is enough. Maybe it was the early Fiora after hitting that went, okay, no, I think I'm just gonna commit to a very standard line. And yeah, as you mentioned, do need to roll down now. We're running out of bench space, but we have 100 gold to work with. That's insane.
Yeah, I think he's hard committing on the Arbiter line. He's rolling on level 6 just to find the Zoe. However, the Zoes are kind of avoiding him. Already 30 gold gone. Last copy. How long is this going to take for the Zoe to show up? This mission critical right here. Only 23 HP. Finally, he does get it, but that was from starting from 100 HP. So, I don't know. I feel like this is this line kind of scares me a little bit. It's a little too creative in my eyes.
Yeah, we've seen Leona be very, very difficult to deal with, especially with items such as the Radiant Gargoyles. The setup does look really nice, especially when going up against an AD line such as Master Yi. There is an LW there, but an LW into a Radiant Gargoyles as well as a Bramble it's doing its best, but the Arbiters are definitely doing enough damage to slowly tick away. Some utility items there on towards the Zoe, so maybe not outputting the most amount of damage, but I think the way that this board works is as long as you have infinite frontline, then it doesn't really matter. The Morello will be ticking away. You reduce their magic resist there with the shred, and you'll be quite comfortable there. Talk about Furum potentially bringing up to 2 lives, but not if you haven't hit the rest of your board, as it doesn't look like the board's fully come online. Nice little reforge there on towards the Stargazer, so where the Primordial actually fits onto the board, but it's still not ideal. Need the Master Yi too.
Yeah, I feel like Nongxing are playing so like 4D chess that it's actually too difficult to pull off, and they're making the game so easy on the side of Zeta. Is like, okay, just hold the Master Yis, wait until Jiang just falls out naturally, and you kind of have an easy game to play afterwards with the opponent team already in 8th place. So every one of these fights absolutely critical here. They do get some reprieve. Title still rocking with the 2-star Vigar right there. So that's going to be a win. But, see on the other side, that's exactly what Mori's doing. He's holding on to the 2 Master Yis. He's okay, even if he hurts his teammate, because all they need to do is just send Jiang 8th.
If Jiang goes down and can't stabilize, I mean, he can beat a Tidal with just a 2-star Vega, but Tidal is very, very close to getting to level 9, so that's not going to be there forever. And Tidal's definitely looking like he's in a position where he can start to capitalize on his high econ position. And when heading into stage 5, all these players that are stuck on level 8 donkey rolling are definitely going to be struggling when some of the Zeta players come online. Tiny Giant having at least 2 lives is nice. We do see Master Yi pair there. Okay, rolling back down. And I mean, this position is looking nice. It's decent, but you will eventually have to verse your own teammates. So not too sure. How do you think the Leona is going to fare up as we head into the later stages of the game?
I'm not a fan of solo tank Leona when there's 2 Master Yis running around the lobby and you're low HP. Mori's already hit his. Tiny Giant is removing his items. I think he's probably fighting the other Master Yi, so that's why he's doing this, trying to keep his teammate alive. I honestly would have preferred them just go for standard lines, It's like, if you're sitting on the Xayah 2, just play the Xayah 2. It's Serpent, it's playable, you have the death blade for it. And for this line, it's like, is it really worth it that much to play so tricky with the Expedition? I'm not really sure, right?
Yep, I mean, seems to be decent when going up against a relatively weak Darkstar board. Did manage to get the JG on towards the Zoe, so we'll have a little bit more damage. Speaking of Xayah, we do have Mori, who is trying to play Xayah, but oh, there we go, 1 more roll, and we do manage to get the 2-star. Has some really, really nice items on towards the Xayah there as well. The support there from the Rammus with the Vow as well as the Even Shroud there is going to mean that Mori can dish out a lot of damage. Going up against any of the healing opponents might be a bit difficult, as I think we're still waiting on a potential Morello or maybe a full Sunfire inbound as well. And the setup looks quite nice there with the Clockwork Accelerator, so Xayah has the potential to do a lot of damage against these opponents, and I'm not seeing too much healing on the opposition side here. The Gargoyles is not going to have incredible value here, so I think pretty decent for Mori, but he doesn't have much HP to work with.
Yeah, also going up against a pretty strong board here from Sam D. The front line looks like it's going to go into favor of the Darkstar units. Those 2 additional orbs doing so much damage here. But no, the Xayah actually one-shots the Kaisa to flip the fight completely. And Sam D, unfortunately, stuck with an Anima emblem. Not too much use out of that. Unfortunate walk-up from Kaisa directly into the feathers.
So Mori has the option to just take a D-Claw if he thinks that he has a lot of AP matchups in his pool, but he will miss out on anti-heal if he does that. That's perfectly fine. A lot of extra gold to come through, but he'd have to roll quite a bit with the anti-heal because I think he reforged the rod into a cloak there, so it's decided that he can just pick up another helm for the front line there, maybe an eye for back line, as we do see Tidal has finally managed to convert that Veigar into a very nice fast 9 board. Got the AP items on towards the Bard, as well as some interesting Jhin items, but Jhin is a great supporting unit, so he can apply that Morello quite well. And then the Shen on the front line has rolled some really nice items for a TG, especially if we're going up against an AD matchup.
Really cool board here from Tidal. It's going to be the Gnar Jhin 9-5 board. You know, a lot of people don't know about this board if they don't play enough Fast 9, but it's really nifty in a pinch, and you get so much good power from Bard at the end right there. So we'll see what matchup he's facing into. There's potential 2 teammates. That's why he's 3 teammates potentially in his pool. That's why he's taking out all of his items for now. Going against Yatsuhashi, he should feel comfortable to slam them both in, as Yatsuhashi is the healthiest among the Zeta division members.
I think he just recognizes that his board is quite powerful as well, so maybe just being a little bit slower on it. He did roll the Bramble, so when going up against his own teammate there, doesn't want to dish out maximum damage. I think he slammed his items a little bit too early afterwards. Maybe he got a bit nervous. As you mentioned, Yatsuhashi does have the freedom of giving him a little bit of HP, so anything to secure Tidal a little bit more HP is definitely nice. As well as the fact that Tidal is level 9 and in a position to actually win out, given that he's playing around legendaries, and if he upgrades the Bard too as well. You want to make sure that you're not sacrificing any HP on one of your star players who is able to play for the win out, as that is definitely the most crucial. As it looks like we do have our first fallen member of the game.
Yeah, was taken out, unfortunately, by his own teammate there in, I believe it was Sam D with the, it was Tiny Giant with the Expedition. So, yeah, just pivoting out of that Xayah board, I have to say that kind of felt like a mistake. You know, Yatsuhashi holding a 2-star Master E. Mori hit the 2-star Yasui's Master E. So there was already 6 Master E's outside of the pool. He was playing very underpowered on just 2 lives, and ultimately just falls to his teammate right there. Even with the Fiora buff coming in, I feel like it just screams to me that Nongxing were so desperate for a win-out player, they kind of forced him into that spot. And now Sam D goes out in 7th as well.
Just absolutely tragic there for Nongxing. So Sam D, out in 7th. And Mori, as you mentioned, was holding on to grief, but also was trying to play for Xayah himself. So it didn't actually hit Xayah until I think it was about 3 rounds after Master Yi was already committed for. So could have potentially delayed Zeta Mori there with hitting the Xayahs. You talked about this before, how sometimes you can't always play for top 4, you can't always play to have a great game in a 4v4 environment, so sometimes you need to pair yourself against one of the opposition players and just say, I'm going to try and hurt them, or just outplace them, and maybe that might have, with hindsight, might have been the better decision to just try and grieve the Xayah and just bleed out a little bit slower, and then done a little bit more damage, as the Xayah 2 was offered quite early, potentially baited by the Fiora, but we know that line, unless you hit like a Graves 2 or a Fiora 2, if you've made nice items for the Master Yi 2 is very, very crucial.
Yeah, that's the... Well, we do have Mori being knocked out here, but the key player here is actually going to be Siluk, because Nongxing need a 1-2 in order to win, now that they have a 7-8 on their team. So somehow, the Primordian reroll player has to come out in the top 2. And that, I have to be honest, that usually never happens. This is kind of the comp that kind of fizzles out by stage 5.
Yep. Decent setup though. I mean, I really like the items. I think just missing out on potentially like a Titans there for the front line. As we have Tidal is struggling. He actually was hand-given a win against his teammate, and wasn't able to beat any of the other players, so has managed to pick up some really nice blitzcrank items there on towards the TG. Tidal is entirely out of removers, he's playing quite cautiously with them, going up against his own teammate Yatsuhashi, so I think just recognizing that Tidal has higher potential in general, maybe in the matchups going, okay, I think Tidal is the player that's more likely to deny this 1-2 finish, so just saying, yep, okay, Tidal can win there, and Summertime just barely holding on at 1 HP.
This is going to be critical. Let's see who Siluk actually faces. Oh, so Siluk is going to run into Summertimer here. That's going to be the most important matchup of the day here, because if Siluk drops, then Zeta Division just win out on the game 1. If Tiny Giant can somehow just fend off Tidal and Summertimer, there's still a chance for them to win. But Siluk needs to stay alive here. Positioning is everything in this matchup. Can he get the same side as the opposing enemy carry and just have his Briar walk down? It is the same side.
Summertime rolling some pretty nice items there on towards the ribbon. I think a little bit of a switcheroo with some of his leftover maneuvers. The Kaiser is doing a lot of work there. The Rogue has been procced, so Briar is back in action. We get one more cast out of the Tom Hench there, so stacking up the Titan there and making a lot of use of that. And it looks like the Darkstar boards is going to have just enough damage to completely steamroll over Siluk, and that is going to take Siluk down. And Zeta, incredible performance. Tidal getting knocked down, but that doesn't matter because Summertime has managed to hold on at just 1 HP to secure himself the second place there.
An actual 1 HP win from Zeta. This actually ended up being much, much closer than expected. Tiny Giant does become the win-out player with some good Arbiter items right there. I think it was just unfortunate for Nongxing that, the last player, Johnny, didn't stick onto the Xayah. All he needed to do was outplace Mori, and they would have taken this game. But now it's Zeta's locked.
Yep. It actually looked like it was going to be a complete wipe, but yes, as you mentioned, it came quite close right at the end. Summertime getting knocked down to 1 HP but surviving. Tidal not even being able to really win any rounds on his own. I think he only really beat his teammates when he had his final board online. So could have actually been a 1-2 there for Nongxing. So very, very unfortunate there right at the end. And yeah, it's got to feel quite bad when you knock down someone down to 1 HP. And you know that would have been the difference between the first series. But quite a nice display across the rest of the board. And it looks like the board of the Arbiters, the one that you weren't too much of a fan on, it doesn't really matter, has a Radiant Gargoyle and the Leona. It's actually built a very, very strong board there.
Yeah, I have to assume that's probably the HP Leona stacking right there. So yeah, I concede it does make sense. It was a very gusty play. He was on just 23 HP. Had 100 gold to roll down and find everything. Did hit, did win out for the team. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Zeta go up 1-0 off a 7/8 performance from Nongxing.
Yeah, incredible games across the board there from Zeta. Quite close there towards the end, so I wonder how well or how confident they'll feel going into the second game of the series. As any slight change there and it could have gone against them. Maybe they'll reconsider about their Fast 9 playouts if they want to just preserve a little bit more HP, because Tidal's position was so nice, but even despite the fact that he got to level 9 and actually got pretty much most of his board online, he wasn't really able to compete. So maybe rethinking the strategy, making sure that we have more reroll players or locking into towards some of those level 8 comps, as we have seen some of the level 8 comps when they come online can be quite powerful. But I was honestly quite surprised that Tidal's Fast 9 board wasn't able to compete with the rest of the team.
Yeah, that was... I think that was very unexpected that the Expedition Leona board was still going to be the win-out board from 23 HP. Congratulations from Zeta Division for taking down the first game, but however, we are playing a best of 3, so we'll be taking a short break, and after that, we return back to the same matchup.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Can I try it? I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night.
Welcome back to Road to EWC battle for the first seed between Zeta Division and Nongxing Red Force. Currently, we do have Zeta Division up 1-0 versus Nongxing heading into game 2 right here, right now. Tamura, what have you found as the most surprising or the most exciting moment so far in this qualifiers?
Oh, the most exciting thing. You caught me out of the blank here. I mean, we've had a lot of great plays. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about exciting in the last game. I was thinking the opposite in terms of like I was expecting some of these boards. I think we had a really mellow game of TFT in the last one. I think a lot of the boards seemed pretty standard, pretty slow. We didn't have anything crazy. We had a silver opener, and that doesn't usually lead to something super hype or super crazy. But that being said, that's the first game of the series. So now what I'm expecting with the bounce back is that we're going to be seeing some players take a little bit more risk. We saw a couple of random emblems, but nothing extra crazy from there. We even saw that the expedition just led into a pretty standard Leona 3. Nothing super special there. And to be honest, the most surprising thing I think from the last game was just the fact that Tidal managed to get to level 9 and have a really nice looking board on paper, but it just wasn't able to compete, which to me was quite surprising. I don't know if you feel the same.
Yeah, I feel like this patch, it's always surprising to see Leona 3 do so incredibly well with Arbiter Extra going in there. But I have to say, I feel like the last game was super exciting. You know, Summertimer standing up in the arena going, "Are you not entertained?" He went down to 1 single HP to win the game. And Tomorrow was like, "Nah, boring, standard stuff."
To be honest, I thought they'd already won the game. So the fact that he was down to the 1 HP, I was thinking like, oh, you know, Zeta's put themselves in an amazing position here. They have so much HP. Nongxing lost 2 players to 7-8. Zeta's going to walk away with it. I think it was just a bit of a hiccup there when I saw him go down to 1 HP. I went, oh, wait, hold on. That could have actually gone really horribly for them. But no, Zeta managed to close it out. Looks like we've got Silak here. Maybe wants to take a page out of Tidal's book, playing around that Vega. We do have Summertime now as the one with the Briar and a sword. That's exactly what you want to see when you have a Briar too.
Very good start for him, and whenever I see encounters back to back, we have to recognize how rare this actually is. It's like a 1 in 25% chance for double victors to show up. That means something special is going to happen in this game.
Something special indeed. We do see a Talon here picked up for Tiny Giant. Not as favored before. We've seen with this current setup, if you play, if you like the Stargazer, you can play around the Jax, the front line, although Talon 3s are a little bit more rare, not usually a primary carry, sometimes can hold on to like a TG or something like that. We have seen a couple of them. Something that we have seen a lot though of is the Leona 3. Already has half of a Gargoyles at the front line there. Let's see what this last item gives us. So a little bit awkward. You can make something like a GS if you want to leave the Gargoyles open, but definitely not the best item to start off with, especially if you want to try and make sure that you're getting something to generate a little bit more mana, or maybe you don't want to lock yourself into anything. That being said, GS is quite generic, as we are going to be going for another expedition. So I'm getting flashbacks here.
Yeah, why not just run it back? It worked the first time. This time, though, we are going to get expeditions mirrored on both sides. It really is kind of the best silver augment. I really can't think of a silver augment that's really just better in this case. So it's going to continue with us all through the day. Branching out, another great option if you want to find an instant win out. Challenger, probably not the hit he wanted right there. So we'll see how he can play around it. Sam D, on the other hand, we're getting Deja Vu around the board. Another TG extra start as well.
Yep. The Challenger emblem definitely playing towards usually just the Master Yi line. You know, that it synergizes so well there with the Kindred. So, you know, branching out quite nice because you're not locked into having to, you're not that much of a gamble if you get something that's relatively useful. I mean, it's going to be effectively, I would argue, more value out of a silver augment if you get something that you can actually play around. And usually if you just make 10 gold here, you're not really locking yourself into anything, then you can just kind of lean towards it. One thing I would argue though in a 4v4 environment is it's a little bit scary, because if you get something like a Challenger and you start making items towards the Master Yi and the Kindred, you're already telling the rest of the opposition 4 players, hey, I need Master Yis on my 4-2 roll down. So if you happen to find one on stage 3 or maybe on early stage 4, you start holding on to them now, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble, and that early broadcast can be quite damaging.
Yeah, we did see that yesterday as well, where one of the players on GAM Esports was not able to find a mastery. He had to use a Belvev 3 as his main carry because all the masteries were gone from the pool. So that, locking yourself in sometimes without a very high-powered line can be a bit of a detriment. In the meantime, Yatsuhashi here is going to take a rather big loss from Summertimer. Summertimer actually gets the exact same augment as he did in game 1, going for the tower, a great temple option.
Yeah, it's just guaranteed a little bit of extra frontline if you need it. Otherwise, if you already have the frontline, then it can just give you a little bit more damage if you want to place it, as we've seen there in the third row. It can be quite beneficial as well. We see Mori here has managed to pick himself up a Gargoyles there with the Leona, and let's see what he's going to go with. There's permanent max health, so we know that that's quite powerful. He's just deciding which one he wants to go for. That's every 4 seconds, or he can use his star level, as he does have access to his patience to the virtues. So we'll have a lot of rerolls, and is definitely most likely going to be able to hit quite early. Having to use some of those rerolls quite early if you are on low levels isn't necessarily a bad thing if you need to buy some of the units in your shop. A lot of the times we see players kind of full sack and then get to that later. This is a really nice pickup here with the Urgot down towards the challenger spat. You can slam a few items here, but this is just a nice way of utilizing that until we get towards some of the higher cost units.
Yeah, really a powerhouse of a unit early on in that Urgot. Basically a triple traded unit, and if he can get the Primordians online, then he's setting himself up for a great base playing into the Master E line. Still generally considered the best of the 4-cost fast 8 lines that we've seen in the meta so far. Big win for Mori here. That was a very cool play from Mori. He actually rolled his Patience as a virtue, which would cost him 2 additional rerolls just to keep his streak going, and he gets rewarded quite handsomely.
And we can see here, so Soraka offering up some extra components there, so maybe if the players are really struggling to kind of slam anything and they want to try and keep a streak, then they can do that. We'll have to wait and see what everyone wants to do, as we do see that there are still 3 players who are in contention for that 5 streak. It is possible that Zeta could walk away with this quite happy, having two of their players actually get a 5 win streak, and then the rest of the players will just have to play towards that middle of the pack sort of range. You see Silak here is utilizing that dummy to support his army of Vegars.
Okay, this has to be Veigar reroll, right? There's no way this isn't. We've had so many false starts because Veigar with 3 meeple is such an incredible transition unit. But this should just be Veigar all the way, and I'm all here for this composition. It's so fun watching people be able to print things.
Yeah, not as threatening when he doesn't have the frontline support, but he is going to be able to generate a lot of money. And I think a lot of it would come down to the fact that he needs the money to push the levels later, as well as his items. He could slam a couple of items here if he wanted to, but it would kind of lock himself into some suboptimal items later. So I think he's just going to make use of as much money as he can get now, recognize that he will be stronger later once he builds up an actual frontline to support the evil overlord. And if you can pick up a 5 loss streak, then that's going to feel quite good. You can bounce back on 3-1 or 3-2.
That's for all the short kings out there. Veigar can also win you games for sure. But as you mentioned, that is a composition that does want double mana regeneration on the Veigar. You have to have the Jeweled Gauntlet, so it's very taxing on the items. It's a good reason that he's not slamming anything right now. We are taking a look across the board. Only Tiny Giant and Summertimer have been able to hold on to their win streaks. Mori has unfortunately lost his. So those are going to be the most important matchups to look at. Tiny Giant actually, spending a lot of money trying to hold units on his board. So this win is absolutely critical for him. And he does get Mori, which didn't even level.
Yeah, Mori's not looking that strong. He's got triple items on toward the Millia 2. These items really quite nice. I'm not too sure which one came from the grab bag there, as he would have had to slam the other 2. But this setup, just right here, having a mana gen plus a Morello on a random Millia 2, if you're just pushing levels and that's not your primary carry, we've talked a bit about this, how, for example, a Zoe or a Millia 2-star, even though it's a 2 cost, in the mid to late game, can actually be really, really powerful and just dish out a lot of damage. And so if you can get extra items, then get your main tank itemized as well, then you just always, for the rest of the game, are going to have this nice support unit. And then eventually when you get to level 9, if you want to, you can drop it, pick up something like a Bard that can provide a little bit more utility and generate some extra resources as well.
Yeah, just a very good start coming in from Milio. It provides you that link directly into the Stargazers, into the Nova as well. So it's just positioned quite nicely on the trait web for a strong push. We're probably going to have a big roll down here from Silluck, already on 7 copies of the Vigar. Now, traditionally there are a couple ways to play this. You can straight level, but when you're on 7 copies, I do expect him to dig a little for these copies, especially with the gold he has. And yes, he's going for it. He's already on 8, only missing a single one. He could be turning the corner relatively soon.
Yep, so you can actually roll down quite deep here. It's going to be picking up a couple of extra poppies there, and there we go. Only had to roll a handful of times and has a few extra copies there of the poppy, and now he can start to rip these anvils and guarantee that he gets himself some nice Vega items. You mentioned that the JG is quite important, so then might want to make sure he can get the Nashes to pair with that. Looks like he's given both the components there of the Nashes, so is potentially just deciding which one he wants to go for. So slam the Gargoyles and picks up the bow. Could just go for the slam now, because that's just going to give him a lot more tempo. And I really like this, the Void Staff. Might not end up on the Vega, but for now it's just a great item in general, because it's something that you definitely want to have late game as well.
Yeah, and if he can break the streak here from Summertimer, it would be absolutely massive for the team, but looks like not able to do it quite yet. Summertimer still manages to get that 6-win streak. So does Tiny Giant on the side of No Machine Red Force, kind of equaling out on each side. And now we're going to see what is in store here. There's going to be Gold Augment. We'll see if there are any good combat options here coming in for the side of Silluck. Just going to get a care package.
Yep, definitely feels good about that, because he's still missing a few items, extra resources that will be coming in later towards the game. He can bounce back eventually. Doesn't need insane combat. Oh, it's happened again. We've picked up the Invader Z. The Shojin is available there for the Kai'Sa if we want to start to kill a few extra couple of units. But we have an Edge of Night that has not yet been slammed, but is definitely available. Yep, and there's the Edge of Night. We are definitely going to be seeing a lot of Zeds this game.
100 HP streaking Zed. I think there are very few spots that are more terrifying than this one. Just for to keep everyone on the same page, there have been 4 Invader Zeds that I've personally witnessed so far in the qualifier, and none of them have lost. It's kind of like the big boss of the 4v4. You can't contest it. Only you can find the Zeds yourself. It kind of breaks a lot of the rules in 4v4, and it's just such a strong one.
Yeah, especially when it gets paired up with things like the Edge of Night. It's really difficult to take them down. Not all of the comps have access to AoE, so you get stuck on one Z, it procs its Edge of Night, you get stuck on its clone, that procs Edge of Night, and then it's just an endless cycle, which makes it very difficult for a lot of these comps to be able to keep up with. And does lose his streak, but that's okay, we'll be bouncing back later. Tiny Giant is on 100 HP, so that's definitely going to feel quite nice there. So we'll be able to utilize that Milio 2 to kind of push the levels. And what's better than a Milio 2, we've also got a Lulu 2 to pair with it. Yeah,
it's one of the stronger Lulus as well. It's going to be Serpent here, and that will strip away the MR. So as long as you have a good tank to go with this composition, it's definitely a reroll that you can go directly for. You know, there's no question about having to pivot later on. Some very, very strong boards coming out here. Yatsuhashi with the 2-star Urgot, the 2-star Lulu. This is going to be interesting. I feel like a lot of players on the bottom of the HP pool are going to feel a lot of heat.
Yep, and there goes the front line. The Urgot's wrapping around to the back line as well, so Tiny Giant is actually going to be losing his streak. We see a lot of emblems across the board. We can see there from Yatsuhashi, so also has managed to pick himself up. There was a Nova to pair with the Challenger. On paper, I think that makes a lot of sense, that it synergizes quite well, but we've actually seen a lot of the players, if they have the option to re-roll the Nova, just because a lot of the boards that players know and love, they're only really utilized 2, and so taking that extra investment to get all the way to the 5 isn't seen that commonly.
Yeah, after the Aatrox and Caitlyn nerfs especially, it usually doesn't feel like it's necessary to go up to 5. We will see if there are any more Reforgers on the side for Yatsuhashi to kind of fix maybe the Dark Star or the Nova In the meantime, this is the interesting one. If at least 5 players goes for Ari, then everyone gets 2 additional gold. I have to assume that no one's going to pull the chair here. You can kind of pick at the last second, but it's probably just safer to have everyone go in early.
Yeah, it's a complete gamble when you're playing solo queue, but a bit more communication when you have the 4v4 environment. So we can see the challenger there, as well as the items that have been slammed actually can still work with the Dark Star. We can see Yatsuhashi is holding on to units such as the Kaiser, so a potential towards the pivot there. My only concern is that you've invested 1 silver and a gold augment into 3 emblems, and I'm not loving the synergy between all 3. If you take around the Dark Star route, you could maybe keep your Maokai 2 on board, and that's a nice splash unit, but usually players want to lean towards Kench if they're going to be playing 2 Brawler on a 6 Dark Star board at all. It seems like a really nice pair of augments for the mid game. Just not too sure if it's going to be able to cap out for a first, as we've seen much crazier combinations in the past.
Yeah, I have to assume that he wants to angle for another Reforger and just decide his path between the Nova and the Dark Star. I feel like that's going to be a decision point later on. Typically, the Dark Star is just much more flexible, and you can void a spot for mastery on your own team. We'll see who can go for that one. Both of the teams actually have an expedition player on them, so I assume that either of them could go for the Master E there and have a pretty good result, just taking that additional spot from Yatsuhashi. Now, it doesn't look like Title's already set in his ways. He's going to be going with the Corki and a Riven spot here.
Yep, still looks quite decent. He's got really nice items there on towards the Corki. Already has the ability to crit, so already has the Guardbreaker with the DB. Really nice items there. I think the Even Shroud was slammed as well, so it has access to that. Just missing a little bit of anti-heal potentially, and that final blow could be something like a GS, the Corki. You get stuck on some of these tanks here, so that will be quite beneficial. But getting your early forecast online this early is quite nice. That being said though, sitting on a 9 loss streak means that Title is not really going to be the one to be able to give up HP this game.
Yeah, he does have a very good setup. Like, the Voyager emblem is actually the best emblem to use in this composition. You can get that 3 Voyager spike, especially with the Mighty Mech inside your comp. So he does have a very good ceiling. However, we will still have to depend on how fast his expedition finally does cash out and whether he can stabilize on the 33 HP. In the meantime, we're taking a look across the board to see if Tiny Giant might be considering to just go all in onto this composition here with the Lulu reroll. He's still uncommitted as of yet, hasn't leveled, hasn't really spent any gold on the rerolls either. So that's going to be a big decision point. And taking a look at Mori as well. Mori is just going for the standard AP lines here. He does have a very interesting potential out if he wants to go for the Riven as well, but he probably would prefer Title roll for that first.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of really important and pivotal moments, I would say, here on 4-1 and 4-2. So many of these players, their board and their state and potential is okay, but in terms of the right now, it just looks absolutely horrible. So we're going to need to see some big rolls coming down here. And Title, there you go, taking in the Voyager, is able to hit the front on 2-star. This is very crucial. Does manage to make the upgrade there towards the DB. Very last second. Sometimes you can lose that, I do believe. And gets the anti-heal there with the red buff. Has open belt, so doesn't need to make any more anti-heal. Can maybe do a few Reforgers, slam some items here, because we do want a few more items on towards the Ramos there. Love the chain pickup there. Is able to get a full slam. Maybe just taking it a bit easy, a bit slower, as we are going to pick up some Riven items as well. So we can start to get Riven online.
Yeah, incredible start there for Title. He doesn't even really need the Riven 2 to stabilize, which gives a little bit more options to the other members. And we are taking a look right now at Mori's board, down to 22 HP, and still undecided on which line he will go for. We're going to find out right now.
18 free rerolls. This is going to be a huge pivot. Open sell absolutely everything. We're picking up copies of the Jax, a really early Nunu. That's super crucial if we want to be playing around the Stargazers. So we see the items there on the side is able to make some backline AD items potentially. It's working around that Xayah. The early Nunu is huge because we already have the Vow Slam. Playing around Vanguard's definitely locked in towards that line. We definitely need to hit a couple of backline upgrades here. As 22 HP, you only really have 2 lives. So if you keep that 22 HP going into stage 5, that's perfectly fine, get to 2 lives, but if you accidentally drop around right now, then that's going to feel really, really bad. Doesn't manage to hit the 2-star Xayah, but the Samira will make up for it for now. We still have at least 2 items there on towards the front line. Will we have to slam any more going up against our teammate? Actually looks decently strong there with the Kindred 2. Might need to start slamming a little bit quicker.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to fall down to 1 HP right here, but these are some very, very late slams. Finally committing onto the Samira, and I don't think it's fast enough. The Urgot and the Kindred going to rip through the front line, and Mori down to just 1 HP. Ooh, I think he was trying to consider playing around the Bard pair, and then still committed the items anyway. This is going to be a pivotal round. Wow, that could be a save for him as the Jhin shows up right on cue.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to feel quite bad for the side of Zeta because that's something that could have been entirely avoided if he was going up against Yatsuhashi, who's sitting on 61 HP quite comfortably there. So I think that all of the Zeta players really should have checked in with Mori, knowing that he's doing a really, really big pivotal roll down there and recognize if I'm in your pool, I should at least be utilizing one of my removers at this stage because if you're in my rotation, that's a really big gamble to be playing strongest board going up against someone who has to do 18 rerolls in a single turn and then figure out where he wants to go.
I think he's just out of the game right here. He is going up against a Poppy 3, Vigar 3 coming up from Silluck. Can he actually survive this one? The Nunu's doing a lot of work, and I think he got a good snowball onto the edge, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
One more final cast.
Oh!
Just a knock-up. Just barely survives, and that fight looked really, really close, but the Nunu actually missed out on a cast. I think the Nunu was about half a second away from casting there, so definitely looked to be a super close fight, but could have ran away with it if he just had a little bit more damage on his side of the backline. So that is quite scary. I was going to talk about the fact that maybe Yatsuhashi just kind of decided to let him go because they'd given up on him, but it seems like the board could come online if he gets some upgrades.
I'll be honest, I think what happened is Yatsuhashi kind of panicked because he didn't find a single Master E, so he didn't remove anything. It's kind of those times when you have to do too many things, and you're just like, I'm sorry, buddy, I forgot to remove stuff for you. That's my read anyway. I know these are, top level players. I could be misreading this, but that's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, does manage to pick up the Jhin. With these items here, you still, oh, okay. You can afford it at least, so yeah, we'll have to just sell the Kane pair if he wants to guarantee the upgrade there. Is looking to move some items around and just kind of pop that off, and I do believe Mori will be upgrading. We can see there he has. As we get a look at Sam, who has been removing some items, and this is looking a lot better. I like the item setup here. Has a little bit of extra combat power there with the clockwork, so decent all round. It's not the strongest board in the world, but it should be good enough for stage 4, as we are going to be going up against our teammate Tidal. Hopefully Tidal's on top of things because he's been in quite a comfortable position for the last couple of rounds, so if he needed to remove her, he probably would. That being said though, it's looking quite dicey as we can't really seem to get through any of the front line. The Even Shroud's already gone.
Yeah, I think Tidal's board was way too strong if they really wanted to save Mori, so I think we can assume the call was just, you know what, Mori's not making it. Sorry, buddy, we're just going to cut you loose. I did find out the movie. It's called Vertical Limit. Great movie, and it kind of shows my age. But 3 Voyager Expedition and 33 HP. It's just unfortunate for Zeta Division. They didn't really have enough in the tank to kind of keep on giving Mori lives.
Yep. And Silluck sitting there at 36 HP, I think they had to kind of recognize that it's not likely that Silluck's going to die in the next couple of rounds, so it would have been very, very difficult to keep Mori alive. And then if Tidal did sacrifice some life to Mori, then you'd be looking at a Tidal on low HP with a Summertime with only really having 2 to 3 lives anyway. So it'd be quite dangerous to make Tidal have to forfeit an extra one of his lives there, when he is also in a position to utilize that Radiant, the DD in the backline, to push for a very strong finish.
Zeta Division, they still have 2 potential win-out players in Summertimer and Mori here. However, Summertimer is falling dangerously low. We are on the Ari map, and Summertimer still has a lot of gold. So it looks like the play here is to go straight level 9 and then go find that Z2. That's going to be a pivotal moment for them. I want to stress, so far in the qualifiers, I have not seen a Z team actually lose, right? We have seen teams, their Zeds go 8th place, but we haven't actually seen a full team lose with it just yet. So we'll see if it's a first.
That's an interesting statistic, and is making use of a lot of really nice supporting units here. This board overall has pretty much everything you'd need for the Z. Has access to the Voyager, the mech at the front is going to be quite tanky, has the supporting caster Graves there at the backline, the 2 Darkstar being teched in, just a nice little execute. And then also playing around the Akali there is really good, giving that extra precision to the rest of the team. It just enables you to not have to build items such as the Infinity Edge, and Zed can just go for the double mana regen. Usually we see Shojin Helm. In this case, I don't think that was possible. Double Shojin is perfectly fine as well. So this Zed is going to be casting non-stop.
Yeah, but the matchups here are going to be quite difficult. He has everything but the Z itself. So if he's running up against AoE matchups, it could be quite scary for him. Is going to go up against Tiny Giant, who in the end did not go for the full reroll on the Serpent Lulu. Instead just goes for the full Stargazer board here. This is actually one of those boards where I feel like the 1-star Zed has a decent chance.
Yeah, normally you'd expect the Xayah to be able to take out quite a lot of them, but sitting at only a 1-star isn't going to be really doing enough damage in the Graves in the backline. So fight honestly looked quite close, but still unfortunately just stuck on the 1-star Xayah means that she's not really going to be cleaning up all of those copies. Summertime running out of money, as you said, doesn't get contested. You don't have to worry about other people taking copies of your Zed, but it's still waiting a while. Probably doesn't even want to upgrade this Karma just due to the lack of items, unless you wanted to move items off of the Graves, but other than that, I would say probably isn't too phased. It's just going to have to wait around and get a little bit more money. Nope, making me eat my words, and is probably going to move some items around here. Shojin's off the Z though, that's interesting. Maybe we're going up against someone we don't want to beat too badly.
Well, that's a very interesting decision to do that. I'm surprised Zeta Title was capable of even losing rounds at this point, given how strong his setup actually is, but he's still missing on that Rammus with 3 items there, so that's a pretty big dent in the front line. Still has 4 removers for it, but is going to keep it for the additional neutral pressure right here. Can he get past this board from Siluk with the Vigar and the Poppy 3? Looks like it's a resounding yes. This is where the Vigar composition really starts to fall away. It's very strong if you can get it online early, but its late game is leaves a lot to be desired.
Yep. Not like the powerhouse Vegars we've seen in some previous sets, but where they just stack up and become an absolute god tier at the end of the game. We do see that Siluk was looking to go level 9, so potentially could bounce back and spike. Tidal pretty much had the positioning looking straight into the double gargoyles as well, so he had the optimal setup to try and slow down that Corki, but paired with the Riven and the Even Shroud on towards the Galio there, it's quite difficult to deal with. Sam D has managed to pick up a nice rogue board there, and it looks like Summertime actually lost his last matchup here. Does have the double Shojin back onto it, and as before, maybe not wanting to upgrade the Karma just because he doesn't have any items, and doesn't think that it's stronger to move any of those Graves items on towards the Karma anyway, so Summertimer just really doesn't have any money to hit these upgrades.
Yeah, and he's going up against the toughest matchup in the lobby so far. This is going to be Jihang, which has a massive win streak on hand. The Z1s fall to a single large cast of the Zoe, and down Summertimer goes. We'll see how much HP he does end up on. He might be going 7th here, so we have the reversal of game 1 with Zeta going 7th and 8th. And again, it's to the same composition, the Expedition, Leona, Zoe reroll line.
Yeah, it feels really bad if you make it all the way to level 9 and still not able to even hit Z pair. No hope of really making that board significantly stronger, as we're just stuck on all of the 1-stars for all of those 5 costs. So having 2 Zeta members out in 7-8 definitely feels bad. Tidal, we've seen his board, looks quite strong. Potentially he could be playing for first, but that still puts Yatsuhashi in an awkward position where he needs to make it in towards the top 2. Tidal is going to have to sack a little bit here if he's going to go up against his teammate. No, he still has 3 removers to work with, so he can just keep playing this game around the Corki and removing it as he sees fit. The I would say double gargoyles, more like triple gargoyles with the Radiant there is going to be quite difficult to deal with. But it looks like with the Shred and the Radiant DB, this Corki just does so much damage. It doesn't look like any of the tanks can stand up to it.
Yeah, it's a good remover use here. Finally taking the red buff onto the Riven and then giving the Corki a little bit more oomph. He's able to snap the streak here. And that's a glimmer of hope for Zeta. If they can avoid running into each other enough times, then Yatsuhashi, you know, he already has a Fiora. He's powering up. He can actually give a life or two to Tidal if it really requires that. And now Tiny Giant is going to cut himself loose, knows he doesn't have a winning hand, and will try to force Tidal and Yatsuhashi to be running into each other more.
Yep, so guaranteed matchup there against Silic, who I do believe was pushing towards level 9 and was just trying to get a little bit stronger. I was curious if Silic was going to maybe halt on the level 9 if he knew that he had a guaranteed free matchup. Doesn't look to be the case, as I see the bards there on the board and we have rolled down all of our gold. So Silic can now save a little bit of money, not have to worry too much about his positioning if this is his ghost matchup against Tidal, so he might be versing Real. As it looks like Tidal's just barely able to beat the Ghost of Silic there. So Silic getting a free matchup against Tiny Giant, I do believe. But now Tidal and Yatsuhashi in a very awkward spot.
Yeah, Yatsuhashi going to stage 6 should still have 1 life on him, but I'm not sure he beats any of the other boards right here. It's a rather stock standard Master Yi board that we're seeing coming in from him. Tidal definitely should be the win-out player in consideration right here, while Yatsuhashi, how can he actually make this board into a top 2? I almost feel like you're just solely relying on Tidal to take out the other players.
Yeah, and top 2 from this position seems very, very difficult, just given the fact that both Silic and Jiang both have multiple lives. 37 HP, 21 HP. There's no way that you're taking them out in any less than 2 rounds. So it's going to be quite difficult because Tidal and Yatsuhashi should verse each other eventually. Yatsuhashi does have the ability to play around the Fiora, so 19 HP could maybe make his way back. But it looks like Tidal and Yatsuhashi are versing each other. Okay, this is going to be very, very difficult to figure out. They need this fight to go perfectly. All eyes on Tidal as he has all the control here with his item distribution.
Yeah, he did the full remover here, actually getting items off of the Corki and the Riven. Now puts it back thinking that he might be able to do enough damage here to just get a couple more kills, preserve a little bit of HP. Very high level stuff between these two players. And it's a perfect slam, actually. Gets away on 1 HP. Wow.
Oh my goodness. The discipline there for Tidal to not slam all of his items and accidentally take out his teammate. Absolutely insane. But on the other side there, Silic is also on 1 HP. So both of these teams showing up and showing why they are at the top seed, why they are both fighting for first seed of the APAC closed qualifiers, because they know how to do this in 4v4. That is so difficult to accomplish.
Oh my god, back-to-back perfect sacks? Like, how often do you see that? I don't think that's... Wow, that's an incredible treat that we have here in the matchup. Now, this is the matchup between the 2 strongest players on both sides remaining. Last time, we saw it go in the way of Tidal quite handedly because he was able to focus fire on the Leona relatively early on. This time around, going on to the weak side, clears out the backline to Riven. Let's see if she turns forward. Doesn't look like it. It's actually going to go straight through the back here, and that means that Jihan might be left on just 1 life, but never mind. On the other side, Yatsuhashi already down to 0 HP, and it looks like Zeta will lose this on both fronts at the same time. Well done by Nongxing.
Yeah, great battle there by Zeta at the end, knocking down to just 1 HP, and then Tidal had great positioning there to maybe try and squeeze out a win, but unfortunately did not matter. Nongxing doing really, really well this game to close out a 1-2 and just absolutely dominant performance, sending 2 Zeta players into 7-8 and then being able to claim the 1-2 for themselves. So really, really dominant performance and showing up that Leona, very, very powerful. We've seen this in both of the games now. Playing Expedition Leona is very, very difficult to deal with, and it doesn't look like any of the other teams seem to have a counter to this.
great strategy coming out from Nongxing, playing the triple 1-cost reroll, Vagar, Primordian Briar, and also just with Expedition, Leona here. I think they're really sort of teaching everyone how to play a tempo-based version of 4v4. Just great stuff here. And the final matchup doesn't really matter, but I do assume that Expedition plus Leona is just so broken on this patch. Congratulations to them. They're going to extend the series into the third and final game.
Yeah, Jianning taking out the win there against his teammate, but both quite happy to make it in towards the final top 2. Incredible display of skill from both of the participants. Game looked quite close until the very end, and it looked like just none of the boards from Zeta could really compete. That being said, they were put on their back foot, so having 2 players go out in 7-8 quite early as well felt very horrible. We thought, okay, maybe they just have to sacrifice and let one of their team members go. But also, do want to note that Tidal never actually found the Rammus too, so a lot of good defensive work there from the opposition as playing defense on those crucial forecasts. We did see a very early use of the Voyager spat plus the ability to pick up the Galio too. Meant that we had an alternative, but when you're playing around this Meeple line, you really want those items on towards the Rammus. And I think we even saw the items start on the Galio and then move over towards the Rammus, despite the fact that it was a 1-star.
Yeah, if Rammus actually was 2, I think he would have won the GM matchup as well. And also, this is I really like the pressure strategy from Nongxing, but there was a very high chance that Zeta would have been able to turn the corner, especially with Invader Zed that they found on Summertimer. Just wasn't able to find the additional copies, even with all the gold injection that he did pick up right there. He did have a duo carry as well, did not find him the extra copy of Zed whatsoever. So it's going to be the first time we see the Zed actually losing a match. So super exciting things coming in between Zeta and Nongxing, and we're going to be heading into another short break. When we come back, the final matchup, the first place seeding decider, will be brought back to you. Are you not entertained? Are you ready? We have a long day ahead of us with 3 best of 3s potentially coming up, and it has gone the distance between Zeta Division and Nongxing Red Force here as we head into Game 3. Some really, really cool plays being made in Game 2 here there at Tamura. Absolutely thrilling stuff.
Yeah, incredible resilience there showed from the side of the Nongxing. So just being able to bounce back after having a pretty brutal beat in the first game, I would say, against Zeta. Zeta looked pretty strong in the second game, but honestly didn't really have much hope when they had multiple players dropping out quite early on in towards the game. We've seen a lot of silver openers. So we talk about how, silver and gold, not as high variance as the prismatic, but when we have multiple players across different games being able to pick up Expedition, it can get quite scary. From the beginning at 2-1, you know that there's going to be a player who's going to be super, super strong on stage 4, and it kind of puts everyone, on their back foot. Pressure is very, very high, especially when you know that they're going to be bouncing back soon.
Realistically, both of these games, the winner was going to be the Expedition player. So that just puts a clock on everyone else going into the game, thinking about how they can play around this. And I think this is something, specifically to tell our audiences. The way a lot of these teams think about the game is they try to get the positions in 5 and 7. And if they can get 5 and 7 in the bottom, then they can win out with just 2 and 3. They don't need to get the first place. They don't need to get the tiebreaker advantage to actually claw back a game. So that's kind of the best scenario for a lot of these teams when you're facing an Expedition player that is already locked into first place.
Yeah, having a player already locked in is quite terrifying, as we are going to be starting off the game with a random 2-cost. 2-cost reroll lines, not as prevalent. We've seen a couple of Primordian rerolls utilize the Belver 3 to be quite a nice support. Maybe a Zoe will get dropped, and then if they pick up a couple of extra copies there of the Leona, that can feel quite nice as well. Jack's fallen out of flavor. We've seen a couple of players try to utilize Jack's 3. It hasn't worked out as well, but a lot of these players probably just ignore it. Well, Tidal has managed to pick himself up, but Timo 2 already has access to the Nasus, and the Mordekaiser there, so he's got a guaranteed front line if he wants it.
This is one of those lines that can be played in 4v4. Space Groove, Riven, really fallen quite heavily out of flavor in this patch particularly, but hey, 4v4 caps are lower, you can do it. We are looking at Mori here, and unfortunately for him, he does not find the stronger Arbiter trait cash outs here. Nothing getting the extra Leonas or the permanent HP.
Speaking of permanent HP though, as we do check on with Silak, who did manage to get Arbiter as well, is just choosing how he wants to try and generate that extra permanent max health. He has every 4 seconds, or he can do it based on dealing damage. There's a few different options there. Has access to the tier as well. Incredible items that you want to see, because the tier, you can make a lot of items there towards the Zoe, and the open chain is great for Leona, of course.
And this is why a lot of players have been complaining about the Arbiter traits. It's like, oh no, the Hollow Bow PTSD happening all over again. Sometimes players just right out the gate will have better Arbiter combinations. We are finally going to break the trend. No more Expedition. Thank you. As we're looking across gold augments here.
There's the Anima Commander there as an option, but quite quickly skipped. I think it's just really, really difficult to get Anima online. I don't think we've actually seen too many successful Anima cash outs in a 4v4 environment. As soon as you see someone on the team have it at 2-1, you pretty much have to designate at least one person who's just willing to sell board. Even if it makes their game a lot worse, it's just an essential to make sure that someone doesn't have a first place finish, as that is going to be the tiebreaker if the scores otherwise are relatively even. We do have a few options here being decided for. Summertimer is going to go for that extra armor because he's missing armor and magic resist for the front line, because he is missing a slam at a frontline unit. Not too sure where he's going with this though. Maybe he just wants to make use of the fact that his components are a little bit awkward given his setup, and so this will give him a little bit of combat power now, and then he can slam some items later. Staying away from picking up too many extra item augments, and you can get a lot of combat power from the makeshift armor.
Yeah, going for some decent tempo options here. Mori starting off with one of my favorite emblems, actually. It's going to be the Marauder emblem, 6 Marauder. Incredibly powerful, and you even get extra gold from it early on, as we just saw the Talon being able to get an additional gold there. It's one of my favorite emblems to play around with. So I'm happy for Mori. I feel like both of these games he's actually struggled in finding a decent spot to land into. He is the newest member on this Zeta Division team, so it's expected that the communication might not be on point here, but you know, this is a spot you can't miss in.
Yeah, definitely feels good. I mean, anything that gets the dopamine going with the extra little bit of gold there. So we'll have to see where he goes with this. Yeah. I mean, that's TFT players in a nutshell. That's what makes this game so great. It's just seeing that gold pop up on the screen is exactly what you want to see during your combat. And yeah, playing around the Talon too definitely feels nice as the Hodge slam, so it's going to be quite powerful. Hodge, definitely an item, I do believe it was the majority of last set, and maybe even this set and previous ones, where not slammed as much. We've had a little bit of a rework to the system over the last couple of sets for TFT, where the frontliners do have a little bit of built-in omnivamp, so the requirement of having something like a BT or a Hodge has fallen a little bit, and instead players will opt in towards building that BT if they pair it with something like a Titans. This is because it does also give you a little bit of a shield, which synergizes quite nicely with those extra resistances. So we still see it. However, units like Master Yi usually fade away from it, rather than to pick up things such as QSS, Edge of Night, because they already have that built-in Omnivamp, especially with the extra synergy of the trait. But if you want to try and get a little bit of extra gold, maybe it's better to just slam and recognize that it's not the best in slot late game, but it's great for now.
Yeah, especially when you're aiming for the 6th Marauder, you're going to get the additional precision anyway from a unit like Akali, who's also in a Marauder. So I can definitely see going down that route being quite beneficial for him. It is, I think his is definitely going to be the strongest board here. We do have, I believe it was, I think it's called Boxing Match, the one where you have to continuously win streak in order to get additional items being picked up on the side of Nomshing, and that's going to be really hard. I think Mori has definitely the strongest board out of everything we've seen so far.
Yep, definitely a bit of a gamble in a 4v4 environment. You can ask your teammates to sacrifice a little bit. Quite difficult to do early, super early into the game, because that's when you can verse anyone that you haven't versed before. But later into the game can be a little bit easier to try and coordinate that. You can of course communicate with those that are lost streaking, but that's still going to be quite difficult to do, as we do have Ahri and Yasuo being offered up here. So Ahri is just going to be giving us a bit of stability now. Yasuo, a lot of combat powers, but it just depends on whether or not the players want to make sure that they're, you know, being a bit more static with their hexes, getting a lot of combat power onto their board, or if they want to utilize Ahri to give them those resources that they think that they'll need in order to hit the rest of their board.
I vaguely remember Silluck ripping open the plus permanent HP Leona, and now he has access to potentially Yasuo with permanent HP again. You can only find this on stage 2, and it's an absolutely broken combo. And oh no, just as I say this, no. Oh, he does have it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he had access to the advanced loan as well, so you can see, despite the fact that this was not an econ opener, and he picked up a gold which didn't really give him any extra econ, he's sitting at 40 gold, level 4 here on a 3 loss streak, hoping to turn it into a 5 loss streak, going up against a prize fighter, Tiny Giant. Tiny Giant definitely looking to continue the win streak, so be quite happy to see this. And then maybe might have to make their board a little bit weaker if we want to make sure that we continue the 5 loss streak.
Are we gonna get 3 Leonas in a row? Please don't. If you're watching this broadcast, don't worry, it will get nerfed in the next patch. So
that's going to be coming to the future. The players are going to have to change up their strategies, not able to utilize the Leona, but for now, because they are playing on an older patch, they have to make do with what they know. And love or hate, I'm not too sure. I have to interview it. It's another Leona.
This is not the same board, by the way. This is Title's board. I want to have our OB check our the Arbiter for a Title to see if he has the plus HP as well. Because if he does, maybe they're saved. Okay, this is the additional Leonas.
That's interesting though, because it'll be a lot easier for Title to hit the Leona 3. We've seen multiple games with multiple Leonas, and they've somehow managed to both 3-star them. A lot of the times when you're contesting the same 1-cost unit, once one of the players hits, the rest of their teammates can start to grief as well. So for Title, might be a little bit weaker, but definitely is going to be able to hit the Leona 3 quite early. Has additional combat power with the early learning, so will still be quite powerful. And then it'll be all eyes on Silluck whether or not he can also manage to hit the Leona 3.
just want to give everyone an idea how powerful this Yasuo-Leona combo actually is. I'm not kidding. I've seen in the CNTPC a Nami board win, go first place with just this setup, Leona 2. It already has 67 permanent HP just from the Arbiter trait. It's going to get 35 additional HP every round from Yasuo as well. So this is an insane spot. If Siluk gets to go into stage 4, you know, on like 60 HP, it's going to be very hard to dislodge him from this position.
Yep, absolutely terrifying stuff here. We'll see. Are we going to be picking up a cloak here? Another chain does mean we can eventually get the double gargoyles. And being on a bit of a loss streak here, did get a streak snap, so on a 1-win streak here, made a lot of money, but maybe wants to bounce back and start winning a few rounds. An early Zoe 2 here could definitely help him achieve that. Needs to rip that component if he wants to make a little bit more bench space. There's the gargoyles if he wants it early. Does have access to something like a JG, and then he has really nice item economy. Loving this spot from Siluk, it's just a little bit scary because we know Tidal is going to be holding on to a lot of Leonas.
Yeah, that's kind of the only reprieve here. Maybe they can have him bleed off enough HP, and when you go into stage 4, Mori can finish him off with that kind of Master E. That's really, really good at wrapping around these compositions. We're going to be taking a look at Mori's board here. He's still on 100 HP so far. I wonder if he was able to break the prize fighter. I can't really remember off the top of my head which player from Nongxing that was, but should be very easy going for him. He might have generated quite a lot of gold just from that Marauder emblem.
His Talon's doing great to just jump in towards the back line, even if his team front line is struggling. He's able to just assassinate them on the back and then jump and finish off the tanks at the front line, and they don't have enough damage to deal with the Hodge Talon that just keeps healing up there with the full Marauder as well. So very, very nice play there from Mori's Talon. Taking out Tidal is going to be able to maintain his win streak. They actually have to level to 6 there, and it looked quite close there. But that doesn't really matter if we're generating lots of money. And didn't even slam the Sunfire because they calculated that fight very, very well.
Yeah, 1 HP fight loss for Tidal, who's trying to go fast 9, so beautifully played right here. That Earth Gambit, group hug is the safe answer, it's the correct answer, but man, Earth is talking to me right now. He's going, hey, do you want to play 6 Marauder? Okay, he's a lot more reasonable than I am, so he just goes for the group hug.
Yeah, the group hug, I mean, his positioning was already kind of in that setup, so it definitely makes a lot of sense. You're not really sacrificing any of your clumping. We know that when you're playing the group hug line, it can be quite beneficial when you're playing around, for example, something like a brawler. That extra healing is quite beneficial when you pair it with those extra resistances. Sometimes the back to front comps don't like it because you want to make sure you have units in the front row as well as the back row, so you're going to be getting less value out of it. But of course, with the Edge of Night Slam, we're locked into Marauders. It's definitely a really nice pickup.
And Nongxing are going to run the same strategy back again. It's going to be 3 1-cost reroller players actually trying to outmuscle Zeta, trying to force them to lose a lot of HP on stage 3. The problem with this type of style is if you run into each other repeatedly in stage 3, or if you can't command the stage 3, it typically doesn't work out that well. So we'll see how their fight RNG does end up. I think the most important fight for them is definitely to see if they can actually take Mori down a peg here.
And I did mention that with the makeshift armor, you don't want to be picking up too many extra components. However, in your augments or otherwise, picking up the Darkstar emblem does allow you to keep the Darkstar on the backline, as if you play vertical Darkstar, you're going to be generating a little bit of AD and AP. So you can just put that on a backliner there, makes a lot of sense, and then make use of the makeshift at the front line. Definitely a nice line to go with. That was very much decided as it was picked up from the Earth. Something that wasn't so decided is Sam D's position, who was playing semi-open fort here with the patient study to be able to generate a nice loss streak, and then going for the emblems has given him the ability to just play towards that standard Corki line. Is holding on towards some of the Yasuo hexes as he's going to be losing with the Anima cash out there anyway, but we have seen Corki bounce back if you can hit quite cleanly on 4-1 or 4-2.
Yeah, and I have to say so far it's not looking that great for Nongxing's strategy. I feel like in the previous game they had much more of an HP advantage. But this time around, Zeta staying relatively healthy. 3 members still within the top 4 here. They even have a 100 HP Mori that's still generating gold from himself. So I'm not sure about this. It feels like the win-out potential from Zeta might overcome the tempo advantage coming in from Nongxing.
Yep, and Tidal managed to get the extra copies there of the Leona. Silic at 71 HP had a really nice setup. Just going to come down to whether or not he can hit his Leona 3 in a timely manner, as we do get to look at... okay, there's Tidal's hit the Leona 3, so now that's going to be quite difficult, as a lot of the Leonas are going to be out of the pool, and Tidal's managed to go all the way to level 7. Silic, on the other hand, is sitting at only... Oh, double Leona in shop, never mind, I was going to say doesn't have that many options. There's an honor roll picked up, okay, so playing around the 1 cost can be quite beneficial, so I was a little bit worried for him, but no, I think Silic's position is looking really nice now. Has the Arbiter, which benefits the Leona more, and has really nice items on the rest of his board. Does have double econ though.
I'm just trying to keep my sanity in place here. It's going to get nerfed next patch. It's going to get nerfed.
Next
We're
patch,
good. We're good.
patch.
Yeah. But for now, the first 2 games have been won by this exact composition. The only difference here is like Silic actually has an even stronger like level 1 base, going for the Lysandra 1 cost here as well. And he's facing up against Yatsuhashi, who looks like he might be trying to contest onto the Corki line. Is just going to get ran over here by Silic.
Yep, so trying to play towards that prize fighter as a tempo play is quite nice if you win some of the early rounds, but still needs to find these 3 stars if you want to continue that momentum. Really nice items across the board though, as we do get a look at Mori, who is the only player who's managed to keep his streak alive, sitting at 100 HP, hoping to go into Wolves, keeping that extra streak gold going forward. Really nice items here, and it's very clear cut where he's going with this board. Doesn't look like he's too contested. I don't think we've seen anyone in a position to really want to contest with the Master Yi line, and I just really love this setup, because once you get everyone online, Mori's going to have enough HP to build up even more HP with the Fiora and just sacrifice for his teammate. That's going to be his job today. Yeah,
there still is some faint hope out there that the HP stacking Leona might not go first place. And it's mainly down to just how strong Mori's board is. I really like the 6 Marauder version of this board. You generate so much gold. You hit like a truck with that Marauder emblem into the backline onto a carry like the Kindred. It does have a very solid cap with it. And now we're going to have to take a look at Sam D. How is he going to be pivoting these positions? Might have to roll quite early here, as he's not going to find any of those large cash outs.
All eyes on Sam D on this rotation. He is able to pre-level to level 8 here. No, just decides to just go straight forward because he doesn't have all the time in the world and wants to make that entire pivot right now. He's going to be selling the entirety of his board. Does pick himself up a Shen, playing towards this Riven as well. Has quite a few different options to make his board work. I can see why he's opted into rolling a little bit now, because this is a lot to do.
Yeah, tons of emblems to think about. Still has the cryogenic hex to place down onto his board as well. But he had some great hits with his initial 20 gold. Found the Shen, found the Corki, and the Riven. He should be relatively safe to stabilize here, even though he's only on 18 HP. I feel like the main danger is actually from his teammates that are spiking very hard on the 1-cost rerolls. It should be trying to go more here. This is going to be a pivotal moment. Is he going to get cut loose by his teammates, or will they try to sack for him? It all depends on this roll down.
Yeah, he actually saw a flash of a lot of 4-cost units in his early rolls, but stuck to his guns, went, no, I'm not going to overcomplicate this. I'm going to definitely just stick to playing the stock standard board. Quite unfortunate, because I think I saw him roll about 3 or 4 times, only buying maybe 1 unit in some of those very purple shops there. But he knows that he has to play the exact same board, relatively speaking, with the meeples. Nice that he can play the Shen instead of a Poppy as well, so that just gives him a little bit more combat power for that reason. But he's rolled quite a lot of gold and still needs to hit some of his upgrades. Look, he's strong enough for now to just barely clinch out a win here. Super crucial, as he's only on 18 HP. That should still be 2 lives in all of stage 4, and as long as he can have a strong enough board to knock out a couple of units, could potentially be 2 lives in stage 5 as well.
Ooh, and we're going to have a spicy one coming in here. The 4-2 is going to be a prismatic, so a lot of very strong combat augment combinations that can be taken for both of these players here, and a lot of econ potentially going in to some of these players. We're going to be taking a look at Jihan here, who is playing with the Veigar and Poppy, if I'm not mistaken. He has a couple of good tank considerations here. Baron's Lair has been widely regarded as just an S-tier augment across the board, but is going to go for Sweet Treats here. Let's see if he gets any of those really, really powerful AP augments. Oh, no, just going to be hitting a tank artifactor, the Indomitable.
Yeah, so I mean, that feels good because he has a lot of components here, a lot of items already onto the rest of his board, so picking up the Sweet Treats definitely synergizes quite well with there. This means that the Poppy's not really going to move. That's quite nice as the Veigar doesn't really want her to, and we could just be able to position her around that gargoyles. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Not too sure if there's any other broken Veigar ones he was looking for, as the Veigar items were pretty much completed, so definitely didn't miss too bad there on the gamble. One thing that I really like here from Samdi's pickup here is that he went straight for the Radiant TG. This is perfect because he hasn't actually hit the Corki 2 or the Rammus 2. His main powerhouse on his board is actually that he's already hit the Riven 2. The Riven 2 had no items, so that is an absolute insane bailout, which is going to mean that he's going to be very powerful in stage 4 now.
And a really nice sack coming in from Siluk as well, actually removing the items from the Leona, making sure his teammate in 8th place does get that extra combat power. Summer Timer for me is very interesting because there is a chance he gets hold the line on the Darkstar board, which would be absolutely insane. Nope, doesn't find it, but still gets a good hit onto the Kaisa with the Radiant DB.
Yep, I mean, this feels good. He's got 3 items there on towards the Kai'Sa. Very unorthodox line, given that you are usually just pushing to level 8, level 9, and you just stay with the Kai'Sa 2, because the 3-star is quite unrealistic in most setups. But the 2-star with the upgraded items is definitely going to feel quite good as well. And I love this Radiant TG here on towards the Riven, because she's a hybrid unit. You can get the Radiant decap, and normally you go, ah, oh, damn it, I gotta, like, I roll the decap on my AD Riven. No, it doesn't matter, we've got a Riven, so she can just utilize those items that convert around as she sees fit.
Absolutely insane find there to kind of stabilize his board on 18 HP. In the meantime, for Mori, he's not had much luck. Actually rolled down quite heavily on 4-1. Did not find either the Kindred and only on 1 copy of Master E. So all of the sudden, it looks like the pressure is starting to get to the Zeta Division members here.
Yeah, and so some of these players like Sandy definitely might want to benefit here from the extra free rerolls. We're missing a couple of upgrades, so that would be a big change. But then also the acceleration hex, if we think that we can hit our upgrades as they see fit. Usually when you're playing around these lines, if you just corner your Corki, you'll be quite happy to just give him a huge boost of attack speed. We'll see a little bit of a bailout for some of these 5 costs that might be picked up here from the Pengu itself, as we do finally get a nice look here at Mori's board. But unfortunately, I'm not seeing a Master Yi 2, and that seems to be the theme of this board, is playing defense there on towards the Rammus. But wow, this is a lot of money to work with. Going for a cheeky Kindred 3, most likely going to be sold if we think that we want to keep rolling our money away. He is playing a little bit of defense there with Leona. It's going to have to start selling these extra copies of Kindred if we want another chance of rolling towards... That's the same Kindred, don't worry.
Yeah, I don't think the Kindred 3 was realistically on the menu for him, but he's holding on to these Rammuses despite not hitting his Master E. I suspect him to try and main carry the Kindred later. He's checking if he's going to run into his teammates before committing any of the items, or really trying to get the remover and then shifting the Marauder over to Kindred. So knowing that it's a teammate, he decides to swap a little bit later, but is still going to take quite a chunk out of title.
Yeah, unfortunate, because it did look like that if he didn't slam those items on towards the Kindred, the fight maybe wouldn't have had enough DPS to just get through that main tank. But unfortunately, when you're versing a teammate who has a main predominant tank, it's kind of an all or nothing. If you have enough damage to get rid of that tank, you're going to wipe the floor with the rest of the board. If you don't, then you're going to get battered yourself. So managing that is very, very difficult, those sorts of matchups, and unfortunately just a slight miscalculation. So hopefully for Zeta's side, they'll feel like it didn't end up mattering too much, because it's only a little bit of extra HP, but who knows? We've seen games be decided by 1 HP. So even small mistakes like that can be costly.
I'm really surprised that Siluk has not been able to turn the corner here. Leona has been stacking for a long time. It's a double stack Leona, but he's dropping to 35 HP. And really importantly for Siluk, he's holding on to 3 Master E's. If he gets knocked out for some reason, Mori suddenly becomes the most likely person to kind of win out on the lobby. Yatsuhashi going to have a very tough matchup. He's contested by the opposing team and is going to get ran over by Summertimer. Looks like he might even just... Whoa, it's actually kind of scary. Of course, he was on 18 HP. Unlikely to go out in one hit, but there just looks like no outs for Yatsuhashi.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a clever fight, I would say, because if he had won that, I think he would have actually knocked off an additional life. So despite the fact that he could have potentially won that if he slammed all of his items, recognizing that, hey, if I'm on less than 20 HP and I can take a decent enough loss here to the point where I go from having 2 lives to having, well, still 2 lives, and that's obviously just beneficial in the long term. So very nice little small microplay there from Zeta's division, and it's small things like that that can counteract the potential mistakes that we saw previously when the Marauders were absolutely wiped the floor with the Leona. And you need to just make sure that you're taking every slight advantage that you can when you're playing 4v4.
Yeah, and I do think that Nongxing are slowly but surely running away with this one. They have 50 gold still left on Jihang. Sam D has turned the corner here quite nicely. Yatsuhashi and Tidal both don't look like they have strong enough boards to actually contest. Mori still has not found his Master Yi too. So in terms of fighting power, just in this stage, it's so one-sided in Nongxing's favor.
Yeah, it definitely feels bad for Yatsuhashi having to play around multiple Titans, I think was being slammed or picked up here. And just really couldn't find all the frontline items that he needs. It looks pretty decent though, just needs to get a few more upgrades. The Riven 2 having 3 items, and really nice items out of that. Just not being able to upgrade it to a 2-star feels very, very bad. Sitting at 4 HP, they did this on purpose, recognize that, you know, you're going to be 1 life, you're going to be 1 life regardless. No point in taking away HP from the rest of our teammates. Didn't have anything to really work with, so instead make it easier for us to try and send some of the other players 6th and 7th, because Yatsuhashi was going 8th regardless.
And it's going to be an uphill battle for Zeta right now, as they already have 1 member in the bottom. Usually when this happens, you have to make sure that you have a win-out player. Mori at this point, because his Master Yi was so delayed, I don't think you can look at Mori and go like, okay, he's going to be the one to carry us towards the top right here. Mori still thinking about, I think he's just waiting for the last second to throw up some calculations. Yeah. He will build this Master Yi regardless. Here we
Just
go.
Going up against potentially Summertime, I might have been hesitant on slamming the upgrade, but maybe just a lack of information to give out to the opposing teams. If they're already holding on to copies of Master Yi and they're doing their roll down, as soon as you upgrade and make that Master Yi 2-star, then it just gives the rest of your teammates an additional, it gives the rest of your opposition additional 4 gold, 8 gold, depending on how many copies they're holding on to. So really nice micro play there as well. And now that he has the Master Yi 2, he'll be able to shred through the rest of the front line. Veigar are there on towards the back line is still quite scary, but we do have a Kindred as well. So as long as Master Yi can just tank up a little bit, it looks like Zeta is going to be able to bounce back with that Master Yi 2.
And we've seen this many times before, but typically the Poppy and the Veigar line, they're just doing this for sort of, because they're running 3 1-cost rerolls at the same time. It's just beneficial for them. It's very cheap. The big thing for me in this matchup is going to be Tidal, because Tidal is playing the Fast 9 board, and so far he doesn't have that much to work with here. I feel like he has to switch up items to Bard at this point. Bard is going to be so important to keeping himself alive in this matchup, and he's going to get an extra item onto him. Looked at the TG, didn't like what he found. Now this is the one matchup where I feel like he can actually be slightly favored here, but the Bard item, not the best find so far. Actually getting a utility Morello. Let's see if he can keep himself alive.
All eyes there on towards the Leona as it does get pulled in with the Indomitable Will. Actually, the pull might have actually worked against his favor because brought it into a really nice spot, but just not enough damage on the side of Tidal to be able to deal with a very stacked up Poppy. Now, it looks like Tidal is going to be knocked out as well. We'll have to check out on Summertimer. Summertimer was able to win his matchup, so definitely Zeta still kind of holding on, but having 7-8 means that Summertimer needs to have a very strong board. It looks okay, it's lacking frontline, that's for sure.
What, you don't think Cho'Gath won? Cho'Gath 2 is enough of frontline? Not really?
It's pretty beefy. It does have the Brawler online, so it might have stacked up a little bit of HP, be somewhat comfortable. Does have access to the makeshift armor too, so when units such as the Mordekaiser or the Kane go to the front line, get a little bit of extra resistances. Does feel bad that they're still 1-star, because usually the synergistic units just don't do much on the board, but if they do have something like a temporary, the makeshift armor there, then they will be doing a little bit, especially when you're lacking front line as you haven't upgraded the 2-star 4-cost yet.
I'm 100% agreeing with you, by the way. This is not enough for mine, and I feel like Summertime are definitely not slotted to go 1-2 in this matchup. You might still be able to claw a couple wins here. Nope. Summertimer actually 1 HP. Wow, there's been so many 1 HPs, but it's going to be hard for Zeta because they need a 1-2 placement, and I just have to say I don't think Summertimer has it. Doesn't really have it in the augments. Doesn't really have it in the units. He needs a Jin 2 for his next upgrade. I don't see that really appearing. And Mori's just been stuck on level 8 for too long. I feel like this has to go towards Nongxing.
Yeah, and Mori as well dropping down to 13 HP means that it is, I would say, pretty much impossible now for Zeta to pull out the 1-2, just because the 13 HP means that they're likely to verse each other at some stage. Everyone on Nongxing is going to be playing their absolute strongest boards, so there's really no breathing room. As soon as one of them falls, then we know it's going to be over. They needed to get a 1-2 in this final matchup, and we see Silek did manage to get the Zoe 3, so this board just got a lot stronger from Silek. I don't think that Summertimer has the front line to be able to contend with that. He's unfortunately still stuck on the Gallia too. Riven makes his way to the back line, but there's like 3 or 4 carries there on the back side of Silek, so Riven had absolutely no hope, and Summertimer is going to get knocked out as well. Curious to see if Mori managed to win around here, because it could be a clean sweep against Zeta Division.
Oh, it might be the domination coming out where one team sends the other to 5, 6, 7, and 8, and it does end that way.
And
full sweep.
What a clean show of dominance there. You can see the clean spread on the right side of the screen there. Zeta unfortunately knocked out, all in the bottom 4. Some of them had some nice boards and a potential to place a little bit higher, but this was just such a clean and dominant display against, unfortunately, the fallen Zeta division.
Yeah, and I have to say this strategy from Nongxing is just so brilliant. If they're playing 3 members with 1 cost reroll, now typically this isn't a very favored setup because you need the tempo to go well in stage 3. You need the rerolls to all align with themselves. But in a 4v4 scenario, when you are taking so many 1 costs out of the pool and you all have different 1 costs that you're looking for, it actually becomes this windmill effect where every 1 cost reroll becomes that much more efficient down the line. Even with Siluk, when he was contested multi-way on the Leona, still able to hit everything, do very, very well, and then hold on to 5 copies of Master E. This was really beautiful because you also get to roll on stage 4 much earlier than your opponent. You get to deny so much of their fast 8, fast 9 strategies going forward.
Yep, deny, slowing down the Zeta division, taking away some of their very crucial 4-cost units. Makes it very difficult, especially when some of these reroll lines are able to hit quite quickly. We saw that use of augments such as On a Roll, Advanced Loan, anything to get the Leona 3 online allows you to push levels. Start rolling on level 6 for Zoe if you want to try and 3-star her. Or if you just push levels in general, you can start to play a little bit of defense. When you're rolling on 6, you're not picking up that many 4-costs, but when you have a lot of money to work with, you might just get lucky and hold on to something that's just very, very crucial. And it looked like a lot of the Zeta players were kind of locked into certain lines, so that means that they told the world exactly what they were playing from as early as 2-1, and that just makes it very, very difficult when Nongxing is showing up and they know how to play defense.
Yeah, Yatsuhashi especially, I felt like we touched on that very early into the game. You know, slamming that DB, you're kind of locked into the Corki line, but then you're also getting multi-way contested. The 1-cost rerolls are taking your Ramesses out of the pool. There's also just a straight up another Corki player on the other team just also contesting you. So we've seen this in both games where Zeta unfortunately has lost, which is, you know, the enemy team with 1-cost reroll, tempo, and denial being the name of the game. Congratulations to Nomsing. Congratulations to Cassie God. What an amazing display of strategy and synergy to pull off a strong win. Congratulations. They are going to be the first seed representing APAC at EWC.
Yeah, congratulations in order. Definitely a dominant performance there. What better way to show up to EWC than first seed and coming off the back of a dominant performance, the nail in the coffin, sending the Zeta division in 5, 6, 7, 8. That's got to feel absolutely amazing to have your spirits high. You'll be going in first seed and just... you'll be feared. Everyone's going to be looking at this roster thinking, okay, maybe they weren't the Giants when we started these closed qualifiers, to think that, okay, they're the ones to look out for, they're the ones to be feared. But after seeing such a dominant performance and being able to take down the likes of Zeta, then if I was competing from one of the other regions, you'd definitely be looking at APAC and looking at this team and being scared, for sure.
They have taken so many names on their path here. I believe they were the ones that actually knocked YBY1 into the lower brackets earlier in the open qualifiers, now taking down Zeta here as well. So just an amazing job by this team. And you have to look at their players here. They don't have a single tier 1 player who's currently playing yet. Might be seeing a couple of them next set, but for now, I mean, this is just a great pickup from Nongxing as an organization. We welcome them into TFT, really able to have a great value team going forward into EWC as the first seed. So that will be the first match so far. The stakes weren't actually that high in this one. Both teams were still going to EWC regardless, but the next one is going to be super high intensity. Whoever wins goes as the third seed. Whoever loses has to go to the last chance global qualifier.
Yeah, so you can see there on the bracket, we just had a 1-2 Zeta versus Nongxing Red Force. And then next up, we will have T1 versus Flash Wolves. So we already casted 2 of T1's games yesterday, a clean 2-0 and then into a 2-1. But now they have to go up against Flash Wolves, a very dominant performing team. And so T1 will be really tested here. And although both teams, regardless of the outcome, have a chance to make it to EWC, you really, really want to be winning this one because it gives you that guaranteed direct ticket to be alongside their competitors. And so having that peace of mind, knowing, okay, now we can just prep, now we can look at other teams, take as many notes as possible, and that's how we're going to be able to relax and then really define our skills, and they're going to be feeling good about that. So all eyes are going to be on this next best of 3, but first we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see some of the best players in APAC collide.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
the matchup we've all been waiting for, T1 versus Flash Wolves. Now, this is a matchup that has had so many implications across League of Legends, across Wild Rift, across all different titles, and the story usually goes, it's actually Flash Wolves, even though they might not be the highest ranked team, somehow is that kryptonite to T1, was able to best them in the previous APAC qualifier twice in the same day to go on to be first seed. And now they're going up against each other. Oh, okay.
I think this should be the after. I think the next matchup that's shown on the screen here, GAM Esports versus Virtus Pro, that might be a little bit after, a little bit later, as we are going to be doing T1 versus Flash Wolves first. But this is still an exciting matchup to look forward to, as we saw GAM previously fallen, but they'll be able to verse VP and have another chance. Yes, let's look at the T1 roster here. So we've got Bintum, SCSC, Crazy Moving, and Sang Yop. We got to cast 2 of the T1's best of 3s previously, so we have a lot of experience there. However, Flash Wolves, we haven't been able to see on the main broadcast yet. We have Ironbog, Kababa, Terry, and AQ1H. So Ironbog is the name that stands out to me the most. I don't know if you would agree with that, but is a very dominant performing player, has won multiple inter-regional events and has made it all the way to the TAC crown. Very, very strong player, a casual streamer as well. I've seen him around there, and he's always in some of the other Twitch chats as well. So very nice to see Ironbog, and he's just an incredible player, very dominant performance, and this is going to be a clash of titans, I would say.
Absolutely. The true centerpiece of Flash Wolves is going to be Ironbog. They also did change up their roster quite a bit. We talked about T1 yesterday a lot. The same goes for Flash Wolves. They had their coach, AQ1H, now playing on the roster, and also picking up Terry, who did make a Tech Round Finals in set 15 to round out a full Cantonese roster. They used to be 2 Hong Kong players and 2 players from Taiwan, speaking a different language, slightly different language, and now they're on the same dialect. So technically speaking, in terms of like personnel, this is a step up for them as well. They did take down VP02 yesterday. But, you know, going up against T1 is still a tall ask. Even though they've been able to best T1 within APAC, T1 has always finished above them when it came to EWC. So a really tough matchup, really interesting to see the dynamic.
The language barrier is so crucial as well when you're going up against the likes of T1, who is such a cohesive unit, and you know that they're all going to be in close communication with one another, and they're going to be able to be making and stretching the most out of the smallest and slimmest margins. We saw in some of the previous best of 3s that we had players who were sacrificing as little as 18 HP, and even though they were technically on 2 lives, we were willing to go all the way down to 1, 2, I think it dropped down to 4 HP, just recognizing different unique positions, and having that communication is super crucial. If you have a little bit of a language barrier, then you'll have, sure, really nice individual players who will all play really clean TFT and have high AVPs on average. However, it's the small, tiny differences when you really need to be making the most of your HP preservation, sharing that around and communicating well and effectively. That is something that is crucial into EWC, and I love the way and the direction that EWC has moved forward, allowing these players to form those sorts of alliances this set.
Yeah, when it was purely based off of teams, you know, I did ask some of those multi-language teams. The hardest part came down to augment selections and artifacts. Like, there was no way you were actually communicating on time how you were going to pivot into your 2-1 spots, because the augments are just usually, even a lot of the TFT players can't name the augments. Like, I have a lot of trouble calling the augments correctly, imagining doing that through a language barrier. So I'm glad that, you know, they have the full Cantonese team unlocked right here. It's going to be super interesting to see how they fight against each other, because I think there's also this contrast of styles where T1 has been known to be super grindy in terms of just locking down the low role player on the other team, forcing them into an 8th place. While Flash Wolves has been traditionally known as this player, a bunch of players that don't even like to play much of the early game. They're known to be like a lot of very, very greedy, high capping players on their side.
Yeah, and that can be great if you need multiple players to be able to play for the top 2. It can be a little bit scary if one of them misses on their roll down, isn't able to convert, doesn't really have the right augment setup to be able to contest with some of these other emblems or setups such as the Expedition. That can be quite terrifying, because if you don't have that little bit of HP buffer, sure, you can have 1 or 2 people playing for that 1st or 2nd, but if you have other players who are really struggling and don't have a lifeline to be handed out, then they are usually going to be falling into the bottom 4 quite easily. So that'll definitely be interesting to see. Also, something to note is that we saw a lot of the players when they're taking these gamble lines where they know that they're going to cash out and be super strong, they kind of lock themselves into a position. So we've seen people slam, for example, Edge of Night. You're saying to the world, I'm probably going to play Master Yi. You slam some of these Corki items. You say, okay, if you guys hold onto the Rammus and the Corki for me or against me, I'm in a lot of trouble. And you're letting them know that. So it will be interesting to see Flash Wolves' approach to that. If you say that they are these more greedy players who are looking to do an all-in later and play for a high cap, because they will be vulnerable to that. And we know T1 is on top of their game when it comes to playing the denial.
Yeah, I'm really curious if they actually take a page out of Nongxing. So far, Nongxing has executed the most definitive strategy when it comes to 4v4 with the triple one-cost reroll. And if I look at these two teams, I have to suspect that T1 knows about that strategy and has practiced it to some degree. I know Dory and Cassigod are very, very close in terms of the coaching. And if I think about Flash Wolves on the other hand, I don't see them ever playing a triple reroll type of composition. None of their players are actually rerollers. They're kind of these greedy flex players that avoid it like the plague. So I want to see if T1 actually just moves into that ecological niche and punish them for it.
Yep. I guess I have to wait and see. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting any extra boost of champions at the start. Kababa's managed to pick up a Bastion frontline here, paired with the chain. And the infamous Leonas, we already see that Sungyop has managed to find himself 2 with a tier in the backline. So if we can get either a Gargoyles component there, it'd be nice to pair with it. Bintum just going for that Dark Star pickup of the Chogats here. If we can manage to get maybe a lucky Kaiser drop or something with the sword, then that makes quite a nice transition to go forward there. Just depending on what items we're able to slam. With the Dark Star line in the current patch, we see that everyone is playing around this Kaiser, as we are on the older patch of 17.2b, as opposed to in future patches, the current live one, I think people are more likely to play around the AP line.
Yeah, AP line massively buffed on the live patch, really freeing up that 4-cost reroll. Moving across most of these players, they're just trying to pick up their pairs. We also have SCSC already on the 3 timebreaker, so very strong to play a fast 8 line potentially. And for most of the players, we've seen the tier list. For basically all of them, the #1 go-to start is holding on to those Primordian units, as we see from both players here in Flash Wolves. Actually, 3 players in Flash Wolves.
Speaking of greedy, we do have aura farming already offered for the likes of a Flash Wolf player there. AQ, do they want to pick this up? A bit of a gamble. It's something that you can pick up early and then show your teammate exactly what you're going to play. Offered the self-destruct there from the Gragas. Actually, he does have access to a JG. Not too sure if they want to go with it. And yeah, it looks like they do, because they already had access to the Gragas as well, pairing there with the Cho'Gath too. Okay, so that's quite nice with the Pike as well.
Yeah, he really has the perfect setup for it. All the best items here, I believe that's the Synapse going in for the Gragas. And it's one of those uncontested lines. It's very difficult to deny. 1-cost rerolls can sometimes be denied. 3 costs can be denied. But 2 costs, it typically is kind of a free in 4v4. You know, even in set 12, where Syndra was all the rage, we had multiple players playing into these 2-cost lines. There's just too many copies to deny cleanly, unlike the 3 costs.
Yep, and that is going to be a very hard-hitting Gragas there with the JG, the extra mana gen, as you mentioned, the synthetics. So very, very powerful. And even if AQ's not able to hit on tempo, if you have the slams for a healer augment like this, and you can just save a lot of HP in the early game, all you really need to do is roll down on 3-2, guarantee that you get your 2-star, and you should be pretty stable to at least bleed slowly in the end of stage 3. It's only really in stage 4 when people start to get their full boards online. But also, if you're playing a hero augment that rolls on 3-2, you can play a little bit of defense, and then as long as you as a team are denying some of these other 4-cost players, it'll just enable you to be able to bleed slower. Because if you're going up against, for example, like a Rammus Corki board, if they haven't 2-starred anything, then the Gragas will still be able to kill quite a lot of units, and you can bleed slowly.
Yeah, it's just very powerful with these 2-cost hero augments. Also, Pike is a great secondary carry. You can do a lot of very cool things with Pike in terms of communicating the positioning. We've seen this in some scrims as well, where, you know, one team is like, okay, my Pike is going to target your top left corner. Make sure you don't have a carry standing there. And because the enemy team doesn't know about that, you can often get some cheeky kills with a 3-star pike going into it. So I'm in general, I like self-destruct quite a lot in the 4v4 space.
Yeah, definitely. Love to see it's something that's a little bit different as well, because we're not offered it every single game, especially games where we start off with a silver, so not always able to see it. So it's nice to see something that can be a meta line when you don't always get that luxury, as opposed to something like the Leonas. We've seen enough Zoe and Leona 3-stars, I would say. Gragas, on the other hand, yeah, no more. But we have some really nice items here. I like the open chain. You can go for some anti-heal if he wants to pick up something like a Sunfire. Can eventually get later items, the Pike 3 if he wants to have a secondary carry. Just a lot of flexibility, and this is a lot of gold being made from a lot of the players here. Making 20 gold here for AQ despite having a really strong board. Just such a cheap board that is still really, really powerful.
We're gonna have Bastion being chosen for Sanyap here, going into the Vigar reroll. And as we were talking about, I wonder if these two Korean teams, I assume they're quite close with each other, are going to be playing into relatively similar lines with the triple 1-cost reroll, just forcing the tempo over and over again. We're going to be taking a look at some of these other boards. SCSC is most likely the fast 8 line, while we have Sanyap undecided as of yet.
We'll see Kale offering up some extra anvils here. This could be quite beneficial if you are one of the win streak players and you don't really like your items. Just get some anvils just to guarantee that you know you can get the items that you want later. As opposed to Yasuo, we're going to be seeing a lot of these hexes again. We'll have to keep an eye on who wants to utilize those to become a little bit more static in their placements. This can be quite scary when you're going up against something like the Gragas or the Pike. You can abuse that positioning. We've also seen players such as Master Yi be able to wrap around certain configurations. So if you do have that back to front comp, can be quite scary. We get a nice look here at SCSC, who's managed to pick up a Briar 2 as well as some of the other Primordians. So that's quite nice items as well. Hasn't opted into slamming because we are on a bit of a loose streak, but I can already see a BT Titan. So got to be feeling quite comfortable about this position.
Yeah, very interesting from SCSC. He actually started with the triple time breaker and he just used it for a couple of rerolls and sold everything for interest here. So he is committing himself. This is the positioning should be relatively clear what he's trying to do here. It does look like this is going to be kind of the Nongqing strategy. We already have 2 1-cost rerolls locked in on the side of T1. Primordians plus Vigar. We are just looking for that potential perma HP stacking Leona now on one of these T1 players.
Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a mirror matchup there up against Terry with the same augments as well as the same setup looking to play around the Primordians. So could be dicey if one of them hits significantly earlier than the other. Both were looking to get a 5 loss streak, but it looks like only one of them can be victorious as SCSC unfortunately pick up a win there as well. We have Bintum, who's also holding on to Primordians, doesn't have any of those upgrades. So if I'm not mistaken, is that 3 players looking to at least consider that as an out? Maybe just using
I
it.
think so. If I had to guess, Bintum's probably going to be the one to pivot into the Master E. He has more gold earlier on and fewer copies, so that is probably his path. In the meantime, for Crazy Moving, I hate to say this, but we have to check the Arbiter. If the Arbiter is max HP stacking, this is the exact same configuration as Nongqing. The Korean players are definitely in cahoots. Oh, it's going to be attack speed, so he didn't find it.
Yeah, okay, so maybe just using it as a bit of tempo. Ironbog, the player to watch, we talked about him as being the powerhouse of the Flash World side, has opted into the Warpath. This is great, love to see it. Lots of econ options being chosen by a lot of the other players, so Ironbog very confident that he's able to find a streak. And on top of that, has some really nice items to pair with it. Has 2 Timebreaker. If he's able to get 3 online, he's going to be able to push levels, and that synergizes so well with this Warpath here. He's going to be able to get lots of kills here with the Pantheon, deal out as much damage as possible, cash out, and with the Rageblade Slam, this could be a very powerful Vex line, which we actually haven't seen had too much success. We've seen a couple of players get towards level 9, and if they have maybe like a Graves 2, a Vex 2, they can be quite powerful, but it's quite rare because there's a lot of other more structurally sound comps that don't require as much risk.
absolutely terrifying what Ironbog has already. He probably has already done 30 plus damage to opponent boards, and his teammates can effectively sack for him. We have seen this a lot of times when someone is playing with the Warpath and you want them to get that one or additional extra damage dealt to someone else, you can just put your carries in the front row and make sure they do maximum damage. We have seen that be a win-out condition, because if you get the Warpath early and you have a Graves on stage 3, that's kind of a win condition in itself. And Ironbog already has that Master Eat too, so there's just so much potential coming in from Ironbog.
Yep. He has a lot to work with, and it's going to be absolutely terrifying if he manages to continue his streak here. Really going to put T1 on the back foot. They have to start coming up with an answer, or at least a way to mitigate the damage if Ironbog is able to go all the way up to first place. We've also seen a couple of those boards utilize the Fiora. You can play Aatrox Akali on your final board, and then if you can tech in a Fiora, he's going to be able to have even more HP, and Ironbog is just going to be, I guess, like Father Christmas giving out gifts. Instead, the gifts are going to be HP to his teammates, and so T1's going to struggle with that for sure.
I think we need a checkup on Sanyap's board, because he rolled to 10 gold without hitting the Vigars. He does have the Poppy. That's quite nice for him. But I wonder if Sanyap is trying to, push AQ1H down too much. He's actually holding on to a Gragas 2 on his board right there. So, prioritizing just keeping AQ1H down before his own HP situation. He does have a lesser duplicator, so I think that should stabilize him still. But I was pretty worried for him when I saw him on 3-1, 10 gold, and still missing a lot of copies.
Yeah, still a decently nice setup here. Doesn't have the standard Nash's slam, but the double helm does mean that both the front line is going to be a little bit more tanky, and the Veigar should be casting quite consistently. Pretty nice way to slow down the Gragas. If it can deny an early Gragas 2, then that's doing something. Otherwise, it probably looks like Sungyop's just going to be willing to not play for a win out here, as I think he's just going to be playing a little bit of damage control. Gragas 3, if that comes online, is going to be quite terrifying, so Sungyop looking to maybe just be a middle of the pack player here, but doing a lot of work. It's why we see a lot of the players favor Econ a little bit more in 4v4, just so that they have the ability to do this, so we might have to see if that's going to be the case, as we do look around and see some of the other boards. It's going to be hard to slow him down entirely. The Gragas 2 online already means that it's going to be quite strong, and a 3-star online as already is the Briar. 37 gold for SCSC and has Briar 3 already.
That's kind of crazy, there's 2 players going directly into this Primordial line. I do have to give SCSC this small advantage with that Kai'Sa 2, though. Oh.
Yeah, and Terry hit as well, so there's multiple of the Briars online already. Both these players making use of that extra econ boost. I do believe SCSC is in a nicer spot with the Kai'Sa 2, as you mentioned, but also the fact that they have so much extra econ. He didn't have to roll down to less than 10 gold, so we'll be able to push levels, and making use of the cybernetics means that the rest of the team will be quite strong, as it's a predominantly AD line as well.
Huge win coming out for SCSC there. You're absolutely right. He has, 30 plus gold here, and I do have to wonder if this contest from Terry is just going to be a straight 8th here. Rolled to 5 gold, still very far away from the Bel'Veth, and he's already sacking himself quite heavily, just holding on to Vigars as well. So, this is the kind of thing we see in 4v4. Sometimes when there's a head-on collision, people will roll super early and try to gamble, but if you lose, you kind of take yourself out of contention the entire way.
Yeah, and we've seen contests happen just to try and play a little bit of damage control, slow down the power of your opposition, but if you're the one that misses and you go so far down, then it doesn't really do anything, because once the Briar 3 has been hit from both parties, it's really just left standing to who's going to be able to survive longer. And Terry, sitting at quite low HP, does get the benefit of better loot there from the Pengu, but it doesn't really do much when you're playing in this reroll line. I do like the items, has the ability to slam the Sunfire, might be holding out just a little bit longer because you want to try and get that Sterix online towards the Briar. Can make use of Chain as well, but it's really hard to go anywhere strong from here when you know that you're already contested. You can just try and save as much HP as possible, but that's going to be quite difficult when you can't push levels. Do like the Sunfire Slime here. This is going to be getting a few extra kills because Terry's not really looking to be playing out as the win-out player. We just want to kill as many units as possible.
sees that he's going into his teammate in AQ1H, figures that he will probably lose the matchup, but oh, actually, I feel like he might have unintentionally won that one against the self-destruct team here. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Does pick up a nice 3 streak though, so maybe
no,
not what he was
you're right,
planning
you're
to do, but yeah, not horrible. Is able to generate a little bit of money. Could also be considering the fact that he needed the money a little bit more just because of that. Crazy moving, I think, was this the player that we scouted who missed potentially on, might have missed out on having a nice Arbiter line. Doesn't even have the Leona 2 anyway, so instead it's just going to be pushing levels. Still a really nice setup though, playing around that, the Gargoyles, the front line here. Not sure if we're going to have enough damage to deal with the Poppy, but there are going to be a lot of units attacking it. We've seen Morello Zoe on pretty much every single Zoe that we've seen so far. Does opt into slamming the Rabadon's Death Cap there as well, so just a little bit more damage. The Poppy only has 1 item to work with, so maybe we can slowly start to take it down, and we're only dealing with the barrage of the evil Miniman on the side there as a 2-star Veigar, so just not enough damage to deal with the Mordekaiser here.
Yeah, and we have seen the denial being executed by Flashwolf so harshly that at this point, Psyop's not even going for the straight roll down onto Veigar. He can still get the Veigar through printing, but he has leveled to 6 right now, so kind of skipping that path. In the meantime, Bintum has to go for the full loss streak into the Corki line. We have seen this being executed by T1 in the previous games as well. Just taking every single cash out from Anima. This is the way that they prefer to play this line too. Not trying to go for big cash outs here, not trying to play extra greedy, but just going for the 10 loss streak in terms of econ.
Yep, and did manage to pick up some frontline items there as well. We do get nice look at his Corki items with the Corki pair as well. Quite difficult there for Bintum just because he has to hold on to those extra copies of Gragas. The early Corki 2 there is quite nice. He's going to be skipping some of these Vanguard upgrades just because he has so much money to work with. So I think he can... Oh wow, those are some huge hits coming out of Bintum there. We've seen a lot of players struggle with this line if they're not able to find the Rammus 2 online. Hell, we even saw that certain players couldn't get the Rammus 2 by the end of the game. I think that was Tidal was stuck on maybe the Rammus 1 or it was someone else. But... That's everything that you want to hit. We do sell the Gragas in the end. Okay, so split second decision. This is gonna give a lifeline there towards the self-destruct, but that's everything. That's all the items you want. That's all the upgrades you'll ever really need. Now we can start to relax a little bit.
Yeah, the reason why this 10 loss streak is so common in 4v4 is because it's really the best way to stabilize with any composition. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with the Master E lines. There's the AP lines on this patch just aren't that strong. So when you find yourself in 10 loss streak, this is the typical way to go there. And I think Bintum is going to stabilize for a very, very long time. It's just about how the other boards are going to fare. We're going to be taking a look here at Terry's board. Even though he rolled down to 5 gold on stage 3, he has now stabilized and actually entered a full win streak.
Yeah, so definitely going to be feeling good about that. It's just choosing what type of combat power he wants to support the rest of his board. Exiles definitely can work with this board. You're already exiling with your specific position here with the Rogue, just to make sure that you have your Briar proccing Rogue quite early. We do see some multiple duplicators being picked up here just to guarantee that Veigar 3, so it's going to guarantee that Sungyop has a little bit more power to work with here. Is able to push levels soon, and we'll be able to get to level 8. Might be waiting until 4-5, just given the lack of resources, but Sungyop here holding on to 4 copies of Gragas as well, so T1 doing their best to try and deny.
Yeah, I wonder how AQ1H is going to play this one out. He still has a decent HP advantage, but at this point, re-rolling on 6, it could be quite dangerous. There's just so many copies out of the pool. You really need to wait until these players feel threatened in their own HP bars before they start moving off this, and that's just not going to happen. You know, Psyop is relatively stable. Bintum did sell his 2 copies. As I say that, wow, I'm surprised he actually lost that one.
the little Primordians just dealing a little bit of tick damage before the final cast coming out of the Veigar. A little bit slower on that final one. AQ on, yeah, at this point, just pushing levels, realizing that staying on level 6 to roll for the Gragas 3 is just not possible. But as I mentioned at the start of the game, if you have a relatively early Gragas 2, with the right items, you'll just have so much tempo here. Can push to maybe try and get Force Psionic. Not too sure if we're going to be able to get that on level 8. Most likely can if we roll a little bit deeper soon. Might opt in towards playing towards a more brawler line. We are going to be sacrificing some of our items here, as we might just be going up against one of our own teammates. Looks like it's going to be a CSC, so definitely going to be slamming all those items back on towards the Gragas. But yeah, just having to push levels and stick to Gragas 2. Who knows, maybe this is a good enough strategy, because we were never really going to hit Gragas 3 anyway.
I wonder if he was removing items because he had Iron Bog in his pool. That kind of makes me think that the Warpath cash out has not happened just yet. Needs to deal 80 damage to enemies in order to get that cash out. And Ironbog, he's now sitting on 69 HP, so he must have lost at least 3 rounds of combat at this point.
Yep, and maybe he will require a few extra components to be able to get his final cash out. Or, who knows, maybe Yasuo with the Cryogenic Hex will be just enough to provide a little bit more utility at the front line here for Ironborg. I do believe that he hit a relatively early Master Yi. I think we saw that for a flash of a second. But yeah, we'll have to have a look at Ironborg soon to be able to see whether or not he has hit his cash out or if he's able to do so. As we do get one final look of the level 8 roll down. This is quite crucial here for AQ as well. And there you go. He was playing around the Master Yi, has managed to hit the Kindred 2 at the backline here, has access to, oh wow, those are some very juicy augments there for the Master Yi line. He just needs to hit a few more upgrades.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Your Kahuna Huna best combat augment in store ready for him. It doesn't look like he actually found the cash out. Usually you'd see a little bit more 5 costs onto the board here. But there's a very strong possibility he might be able to get it this turn if he can slam his items quickly enough. Still going to be missing onto that Giant Slayer that he's potentially looking for. Doesn't get it. Just going to slam another tank item.
Yeah, just leaving that open bow there for the Kindred can maybe pick up the Kraken Slayer. 2-star Kindred, definitely a strong unit in this lineup. Goes up against Sungyop and deals a lot of damage. That's definitely going to feel good for the Flash Wolf side of things, putting a bit more pressure on towards the sides of T1. If Sungyop's not able to bounce back, they might have to just let him go, as Bintum doesn't really have a lot of HP to give either. Sungyop, unfortunately, with these augments having to take extra champion duplicators, he's playing a little bit of defense, holding on towards that final copy of Master Yi. But just with these items in this setup, doesn't look like he's going to be able to do so. Looks like we are going to be going into a bit of a pause. Haven't received confirmation yet, but potentially something wrong with one of the sides of one of the players at the moment.
Yep, we will be playing on the Hong Kong server for the qualifiers here, so slightly ping disadvantages for other regions connecting in. Sometimes they need to reset their servers and whatnot, so we'll wait a while. Thank you for your patience here. Take a look at Sign-Up spot. I feel like this was kind of expected after the 3-1 roll down, where he rolled down to 20 gold, wasn't able to maintain the win streak, and this comp going into stage 4 and stage 5 realistically does fall down quite a bit in terms of the Bastion count here. He does have the 4 Bastion in, but critically he's being double contested on the Rammus, so couldn't find really that one either. And in general, I just feel like this composition isn't as powerful unless you have some of those great Varus spots, unless you have Lissandra 3 online with you. Looking forward to printing Meeple units is not terribly feasible on this line, and I think unfortunately that low roll is just the result of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, especially feels bad when you have to pick up something like the double duplicator later into the game. You've already kind of committed yourself to this line, but you'd hope that you would have had the board entirely online by the time you get to 4-2. You can start to bounce back in stage 4. Really doesn't seem to be the case. It's able to use that little bit of extra econ to play a little bit of defense, a little bit of damage control there, holding on to multiple copies of Yi. But to be honest, in this setup, if you're holding on to the extra copies of Yi and you're on your last lives, it doesn't really matter because we know that Ironbog is in a very comfortable position, has already hit the Kindred 2, can just kind of wait until Sangyop is taken out for good, doesn't really need to roll all of his gold, and as you see there, Ironbog sitting on 18 gold quite comfortably, doesn't really need to panic, has a very strong board here, and can just wait to see if Sangyop is going to be taken out. To do so, do see he's going up against the Briar 3, so all of his damage will be onto that. Did hit a Karma too, so multiple JGs here. Unfortunately, the Rogue does drop aggro there, so the Briar is still quite healthy there on towards the side. Runs back to the side, but no, Veigar does drop the nuke and should be able to clean up this fight. We do have multiple backliners, but it's a little bit too much HP to deal with, and it looks like the Kai'Sa is actually going to take it out. It's all up to Karma. 12 HP here, and doesn't get that final kill. It looks like it's just enough, but only for a little bit longer.
Wow, that cryogenic hack's really working out for the I can't remember what that unit is. The Rek'Sai, sorry. Just blanked for a second right there. You know, the targeting switched. They weren't able to finish that unit off. I felt like Simon had a very good chance to take that fight, but now he's down to 2 HP here. I still think there's a very reasonable chance for T1 to take multiple Flash Wolf members down. I don't think K-Bal's board is that strong. We haven't seen his board in a while. Terry's also lost like 20 HP in stage 4 going on the Primordian line. So T1 still have a very decent chance in my opinion. They just don't have a very clear win-out player yet.
Yeah, and it's just going to be whether or not Sangyop can get taken out relatively early, so Ironbog can roll down the remainder of his gold. Sangyop rolled quite a bit to try and get his final treasury here to match it. So yeah, he can hold on to this extra Master Yi. I personally don't think it's going to be for very long, so maybe he's just going to kind of sit on this. Wait until the very last second. Does he want to sell some things, roll, just so he can guarantee trying to win one more fight? We do get one final upgrade there, but is kind of lacking frontline upgrades here. Did decide to go for the double helm, so not bad. The Poppy will be casting a little bit more frequently here. Does have those nice mana gen items there on towards the Veigar. Is going to be going up against a very strong Master Yi board as well. Looks like it's going to be taken out by the Gragas though, and Gragas has made his way towards the backline. The melee AP carry is going to be able to take out the ranged, and it looks like AQ, despite only having a Gragas 2, is able to take out Sangyop and free up some Master Yis for his buddy.
Wow, huge win coming in from both Flash Wolves members, actually. That's the thing about those Bastion front lines, is going up against self-destruct. If you don't have a good spread like Bintum has here, even the 2-star Gragas can do so much damage to your front line. That was a full bunch up. Sangyop's front line collapses. He gets taken out. And Bintum, I'm very surprised. Bintum actually, with such good rolls, lost to the mirror matchup in K-Balbao. 35 HP, no anima. And, you know, Bintum's board is fairly juiced. He has multiple combat augments, an additional injection of items. This could be his last lifeline, now going up against Terry here. Not Terry, one of his teammates.
Yeah, very strong Kai'Sa board there. We did think that Bintum hit quite hard, quite early. Has really nice items to pair with the rest of his team. Does have access to the double gargoyles there on towards the Rammers. It's going to be quite a clean victory here, and is going to be going up against SCSC. Wow, perfectly played there from Bintum and SCSC, knocking him down to just 1 HP. These T1 guys, they know exactly what they're doing with their margins.
Oh, still something that they prefer not to see, I would have to imagine. Now Bintum has finally hit level 9, has one final slot to put a carry onto the board here. Typically looking for the Bard and Shen to swap out the units here. Is going to sell both of the Corkies. Not going to find any of those big units. I think the Shen is the one that really buffs your board the most, but unable to hit there. Now SCSC on 1 HP. This is not looking so good. He's been contested heavily throughout this entire game. No Kindred and no Belveth carries. Just relying on the Kai'Sa 3.
Yep, double econ as well, so that's usually quite poor because he's only really got technically one combat augmenter one combat to support him there. Did make use of the extra hexes, so has the Yasuo boon, so technically combat in that regard. And if you're able to wrap your opponent like that with the Briar, then no worries at all. Is going up against Crazy Moving. It's nice flex board, I would say. Just playing around some of those AP backline attack speed
1v5?
flex units. No, the Ribbon, can it heal? No. Bintum. It's going to get taken down, and so had to sacrifice, or not sacrifice, but had to be given a lifeline there from SCSC, but unfortunately didn't really make a difference, and so now SCSC is on 1 HP, and it seems like it was almost all for nothing.
Yeah, there's very little chances for SCSC to actually survive with his current board. We know that this board falls off very hard, and they need a 1-2. So even if Crazy Moving can secure first place, it looks out of reach for T1 at this point. Flash Wolves do hang on just with better tempo, and I think a lot of it does come down to this AQ1H pivot. You know, he was heavily contested on the Gragas, but he didn't roll for it. He was like, okay, you guys want to waste your interest holding the Gragas? Fine, I'll just go to level 8 and play a 4 Psionic board. So that pulling the chair move from AQ1H, I think, is really what kind of doomed the T1.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's absolutely terrifying, because looking back in hindsight, you're like, okay, well, we're doomed if we do, doomed if we don't. What if we had let him just get Gragas 3 for free? Well, I don't know, that might have been horrible, but the fact that he was able to do this whilst hurting everyone, that's not ideal either, and it looks like this is going to be an absolute clean sweep here. Flash Wolves showing up, and so they do lose one member into the bottom 4, but 3 members of T1 in 6, 7, 8 are going to be out, and that is going to be Flash Wolves claiming a victory in this first game of the best of 3 series. So very nice boards all across the Flash Wolves sides, and we saw Ironbog was usually looking to be the win-out player from the beginning, but we have so many other setups that also look quite nice as well. This is a really nice positioning here from Ironbog, and he hasn't even made it to level 9, but is still very, very dominant. Love the setup here from Crazy Moving, despite the fact that the rest of his team weren't able to keep up with his tempo. Crazy Moving has made a very nice use of the Arbiter line. Talked about how he didn't manage to get the max HP for Leona, so instead utilized the attack speed to just push levels and play around LeBlanc, which isn't as common, I would say.
Yeah, it's a really nice tempo line in 4v4, but it's just one of those lines where you cannot be expected to go first or second, right? This is kind of like a top forward scrapper type of line. So unfortunately T1 were really looking for their wins in the other players, and I have to say this has been one of those things with T1's strategy that sometimes can backfire. If we think about the first EWC where they were going up against Wolves, and I remember this because I was casting it, they held 9 copies of Kassadin away from Lee Sao. And everyone was thinking, okay, this is over. You know, T1 has this on lockdown. But Lee Sao somehow pulls out a miracle and hits Kassadin 3 in just 6 rolls anyway. So the strategy then kind of falls apart if you sink too much interest into denial and it doesn't really work out. So yeah, it's just one of those cool things about 4v4 is sometimes you can actually over-index and over-invest in a certain strategy.
Yeah, and it's not like they just played standard lines and then got outclassed. They definitely had some clear ideas and strategies to counteract the Flash Wolves lineup here, and they just didn't really work. So they do have a short break after this to kind of bounce back and talk about what went wrong. You know, they tried to match the Briar reroll, they tried to deny a Hero Augment Gragas, and they had a really nice successful Crazy Moving just playing a pretty standard generic flex. So maybe some of the bottom tier players might reassess their game plan and go, okay, maybe instead of worrying too much about my opposition, I need to start thinking about myself first, put myself into a comfortable position and then see what I can do with my resources. And then from there, maybe they can have a better chance at that. But at the same time, they are T1. They've shown resilience. They've shown that they can drop games and still bounce back. So I don't expect this to be a clean 2-0 sweep in the same fashion. I think that T1's definitely going to come back and hit harder in the next game of this series, as we know that they can definitely come together as a unit and make use of good margins.
These guys are the grandfather of 4v4. They basically wrote the guide on how to play this format, and I just want to stress, this team has never finished below 4th place at EWC, the main event. So I absolutely agree with you. Like T1, they're very, very formidable opponents here. I am thinking about like what happened this game, and if we look at the setups, you know, we were talking about Crazy Moving, Primordians, Vigar. None of these comps can really be expected to go first place, so they were heavily relying on Bintum, the one that was on the 10-loss streak and playing the Corki to carry them to the promised land. And I think once Bintum kind of fell off and was taken out of the game, that was pretty much it. You can't really expect either of these boards to go up in power. And I do wonder if the Nongxing strategy actually only works on Silver Augments. It looks a lot stronger on Silver Augments, where the fast 8 compositions aren't getting that much econ from their 2-1s, aren't getting that much combat power that fits them. So maybe the triple 1-cost reroll is specifically only for a Silver start.
Especially when players are given options to take the warpath. As soon as we saw Ironbog pick that up, it was quite scary, because everyone who doesn't have a strong opener is just going to be playing very weak units. They're going to be playing 1-stars. They're going to be just trying to kill a unit or two, and so they're just going to make it econ. And so that's going to be very problematic, because Ironbog was super able to just take out everyone in all of stage 2, won most of his fights in stage 3, and then by the time you get to stage 4 and these players who are playing open fort stage 2 are trying to bounce back, it's really difficult to bounce back against someone who has additional items, additional resources, rolls down all of his gold on 4-2, cashes out, hits everything. It's just not a great strategy. So maybe if we do see another warpath picked up by one of the players, the opposition team might have to rethink their strategy, because you can't have multiple players open forting and just giving him a free green light.
True. I definitely agree with that. You need more oomph in the early game to kind of slow that down, make sure the cash out hopefully never happens, but if it does, happens on the stage 5 instead of in the middle of stage 4. Now, Ironbog is going up against Crazy Moving. The 1v1 board did lose the previous fight here, so very interesting to see Crazy Moving's board actually being that powerful here. This is not typically thought of as a win-out board, but he's still making it work here. Oh, I love the pull-in on the Blitzcrank. This is something that's very unique about the Blitzcrank, is when you pull units in, the traits are not supposed to work, but the unique trait for Blitzcrank actually still does work. So you still get the revive, you still get him going into overdrive when you do put him in with the Thresh Land.
I think that's a pretty common trait. We've seen a few different units, for example, like Syndra, who can kind of mimic this Ornn item in previous sets, where they bring in something from the bench. And most of the time when players are doing that and utilizing that mechanic, you just want something that's guaranteed to have power. Sometimes it can be a unit that has a vow on them if they bring in items as well. Just anything to say, okay, well, I'm going to bring on this unit. It's not going to be super powerful, but as long as it can just do something, and in this case, the Blitzcrank is just provide a little bit of extra frontline, then you're going to have the Rage Blade stacking up at the backline. We do have access to the Bard 2 now. This definitely makes a lot of sense, as the additional attack speed there from the 3 Arbiter is nowhere near as crucial as having a triple item Bard. We'll see if Ironbog can switch up his positioning here. Does have to make use of the Hex, so that's a little bit difficult. Only really has a Bramble, and I think the Fiora actually rolled really nice items before. It was a Deathblade red buff or something, so now he has his worst Fiora items, and he has to deal with a 2-star Nunu right in the front of his entire team. The Titans hasn't even fully procced yet, so the Nunu cast is still going to be quite detrimental. Does take it down before it gets a second cast now, and the Master Yi is standing very closely there to the Even Shroud, and is going to be able to get on towards the backline. The lack of a second cast there from the Nunu means that Ironbog should be able to close this out, and it looks like he's going to be able to take out Crazy Moving. So despite the fact that it was able to have a nice fight, didn't really matter too much there, because the T1 side unfortunately was just not able to keep up with Flash Wolves this game.
Yeah, really fun game to watch here. We saw almost a repeat of the Nongxing strategy coming out early from T1, but as we mentioned, a couple of big things that happened right there was just low rolls across the board and still trying to hold onto those Gragas's, which HQ1H completely circumvented. That was a huge move from the coach of Flash Wolves, and now a player on the board. Another thing I also wanted to mention is I was just so surprised. I felt like K-Bubble got super lucky in this game. He still managed to hit all of his units, despite Bintum hitting everything on 4-1. So a bit unlucky there for T1. We hope they can bounce back and take this series to 3 games. We're going to find out right after this break.
キドキしようよ
Welcome back to Road to EWC. We are going into the second best of 3 of the day, where T1 now have their backs against the wall. The winner will go directly to the EWC main event in, well, we're not really sure where yet, but they will be going as the 3rd seed here, and the loser still has a chance in the last chance qualifier, but obviously if you can take the detour, you will try to save some time.
Yep, you definitely want to be saving time here. T1 will be giving it their all to bounce back after a very dominant display from the sides of Flash Wolf, led predominantly by Ironbog at the front, who was very, very powerful there with the warpath that made it so that as soon as he cashed out, it was very, very difficult to deal with him. The likes of T1 did their best to try and slow him down. They was holding on to multiple copies of Master Yi. They were trying to deny Gragas. Just all these different efforts in order to slow down Flash Wars seemed to be inevitable. So it's really going to be a question of whether or not Flash Wolves plays the exact same game and T1 try and switch it up, or if T1 try and take some big risks and be the ones that need to be denied, they start picking up some of those high tempo augments, or who knows, maybe we're going to get another silver opener game and we're going to see some more expeditions, as we know that both of these teams definitely would like to that if they could play around it.
And I really want to see T1 go back to what made them successful earlier in this lower bracket that we casted, which was just overloading the board with win conditions. You know, we saw them play like 3 players where 2 of them were Expedition, 1 of them was on Anima, just going absolutely crazy. And I think against a team specifically like Flash Wolves, who are kind of set in their ways, these players, you kind of know them as the greediest bunch of players in APAC. You might have to fight fire with fire in this sense and not try to suppress them. You're just battling with a Hydra at that point. It's so difficult to keep all of those different avenues completely shut out. So I want to see a game where it's about highest cap versus highest cap. That's an exciting way to play.
Yeah, exactly. A highest cap versus highest cap, when some of these players are able to get to level 9 and they get those final upgrades on board. And that's an exciting TFT. That being said though, we did see some pretty nice strategies where you couldn't get to your highest cap, so playing around, for example, with the Gragas, just a 2-star Gragas pushing to level 8, then having some supporting units. There we got the Master Yi in the backline. Making use of multiple of the psionic items is something that you don't get to see that often, only really when you get the Gragas you can really justify it. Otherwise, Master Yi usually just playing 2, you're taking that in with the Brawlers, the Marauders is pretty stock standard. We've seen a lot of these players try and do a bit of an open fort strategy and then all in when they get to level 8, play around the Corki, and that line usually gets stuck on level 8. But I think we're still waiting to see some 3-star forecasts, usually quite difficult. We talked about it, that it definitely can appear, but yeah, it's that's another way to get your win out even if you don't get to level 9.
My man, that's what I want to see. And, you know, we have been talking about it. This has been a mainline strategy from teams like RRQ and GAM Esports, where they actually just do a blitz roll down on the start of stage 4 and just say, hey, everyone else, hold forecast I don't want. And then I'm just going to go for a 3-star forecast before anyone even realizes what is going to hit them. We haven't seen it so far in this series. It has been rather stock standard, but I love the fact that you're pointing it out. That would be a highlight moment of my day.
I mean, that's 3-star 4 costs. Who knows? Because I feel like we're seeing 3-star 5 costs as well. It's a crazy things that have happened in solo queue, but just maybe not possible in 4v4 because I think people have less resources. They're playing a bit more defense. You can't play super selfishly. Maybe off the back of like a birthday present or something like that could be possible, but at the moment seems relatively unlikely. But yeah, for now, be content with the 3-star 4 costs at least once on one of the broadcast games.
Please, please, please make it happen. Going over like the strategy from Flash Wolves last game as well, I felt like they had a very clear picture of what they were doing. It was, you know, Ironbog's clearly going to be our win-out player, and then we're just going to match the players on team T1. This is a strategy we see a lot in 4v4 as well, where if you know someone in your team is just going to win, then the rest of the game is just about dragging the opponent down. So they matched K-Baba with Bintum on the Quirky Riven line. They were able to match, I believe it was Sanyap with Terry on the Primordian line, and just made sure they couldn't play a full tempo game, and that kind of was it, cruising to the victory. So I think a lot is going to ride on these 2-1 augments. If you get a greedy team like Flash Wolves, where they have a bunch of win-out augments on 2-1, then your job is just exponentially harder.
Yeah, and especially if it's those greedy or win-out augments come in the form of something like the gold options. If you're not playing around the expeditions, but instead you're playing towards the warpath, then it's greedy, it's high cap, but at the same time, you're actually going to be quite healthy. So you can ask some of your players to sacrifice for yourselves if you need to cash out in maybe late stage 3, early stage 4. But then once you do cash out, you don't necessarily need to be winning every single round. What we see in traditional solo queue players play around like Anima, they have to open fort, there'll be 1 or 2 lives at most. They can't really be the guy to give up HP. But if you're playing around something like Warpath, then you might still have 60, maybe 70 HP when you do finally cash out. You can be super strong taking out the rest of the opponents, but still have access to a little bit of HP to share with you as well. And well, Warpath giving you the 2-star 2 cost. Speaking of the 2 cost, we do start off this game with them, so there's going to be a few different options available a little bit earlier. Not as drastic as the 3 cost opener. That being said, some players are going to be dropped one.
I was just thinking to myself, the best 2 costs, if I had a choice, it would be Belveth, and Terry's already hit that one. Opens up your Primordian super early for gold generation. Also just checks you into that line with the Primordian reroll that we have seen in every single game broadcasted today. So yeah, if I see Belveth, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, Lulu picked up from Ironbog here. He's actually willing to play it as well. So even if they get a lot of econ here, not really trying to play 2-1 costs, trying to sell that Lulu, kind of locked in a way. Hopefully for Ironbog, they can pick up and then maybe like a Nash's component JG, so a tier could be nice. There's half of the JG, if they want to go for the JG Nash's route. It just generates a lot of tempo here. It's a little bit tricky to ask for it, but usually you'd want to pair it with something like a Jax. So you'd be looking for a couple of the 2 cost drops until we get the front line online. I don't think the Lulu's going to be too powerful, but it does give you a lot of direction. If you want to play around the Lulu, then kind of letting everyone else know. Might be a little bit more conditional based on a certain Ornn artifacts or something that you get at your 2-1 ultimate.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he's actually fielding the Lulu. Typically with a 3 cost that isn't played that much, you don't see someone field it directly on the board. You try to keep it for a potential sell. So I'm thinking it has to be something like Mountain, Medallion, or Serpent. It has to be one of those Stargazer maps where the Lulu reroll would actually make sense. Not a common find at all. And now we're going to have a hit from Terry. It's actually a pretty decent Master E line right there, Psionic, with the Nova being given to him.
Yep, so definitely feels good. Can play around that. We do have options of a Portable Forge. That's going to be skipped just because the opener is not super strong. We talked about this, definitely can be quite powerful in the early game, just taking in that 2 Nova. Already has access to 2 Nova, so I guess we can get rid of the Aatrox for the time being if we want to, but might want to keep that around a little bit later. Who knows, maybe we might see an unconventional 5 Nova tempo in the mid game. That's entirely possible, but not super common on the final boards. And there you go, there is Ironbog, who has committed himself to the reroll.
Yeah, judging by the hexes here, I think it's either Serpent or Medallion. We'll have a confirmation later on as we see them level up and the Stargazers be unlocked a little bit more. If we're looking at the treasure hunt, it typically is more of a 1-cost reroll angle for the players here in 4v4 especially. So I think we might have a Fate Weaver coming online. In the meantime, Bintum is going to find a second Bastion emblem. It seems like they're kind of locked into this Bastion emblem whenever they take this augment specifically. Last time it was, I believe, Sanyap going for the Vigar reroll, and this time it will be Bintum.
Yeah, and really just can't escape it. But definitely something that's pretty generic and relatively easy to play around. Doesn't really want to slam anything. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense given the current lineup. We do see some arbiter choices coming through with Ironbog. If they want to play around these extra rerolls, definitely can utilize that to try and find more copies of the Leona. So spending mana and getting even more free rerolls. Can be nice synergy with the nice synergy if you want to be playing around the rerolls, but not necessarily want it more free. And no tiers, so a little bit harder to get more mana spending immediately, but not entirely sure where Ironbog's going with this.
Yeah, definitely feels like he's trying to keep himself open to both the Fate Weaver line and also just checking out what he can find on the Arbiter. He will have to make a decision shortly, and we'll see as the rounds continue. He does have to drop some of these lines in order to get interest here. So this might be a defining round as he decides which way he wants to go. Teemo reroll?
It's possible. We've seen it not necessarily isolated. I think we've definitely seen a random Teemo 3 kind of put together on the Arbiter board. So main focus, of course, is the Leona 3. Doesn't have the nicest setup for it. Could maybe get it to come online with the treasure hunt giving extra resources, but not necessarily the strongest thing. I think with the open rod here, he has decided to kind of get rid of that Primordial reroll. Looks like he will just be making 20 gold here. Has kind of locked himself into the idea that, okay, these rod items are going to have to be backline AP, and then I can go for something like a Gargoyles. If you do opt into playing towards the Primordial reroll here, it feels a little bit awkward that you don't have any swords. You do have to eventually burn the rod, and then the glove is, it's okay as a supporting item, but definitely not necessary on towards your Briar. So definitely a nice play here by Ironbog. Just doesn't feel like the nut setup.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, treasure hunt, you do get an artifact on stage 5, so maybe that will be something he's looking for on the Teemo reroll. It's quite powerful in that sense. Teemo can use a lot of these different ones, like the flickering blade, like just the shred item that you can get. Most players angling directly for the Kale augment here just want to get some extra components. And we're taking a look at currently the lowest HP in the lobby in Terry. I feel like he's been forced off of the Primordial line because Sanyap is heavily indexed in that way. So it looks like he's just trying to go full loss streak into most likely the Master E.
Yeah, does have access to 2 Reforgers if he wanted to take a gamble and switch anything up, but the fact that he's already slammed the Even Shroud definitely tells me that he's committed to playing AD. Terry is only playing 2 units, and I do believe that's because Crazy Moving actually had the anima with the patient study, so Crazy Moving could have a potential to have a really nice cash out here if he gets a really nice lose streak going on. That kind of forces the Flash Wolf players to send one of their soldiers into the unknown, into the risk of selling multiple units, forfeiting having a stage 2 and potentially weakening their stage 3 just to try and slow down that cash out.
I want to see if AQ1H is actually going to hold on to all of these poppies right here. Oh, he is. Okay. So just making sure he plays the denial game to the full extent, as Bintum is opening with the frontline foundation and most likely playing along those lines as well. So he's going to try to deny the poppy even though he's not running it. AQ1H with a monster start. He just got extremely lucky with the time breaker. He started stage 1 with a 2-star Milio right off the bat and already has a 3 time breaker in hand. So we are seeing some very clear front runners, I would say, in this lobby. The Anima player and AQ1H both.
Yep, and CSC has managed to pick up at least 6 copies there of the Veigar. So if they're able to find the Veigar 3 online relatively early, then maybe they could just push levels, utilize something like the Ramos as the front line instead of the Poppy. If people want to play defense against that Poppy, then that's definitely a possibility. Still managing to make 20 gold, and I don't think that too many players have been denying these extra copies. We've seen varying levels of success with the Veigar, so hopefully SCSC has taken notes on what's worked and what hasn't, because I think most recently it didn't look too strong.
That's actually crazy. They picked up 3 frontline foundations on the side of T1, and all 3 of them were Bastion. So a lot of synergy going on there. Bintum actually being able to find a very early very early LeBlanc. We'll see if that actually changes his ideas of how he wants to build out this composition. He definitely could just reforge that into something better. And for K-Balbal, I believe this is a worth the wait for Lissandra. Currently already sitting on 8 copies, so it must be the Lissandra.
Yep, some really nice items there as well. Can go for something like the JG Nashes, has access to a tier. Broken Rod is quite good. You want a little bit of extra mana gem. Get the Lissandra casting multiple times as well, especially with that replicator. It's going to be dishing out a lot of damage. Can just kind of play her into a standard Darkstar line. We've seen the Darkstar with the Pantheon to get the replicator plus Brawler online. It's quite synergistic in that sense. She is also a Shepherd, so pairing there with the Allow, you can play around the Vanguards. Just so much flexibility with this unit because of the 3 trait web. And Kababa is going to be in a very comfortable position and does go for the triple item there. Now all Kababa needs is just a bit of frontline, which he kind of already has, just needs items.
Yeah, it was an incredibly strong start for 2 Flash Wolves members here. I'm surprised he was even able to get just the Alawi 2 online as well. Now the other player that we have to check in on is Crazy Moving. I don't think he actually got the full loss streak. I'm not 100% sure here. He did start off 2-1 with 3 anima, so we'll try. Yeah, he did have his loss streak actually snapped by Terry. I was thinking there's probably no way he would be on 81 HP if he was able to full loss.
Yeah, so it definitely feels kind of bad, but as we do head into stage 3, it makes a little bit less sense for the players on the side of Flash Wolf to entirely sack their board, especially if they've already been doing it earlier. We do have an opportunity to gamble even more. That's 3 Reforges on the side here. So if Crazy Moving wants to take this gamble here on the spreading roots, definitely could be quite flexible here. That's going to be 4 total Reforges to choose exactly what you want. Okay, has access to the anima, already playing that, so who knows, maybe you can utilize that to try and generate a few extra kills and then reforge it later.
Yeah, the lines that use Reforger the most will definitely be like the Corky Riven line that uses Voyager, that uses Rogue really well, or something along the lines of the Master E that we, Tamura, you talked about, where it's like Challenger, Marauder, everything can kind of be put to use. So I suspect that he will slowly reforge into those 2 potential outcomes, but he will be rather low HP, and I don't think he can rely on the 400 cash out being stopped once here. So it will be a fairly minor cash out, and the win out potential will have to come from the synergies in the emblems itself.
Yeah, so Sangya playing around the buried treasures definitely can generate some more items and resources later, although you gotta feel a little bit bad for him, as the best items he could make there was Hodge and Vow with the components he was left over. Don't hate the Even Shroud, that's definitely a perfectly fine slam, but to get this far into the game with those many components and not have one true Biss item for the Briar definitely feels quite bad. Hopefully later can get something that will synergize with it a little bit better. Bintum ripping Portable Forge here at 3-2, so stage 3 still has the ability to generate a little bit more econ and has picked up the Gambler's Blade. Looks like a pretty nice addition there towards the Belveth. This item in previous sets has been a little bit more AP orientated, just given the raw stats, but now quite clearly works well on these AD lines. The extra economy here of stage 3, not having to sack and go all the way down to 20, 10 gold, something like that. So you get the full benefit of the maximum attack speed in stage 3.
Yeah, a lot of potential damage coming out from Bintum's board. He did take a loss earlier on. He was the 6th win streaker, the sole one in the lobby a round ago. And now we're going to be taking a look at Ironbog's board. We were trying to figure out which AP line, reroll line he was actually going to go for. And it still looks like rather undecided. He's staying on level 5. He has rolled. But so far, the most copies he has is just on that Teemo. Just 5 copies on that Teemo so far. So it's still kind of hard to see exactly where he's going for. But judging by the fact he's rolled it, it probably has to be Zoe and Teemo now.
Yeah, pretty much committed to that line, just given the items and the units that he'd already sold prior. Couldn't really go to too many other places with that. Echo here offering a chance at greatness of hitting maybe a potential early 2-star 5 cost on 8, something that's possible, not unheard of, but you have to wait and be a little bit patient if you want to get the extra reward of the different 5 costs that will be coming your way later, or you can just guarantee a little bit of a power spike now, picking up a few extra components. Definitely something that is worth it for players like Kababa who need that front line. Does get himself a chain, so could maybe just be waiting till Wolves, and then after Wolves can get the final items, has access to the Forge, so gets at least 1.5 items there towards the Alawi, and I don't think they're going to be struggling at all, given that they have the 3 Vanguard set up with the extra Shepherd. This is a very, very nice tempo line.
Yeah, so far for Flash Wolves, they still have a really good tempo on hand. The problem for me is you don't really have a win-out composition. And, you know, they're playing Primordium, Lissandra, Teemo. None of these are really expected to go first place. And they also have Ironbog that seems somewhat in freefall. So I'm wondering where their cap is going to come from. We talked about this in 4v4 a lot of it does hinge on the tiebreaker factor, someone going into first place. And so far, I just don't see it on any of their compositions just yet.
Yeah, the Ironbog was playing a little bit of defense there. Crazy Moving does manage to find himself a Shen. It's quite a nice setup here when you're pushing levels, if you do make it all the way to level 9, especially with access to the Patient Study. Holding on to the Shen Akali pair is quite nice. They'll synergize quite well, because if you're already trying to play around, for example, like an Aatrox, you can get that 2 Bastion in, precision there from the Akali. Not too sure what he's going to do with the Nova. Could maybe try and get an early 5 Nova and reforge it later, but I think it would make a lot more sense to just try and cash out and then reforge the ones that he wants to. 4 reforges, so he can kind of pick and choose what he wants. We talked about Nova already fitting onto the Master Yi board. He slammed an Edge of Night, which makes me think he's winning there. I'm guessing he's probably going to want to try and go for Brawler Marauder. Are there any others you think that he might settle for if he's playing towards Master Yi?
Well, just looking at the Edge of Night here, I have to imagine, you know, Marauder, Challenger, those are kind of the premium ones. You can't tech in, like, just the Bastion as well with the Shen, so those are all viable options here. But he pretty much has to cash out and go for it now. Tentacle Slam is pretty decent. You get the tank item. It really helps you on all stages of the game here. And we are going to see the big roll down happening immediately to see if he can find those Master E's. Where are they? Master E, are you showing up?
Might have to wait just a little bit longer. I like the fact that he's not tempted by any sort of overcomplicating here. He's already slammed the Edge of Night. Look, if he wanted to, he could reforge a couple of the emblems and then get a bit of a sense of direction to see if he wants to change any of his strategy up. But he has a lot to do. So at this point, you just stick to the Master Yi, keep things simple. Just hope that he finds like a few more copies, as we do get another look at the roll down here. He's already managed to find the Kench 2 with the tentacles there, hitting an Urgot 2. You're going to need at least 1 copy of Master Yi just to put a couple of those items onto it. We're hitting absolutely everything else except for the Master Yi. Oh no, we got 1 copy, sorry, I'm mistaken. This looks stable enough, to be honest, if he just reforges a few things. Good enough for stage 4.
Yeah, this is where T1, I think, is going to make a massive comeback. We're seeing their forecasts really come online. SCSE has perfect emblems to play for the Corki. The Anima cash out went very, very nicely. And Ironbog is massively behind tempo. Like, Ironbog, I don't think he settled on the comp early enough. And he only hit this Teemo 3 on this round. So skip the entire usual stage 3 strong point of this composition.
Yeah, and it got a little bit bench locked as well. Was potentially going for like a Mordekaiser 3 to support that Leona 3. It does have access to the duplicator, so it could keep rolling and probably hit some more of the upgrades now. Has a lot of money to work with, so definitely has to start spending soon. It does already have anti-heal, if I'm not mistaken, on towards the Zoe, so just debating whether or not he wants to go for the tons of stat or Earth. Yeah, did already have the Morello, so now he can roll quite a lot. Is he going to go to level 6 to try and guarantee that Zoe? No, looks like he is going to keep rolling because he doesn't really want to waste the duplicator on towards the Leona. As I say that, levels up. I would imagine there's going to be roll quite deep here. Slightly bench locked, has access to a few extra items, so can potentially itemize the Lissandra if we get something better than a TG. It's going to go all the way to level 7 and then use the duplicator. So it might be a while before we see the Zoe 3.
Yeah, it's an interesting play to try play for the Lissandra when you have a worth the wait Lissandra as a teammate. That's kind of a anti-synergy between these two players right here. And I'm actually fairly surprised he still played for the Teemo, because you have to consider Guinsu's Rage Blade as absolutely necessary on this composition. He will run into Terry, who's fairly weak and has not found his copies on the Master Yi, so that's some reprieve for him. But I have to say, overall, I think the stage 4 is going to go heavily in the side of T1.
Yeah, Ironborg definitely looking to struggle a little bit here. Picks up an extra copy of the LeBlanc, but just doesn't really fit on the board right now. We do get a nice look at Bintum, who is, okay, he's flexing into an explosive growth Fast 9. Does manage to pick up a Nunu 2. Doesn't yet have a Vanguard to pair it with, so he's just going to be sticking with the Maokai 1 for now. The advantage of this setup is that he has a very high potential to cap, as he has the grades start to stacking up the upgrades. A nice 2 Darkstar can just be teched into any final board, and then the Gambler's Blade there on towards the Vex, pairing with the red buff, is going to be quite powerful. Just needs a few more frontline upgrades, ideally a Vanguard soon.
Yeah, this is one of those Bintum specials where you are mesmerized by the potential of this comp. It's absolutely sky high. You get the Graves early, you get the Vex early, but the problem is, can you actually survive to level 9 to hit the 2-star versions of that? That's going to be a huge decider in this game, and it really is making my palms kind of sweat. You know, we talked about Bintum's story. He's poured his heart and soul into this 4v4 format, and yeah, it's gonna come down to those level 9 rolls. I'm starting to feel the pressure because they're down 1-0.
Yeah, they're gonna have to bring it all out here, as we do see that a couple of them, we got Crazy Moving sitting at only 19 HP. Did stabilize a little bit, so it's just a little bit stronger now. But honestly, this board's looking good. I'm surprised that Crazy Moving managed to lose a round when we're looking this strong. Can roll down a little bit more. This is the awkward phase where you're like, I don't really want to roll too much more because I don't have Master Yi pair, and if I can just make it to 9, then I can pretty much guarantee Fiora. But 19 HP is not bad. With the Fiora on board, this should almost always be 2 lives if we make it all the way to stage 5 as well. The slams here, we're going to move them around. Yep, okay. Going to favor playing towards the Fiora instead and just slam absolutely everything. We can get the Nova, and did manage to pick up a Marauder emblem. So still 3 emblems to work with, but because we're not playing Akali on board, we're going to be on 3, sorry, we're going to be on 3 Nova. But I don't really know if we're going to be able to get to 5 without an Akali or something else.
Yeah, typically you do want to just cut the Caitlyn and run with the 5 if you do have the Nova emblem right here. But I think, you know, as you were mentioning, his board is really, really strong. I'm not sure what he even lost to on 4-3. I'm kind of surprised this board can even lose to anything. But yeah, he's slowly gaining back HP. He's moved himself very comfortably into a 2-life situation. So I agree. I feel like this is, you know, just a fast 9 and win out angle. Especially when Flash Wolves, I feel like Flash Wolves are actually missing a lot of those very, very strong cap boards.
I see what's going on here. So the Terry is actually holding on to the extra copies of 4. He's holding on to 3 Master Yis. And then you saw that Crazy Moving was actually trying to deny the Kindred. So I thought, okay, maybe a bit of a greedy play going for Kindred 3 from this position when you want enough money to get to 9. But if you're denying an opposing player extra copies of a Kindred, that of course works out in your favor, as Terry could definitely become a lot stronger with Kindred 2 here. Terry doing a little bit of damage control of his own, just holding onto the extra copies of those mythical units over there towards the right. Master Yi as a brawler here is going to be quite tanky, but you really would like to have something like a Kindred in the backline. Love the Fiora items here, definitely gave him a huge power boost in this fight here. Terry's running out of money, but still looking quite strong as the Flash Wolves continue to deny the Corkies.
Yeah, they're already holding on to 5 Corkies. AQ1H is contesting on the Corki line as well. So if I'm looking across this, SCSC is now kind of sitting in a really precarious position. He has probably one of the best cap outs in terms of emblems here, but not able to hit his upgrades just yet. He is on 29 HP, so still has a ways to play with. Just, missing on all of his 4 costs. Wow.
That hurts. That hurts a lot. Reforged an entire Declaw, I think. Maybe no AP in the matchup. And was given a Rage Blade. I guess that does something there on towards the backline. Has the ability to make a Guard Breaker there as well. Using a lot of removers there, but definitely not going to be in the position to want to sack anyway. So if you're not the player that's going to be sacking with the removers, then that's all good. Ironbog finally starting to stabilize by the looks of it. He's making use of those extra rolls as we head into stage 5 just to proc the buried treasures.
Artifact?
Finally does get up a...
Oh, it is artifact.
Yet. We get something good.
Varus is decent.
Yeah, you can put that on towards his team if he wants to. He's got a lot to do. Isn't going up against the teammates, so needs to start making some moves quickly. He does have access to Rage Blade already. I think he's still thinking about it. He's not loving any of it. It's taking a while. Does go with the Varus, and then we can pick up one extra item. Hit the boost crank on 7. That's definitely got to feel good. Just completes the 4th Vanguard there quite nicely, and the TG gives you another TG holder. Ironbog really just needs to hit Zoe too, and then the spot's actually looking really nice.
Yeah, he did find a lot of additional items that helped him quite a bit in this matchup. And oh no, Bindum actually goes out on 8th with the Dark Star. Ooh, that was the problem I was thinking about his composition. It looked really nice. He had a lot of gold. It was like 40 gold, I believe, on 4-5. But if you don't hit those upgrades, you know, it could just be a complete mirage, and it does fall apart for Bintum there. Now SCSE finally gets the rhythm, but the main star of the show has to be that Corki, and that unit is still missing. SCSE is looking like he's basically stuck at this point. Can he actually scam a fight right here? His board is significantly weaker, but the Riven is in the back line, and no, it's not enough to take down. SCSE is going to survive on 1 HP. This is absolutely critical. If he falls down to 7th place, then it would require T1 to get a 1-2, which is basically impossible. But 1 HP and a Dream, anything is still possible. Massive upgrade here on the Riven. QSS already ready here. If he can outposition his enemies, there is a chance to keep himself alive here. He needs to scout heavily on his enemies. He is playing up against Terry, which might be a very difficult matchup, to be honest. I think he doesn't have the front line for this one. AQ1H also looks significantly stronger. Who can he actually take down here? It is going to be the melee matchup here.
Okay, I think I just had a little bit of a dropout here, but I think I can see the stream open again. It looks like the Riven around to the backside does have access to the QSS, so he's going to be quite comfortable there. But no, she's dashing back towards the front line. Overwhelming amount of damage. The Master Yi is going to proc Edge of Night, but that's actually going to kind of work against Terry's favor there. And Terry still kind of holding on there, but Bintum out in 8th means that SCSC needs to start winning every single round here to give T1 any hope. And I think that Flash Wolves are just doing an amazing job at denying those extra units because he can't hit his most crucial upgrades.
Yeah, there's so many different Corkis on the side of Flash Wolves here. It's been a while since we've seen Crazy Moving's board, so I'm really curious on what type of win-out board he was able to get together. It is going to be the Fiora 2 board with the huge amount of usable emblems. Also the Fiora 2. This could be the winning move, the most important player on the side of T1 to claw themselves back. They need the script to go absolutely correctly. He's taking off his items because there is a chance that he just runs into his teammate there, sees that it's a Flash Wolves player, now is going to send everything full throttle against AQ1H's board. The Fiora is a perfect position to just snag out that Corki kill earlier on in the fight. And this looks like Crazy Moving. He's punching himself into the top 2. That's pretty much guaranteed. It's about the bottom of the roster for T1. Can they stay alive in that part?
Yeah, sitting at 27 HP. SCSC's out. That is 7-8 for T1. Terry sitting on 5 HP, and AQ are just higher than him, only sitting at 7. So Terry's board, it's looking pretty good, but if they can just send one more of T1 down into the bottom 4, then they can guarantee their position. Doesn't look like it's most likely, with Crazy Moving sitting at 28 HP, as well as Sangyop, who also is doing quite well. They're both on fire. The T1 players, both on fire, need to make it to the top 2 position. And I think that Crazy Moving definitely can do it. It's just all eyes on Sangyop if he can just stay alive long enough to make it to 2nd place.
if there was ever a game where a team's composition could go 1-2, it would be this one. You have a Fiora 2-star that can bring back more HP into the rounds. They are going up against each other a little bit, unfortunately. So this will knock down Sanyap, I believe, to just Crazy Moving to just 1 life.
Yeah, so Crazy Moving actually has a really, really strong board. Might have just sacrificed a few items there with the remover, just because if you have 2 of your teammates going up against one another, you might have to go, okay, the only way we win this game is if we go 1-2. That means that it's better to give extra HP to the weaker player, because the first player is going to have to go first regardless. So this could actually, the script could actually work out really well here for T1. Some of these Flash Wolf players are going to have to verse each other sooner or later. And we're heading into stage 6. Kabao can definitely sacrifice himself a little bit. At 18 HP, that's incredibly difficult to do so. So the Flash Wolves players might all actually be on 1 life if they don't play it right.
Yeah, K-Balbal realistically, if he only gets hit with 5-unit loss, then he still has 2 lives, but all the rest of them are going out in a single strike here. Crazy Moving finally gets the Master E, even sitting on 6 copies of the Master E that time. My heart jumped a little. I was like, are we going to see it? Are we going to see it? But still 3 copies to go.
Yeah, so he actually has a really nice TG, I think it was there. Going to move the TG there to the 2nd copy of the Master E. Is going to be quite powerful. Crazy Moving going up against Ironbog. Ironbog does have nice positioning here. The Teemo should be quite safe there on towards the side. The Fiora is going to get distracted and bounce around to the other side. The Leona's doing her best to tank, but there's a lot of damage on the side of Crazy Moving, and the Leona goes down quite quickly. Edge of Night.
Is Fiora going to get targeted?
Fiora should be safe, and she just dashes around to the other side.
Ooh,
and it doesn't matter. Ironbog, 3-unit loss, as you said, is just enough to keep them alive. 2 HP. Now all eyes are going to be on the T1 sides to clutch out this victory. Kababa sitting at 18 HP. So are they going to go up ahead against each other? That is the question. Ironbog here looking to go up against Sungyop. So Ironbog has a chance to take him out, but it just depends on how these final 2 fights go, because it looks near impossible at 7-8, but there is still a chance.
Yeah, so what happens here is Ironbog, he's probably going to die to Sanyap, but there still is a chance for, if they get past this round, for Sanyap and Crazy Moving to actually meet each other. So it does come down quite heavily to fight RNG. At 12 HP, the minimum amount of damage you're going to be taking is 13 damage on stage 6. So this is the thing about 4v4 that I think gets
the Blitzcrank revive.
What?
The Blitzcrank revive is perfect, right in front of the backline. Does he have enough damage? No, so close there for the Ironbog. And Crazy Moving goes out as well. That's all that he needed to do. Flash Wolves, just barely. It looked good, it looked scary, it looked bad, and then at the very end of it, Crazy Moving had an incredible final board, but surprisingly it was actually Sungyop who managed to be the strongest of the T1 side. And unfortunately, just having 2 players from T1 out in 7-8 means that Flash Wolves, off the back of Kabao finishing in the top 2, are going to have it.
Yeah, they will continue forward onto EWC the 2nd time in 2 years for Flash Wolves. What a miraculous comeback. You know, this team only formed in 2025. The first move they did was go find a coach, because they really wanted AQ1H. You know, he's been on hiatus for multiple sets, and they were like, who's the best coach we could get? And that was the one they went to. They trialed him. He had the most to contribute to the team. He played one of the best TAC rounds that we've ever seen, went 2nd place in Cyber City, and now he's playing as a player himself. So this is a great trajectory for a team. If you're looking across the players, the overall talent in the rosters, you have to say, just on individual strength, this is the scariest roster coming out of APAC.
Absolutely. Terrifying roster, and that's got to feel so good to win this crucial best of 3 to guarantee their ticket. Flash Wolves now, they no longer have to play in the last chance qualifier. They can start to just study the other teams. They can feel good. They can relax. Probably not relax. I'm sure they'll be head down, focused on studying, but they've got to feel great about their performance today. Just clean lines across the board. Really, really well executed. close fights up against a formidable opponent such as T1. And T1, unfortunately, will not be able to close out this series, but they definitely can't feel too bad as they put on a very, very strong display. This was not a clean, despite the fact that it was a sweep, this was not a clean sweep, I would say. I think that both of the games are quite close, and this one in particular looked like that they could have turned it around, but no, Flash Wolves emerges victorious. Incredible performance from them today.
Yeah, a lot of high rolls on their early position, I have to say. Especially with K-Bao getting that worth the wait. Lissandra, one of the playable one costs in this meta, set himself up for a very, very strong line. And we also had just like a lot of HP advantages, especially for AQ1H, starting on the triple timebreaker, Emilio 2 on 2-1. It was kind of a losing battle from the start from T1, but I think the most important things are still just the denial that happened, right? We did have a chance for Bintum. We did have a chance for SCSC. If any one of them were able to avoid that 7th place position, you know, T1 most likely would have won this.
Yeah, I think incredible denial there from the Flash Wolves side of things. They're very structured with it, taking out the right 4-cost units. We saw it was very, very difficult to play around lines such as Corki. You're trying to, you know, the only upgrade you can really hit is Riven when you can't get your Rammus, you can't get your Corki. Those are the sorts of denials that need to be occurring. Versus the flip side, when T1 were trying to deny units such as the Gragas, that sometimes isn't always as beneficial. So I think Flash Wolves, you know, they got lucky at the start, they played well, but on top of all of that, they had a very great, cohesive, methodical approach to 4v4, and it's great to see, and I'm glad that they're representing APAC moving forward to EWC.
Yeah, playing a triple one-cost strategy this time around, actually being the ones to copy kind of the Nongxing strategy. Of course, they did have worth the wait, but it still amounted to kind of the same strategy. Lissandra, Teemo, Primordians, and then AQ1H rounding off with the Corki composition to just play straight up denial. So it was a tempo denial strategy that did win them the game this time around, just showing a lot of range coming out from the Flash Wolves roster. And I feel like this is one of those legendary rivalries that we're going to have in APAC. This is the 3rd time that Flash Wolves has been able to deny T1 in the qualifier. So, you know, it has to hurt for T1. I really wish the best for the Korean region, because if you look at the history of APAC, in terms of the Tacticians Cup era, they have been hands down the best region for a very, very long time. But when it comes to this TPC, they've lost a lot of players through relegations, through conscription. You know, Bintum is out of the TPC one. So I really feel like Korea needs a break. You know, a strong Korea makes APAC really strong, because there's a lot more contesting each other and learning off each other. So best of luck to T1 heading into the last chance global qualifiers.
Yeah, and that's still good that they're not out for the count. They still have successfully made it through to the last chance qualifiers. So, of course, not the result they wanted to see after heading into today's best of 3, but definitely after yesterday's performance, doing quite well to claw their way out from the loser bracket. So definitely have to be feeling good about that. They still have a chance. They're going to have to reflect on today's games, and then eventually they can move forward. And it looks like we're going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, we still have one more best of 3 series to find out who will move forward. As we still, who do we have? We have GAM versus Virtus Pro. That's right. We'll be back shortly.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the APAC Closed Qualifiers, where we will be taking on the last best of 3 of the day. This is going to be for another shot at the last chance qualifiers, and it is going to be between GAM Esports and Virtus Pro. Very unexpected to see Virtus Pro here. They were the second place team last year in 2025. A very surprisingly upset start. A very strong Vietnamese roster coming out from them.
Yep. And looks like this is our previous graphic, might be on the wrong one. We just came off the back of T1 versus Flash Wolves. So Flash Wolves did very well to close out that series. Looked very, very dominant, very strong in the 2-0. And I think this is just a recap of who we've just currently seen, but we will be moving on to GAM versus Virtus Pro with the Flash Wolves and the T1 lineup. We saw a very dominant performance there from Ironbog leading out some of the first series, and we're going to be moving on from that. And we know that Flash Wolves will be very happy to be relaxed and moving forward into the EWC with the direct line. But now we're going to be moving on to two other teams instead, and we have the matchup here between GAM and Virtus Pro.
So taking a look at the rosters here, we're going to be starting most likely with GAM Esports on the left. This is kind of the TW server Avenger squad, composed of members from the previous QAD and from the previous Flash Wolves roster. You might not have heard a lot of their names. None of them are currently playing in Tier 1, but YYDM and Fall Help have already punched their tickets to the most recent regionals. They have been top 8 in the recent Tacticians trials. Stay Alive actually won the 4v4 in Macau with other QAD members, so they are definitely no strangers to the 4v4 format.
Yep, so you can see there with the Virtus Pro, you got Kian, Maris, Milo, and NCC1. So very dominant performance the previous EWC. I would say these guys like the power, the dark horse previously in APAC, coming out of APAC, we saw a lot of dominant, very strong Tacticians crown appearances from other players, and Virtus Pro just kind of showed up at EWC and took down some of the top dogs in the early stages. So very dominant performance from them. We'll expect them to be bringing it their all against the lineup of GAM, who we did see lost out against T1 yesterday on today's broadcast, and Virtus Pro lost out against Flash Wolves outside of broadcast. So they will go head to head to be able to fight for the 5th tiebreaker seed slot.
And just looking across these players, you have to kind of give Virtus Pro the slight advantage here. I feel like their players are much more well known. Kian has been a ladder warrior on VN for so much time. He's known as a 1st or 8th master. His motto is, if you die, you have to die on level 9. So, you know, I always like watching a player kind of like that. Maris, even though he's been relegated from TPC, in previous sets, he really was kind of considered the 3rd best player alongside with Ironbog and YBY1. And of course, we have to mention they were the runner-ups at EWC 2025, only losing to Weibo Gaming, very close to actually lifting the trophy.
Yep. Very close indeed, and so now they're coming back with the same organization to try and bring it back, as they really wanted the points last season to bring it home for their club. We'll have to see how the lineups go for this season, because of course getting every single roster you can for the same esports organization towards your EWC is going to be very crucial. Although with the way that TFT works is that they do have to go through qualifications, and so all of the teams have been signed to their esports organizations, but they have to battle it out now in the close qualifiers before they can even make it towards the EWC. So despite the fact that a lot of these teams have guaranteed a ticket into at least making it in towards the last chance qualifiers, it doesn't guarantee that they'll actually get to show up on stage and have that chance to play for the trophy.
Yeah, the route is just filled with so many hurdles that you have to go through. No one's really guaranteed unless you win the championship. We're going to be taking a look at Kian's starting position here. There is a no scout, no pivot. Typically, if you have 3 Primordian online, this is a very strong line to kind of go for. He does have the components for a QSS as well. But instead, you know, he's not playing Primordian, so we'll go for the calculated loss. This will incentivize enemies on the other team to play full open, so that's probably why he's scouted for a very long time.
Yep. incentivizes others to play for full open just to try and deny the full 5 loss streak, but then that can also work against their favor, because if you're someone playing calculated loss and you take a 5 loss streak, not playing any units, generating a lot of free rerolls, extra econ because you're making interest points, it's quite hard because someone else has to match you. So the person who has to match you and try and snap your streak, they're going to be in a worse position, assuming that they didn't get a similar augment offered as well. So it's just a nice way to kind of put your feet in the stand and make sure that if the opposition wants to slow you down, then they're going to be struggling even more because of it.
Oh, this is an interesting start from YYDM. He does rip a Titanic's Hydra, which is incredibly powerful on this patch specifically if you have a good Stargazer for Xayah. It was nerfed on the live patch. It was rumored to be nerfed at the beginning of the set, actually. It's like, this interaction is a little bit too broken. But it didn't end up being nerfed, so it's still very, very powerful. I wonder what the Stargazer is going to be. If it is something like Serpent, it would be a kind of slam dunk. Just go directly for that line.
Yep, and can't really slam anything to make use of it. Could maybe go for an even shroud if they wanted to try and keep up a streak. Staying on level 3, won the first round, probably versus a very weak board. But if they don't want to slam just yet, don't really need to. Going up against their teammates, so of course not doing that yet. Gets the free level 4, which is actually quite nice because it allows them to make 10 gold on this turn. So just generating a little bit of extra econ whilst keeping the items alive. Has access to that one backline item, could maybe go towards a Rage Blade. If they get a bow relatively early, then that gives them the even shroud plus double item there towards the Xayah. Also seen players take it and then play towards a Master Yi line, but this back to front definitely favors the Xayah.
Me checking into FIFA's board here, doesn't hit the max HP. There is armor and magic resistance, which was very, very powerful at one point in the game. Of course, got promptly nerfed just because it was way too good. He might still be thinking about going for it at this moment. There is the deal damage 10 times, but no mana regen. That is a potential win out for a Zoe reroll as well. But doesn't find it, so I just have to assume it's probably not going to be a particularly impactful Arbiter choice here.
Yeah, really going to have to make that decision soon because they're playing strongest board in order to try and get a win streak, so utilizing some of these other units to play a stronger board, but still holding on to the Arbiter units on the right there. There's the Teemo, the Zoe, but if we sold them now we would make 20 gold, so if we want to give up that line and just push levels, play strongest board, then that's entirely an option. So FIFA does end up deciding to do that, so they can just push levels, give up on the dream of Arbiter, and be quite comfortable with that as well. Looks like we're going to be going into an Ari or a Kale God, so we can get a little bit of XP here, or if you think that you value the items, that can be quite beneficial as well. Most likely going to come down to what the players think that they need at the current time, or if the Kale odds are actually, if the Kale shops are actually giving you the items that you want, otherwise XP for those who aren't rerolling.
Does look like a very strong tempo start. The Kale actually just giving out a TG here, so if you're win streaking, that might be a great consideration. So far, I think the most interesting thing about the match is VP is playing extremely, extremely greedy. They have calculated loss and a Infinity Protection playing Anima for Master E. So 2 loss streakers on the same team. We have seen this before. If you get lucky with it, it's great, but it's very hard to actually get to a point where both of you can avoid each other.
Yeah, it can be quite difficult because it seems relatively inevitable. So if one of them's going to lose their streak and be put in a slightly worse position, it's usually very crucial that you at least have someone at the top of the leaderboard. For example, Milo, they're sitting on 100 HP. They can continue to streak off the back of that free TG. They still have access to slam a Sunfire and even Shroud here, could be great support. Definitely when playing around the TG and the frontline AD lines. Challenges makes a whole lot of sense to want to slam one of those supportive units. It really depends on which one you value more. If you think that the opposition is going to have a lot of healing, you can slam the Sunfire Cape and then go for something like a QSS on towards the Master Yi. But then the reverse is true. If you make an even Shroud, then Edge of Night is still on the table as well.
Yeah, these VP strategies are so interesting because I'm just so mesmerized by how greedy they're actually playing. We just saw the previous board coming in from Milo where he was losing a lot of the interest here, just trying to hold open for potential Anima. He had the Challenger already. He was seeing if he could hold on to the Aurora pair and then play towards the Challenger Diana line. It didn't happen there, so, you know, instantly pivoted out, but it's just kind of cool to see in 4v4 when cap isn't that important. Sometimes holding on to your options and being able to coordinate with your teammates on which composition you land on becomes much more critical.
Yeah, definitely an entirely different game. So you do get a nice look here at Stay Alive's position. They've signed the Titans, so pretty much locking themselves into this promoting reroll, as they haven't leveled, haven't managed to keep a streak. Streak was snapped on 2-3, unfortunately. Really nice items though. These are great supporting items. Don't want to slam anything yet because we might still be looking for Sterix BT. For Stay Alive's perspective, hopefully they're picking up a couple of swords, and we'll just have to wait and see. But if you don't have that much econ, if you're not streaking, you don't have that much tempo, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to push the levels and make it all the way to Master Yi. We'll just have to wait and see if they want to roll now or wait for the augments, because that might allow them to push levels. But if I had to guess, I'd say they're probably just going to reroll. No sword, unfortunately.
Yeah, the rerolls are coming in from Stay Alive. Coming off that stage 2, I have to assume that one of the players from BFE did get their loss streak broken. Especially NCC1, who's holding on at 80 HP. Probably didn't get the full Anima cash out that he wanted to. For Keon, that's also an interesting question. 70 HP. Most likely did get the full calc loss value, but you know, we're not 100% certain on that one. And Keon, just looking at it, yes, he did get the 5 loss streak, but he's going to run into fall help. Ouch, that's going to hurt. This doesn't actually count as a loss. Your streak gets reset to 0.
Yeah, so that's what I mentioned before with Fall Hop. So taking the calculated loss from the side of Kian means that you're kind of saying, okay, I'm not gonna play any units. I will be in an okay position because I'll have all these extra money and rerolls. But if Fall Hop wants to match his energy, then they're gonna be put in the exact same position, except Kian does have the benefit of the extra econ. So this now means that Fall Hop's position is very, very difficult. He doesn't have the ability to bounce back quite as easily, just due to the lack of resources. So it's really going to be up to VP to kind of squeeze that pressure on towards Fall Hop. If he's not able to hit quite early, if he gets denied at all, then the 62 HP in 3-2 will most likely be only 1 or 2 lives once we get to stage 4.
Yeah, he will have to rebuild his entire board, and you know, that's the thing about trying to break those double loss streakers. It sounds like it's very, very beneficial for GAM Esports to do that because the chance of you hitting 2 players is so high. But at the same time, you have to think about how you're going to build your board back here. Maris now going to get another reroll, finds the Voyager, a pretty good hit coming in from him. NC11, like we talked about, most likely did not keep his full loss streak, so not going to be playing for the typical 400 cash out on his Anima either. Overall, I do think it's going to come down to YYDM and Milo. Both of those boards look very Marauder-centric at this point, so those are most likely your win-out players.
Yeah, so YYDM was not happy with his Zaya constellation, so instead you can see the items there slammed on towards the Kaiser. As I did mention, Master Yi is another potential when playing around the Titanic Hydra, so that's definitely screaming out to me that he's going to be playing towards that line. And then those extra TGs, having them in plentiful abundance is perfectly fine. If you get yourself a Fiora, you can TG Fiora. Even an Urgot 2, when playing this line, can benefit quite a lot from the TG. So from this perspective, maybe just a little bit of anti-heal could be added on towards this Alawi, which will make their way towards the Kench. And then from this point on, we're pretty much just looking for Kindred items after that.
Yeah, so pretty straightforward game plan. There is going to be a contest from NCC1, playing with the Infinity Protection, most usually going in the same direction as Master Yi, but, you know, could actually deviate. It's not guaranteed. You could play a Riven comp with it as well, as we're taking a look at his items right now. Yeah, hasn't really committed to anything off the bat. We're going to be taking a look at some of these other boards. Stay Alive did commit finally to the roll down, but I have to say this roll down is not going very well for him. He was one of those players that did try to lose streak early on, and is currently, I believe, only sitting on maybe 6 copies of Briar. Still needs a way to go before he can really get this online.
Still has access to Rogue, the Rogue and the Edge of Night there. So the Kai'Sa managing to keep up an 8 streak. You can see usually you feel bad in a lobby when 2 players have 100 HP heading into second carousel, but at least one of them is on either side here, so it seems to be relatively even split here. Some extra gold available there for the Ahri, or if you feel like you need a rod, try 2. Kale's offering them. That could be quite helpful for some of these players who need to play around the AP flex line. So you can see the perspective there of Folhop. A lot of emblems to work with there on the left side. You did see previously that Darkstar Voyager was picked up, but this straight tree is definitely leaving a lot more flexibility. Are we heading towards Corki again?
I feel like it has to be. There's going to be such a logger jam of people rolling down on potentially the PvE round or 4-1 between Fullhub, Kian, and NCC1. All 3 of them holding hands on basically full loss streaks. I'm actually surprised NCC1 actually sold the Corki. Because none of his teammates are rolling down right now. I would have preferred him to actually hold on to it. But does sell it. Not even for interest here.
YYDM managed to hit the Kai'Sa too, so it doesn't verse anyone super strong is going up against is that both sitting on 100 HP. It's going to come down to whether or not he has enough damage. These items on the Kai'Sa definitely look more backline orientated, so he doesn't have the damage to kind of get through this Gargoyle's Bastion Bow towards the Nipsey there. So still will be able to proc Rogue and then Edge of Night, maybe get a kill or 2, but the rolling the Archangels there on towards the Fizz, I have to imagine it actually did quite a bit of damage given that they had so much frontline. So I was going to say that YYDM has the potential to maintain their streak and then do a 4-1 roll down with Master Yi, but now maybe take a step back depending on how contested they're feeling and then go for a Yi on 4-2.
Feels like Kian has already punched the reroll button here. As we did talk about, he is starting with calculated loss and going into a big roll down onto level 7. Okay, it's not going to be a level 8 roll down. The level 7 roll down, I have to say this is kind of pretty surprising. Maybe just opting for a 4 Darkstar into Kai'Sa reroll. This is kind of a bailout line that we have seen players previously go for, but it might be a little bit difficult with YYDM already sitting on 2 stars.
Yeah, it depends on how much money YYDM actually has. This could be a game of 4D chess where he's saying, okay, I'm now playing Kai'Sa reroll, so you have to hold on to those extra Kaisas and you can't roll for Master Yi. Especially because YYDM's lost his streak. So if he does do a 4-1 or 4-2 roll down, unless he gets something like Reinforcement or a lot of Econ on his 4-2 augment, I don't actually think he has that much money. So he kind of needs to sell that Kai'Sa in order to be able to afford the full board, because it's really expensive. Kindred's a 4 cost, Kench is a 4 cost, Master Yi of course is a 4 cost. So I don't think he actually has a lot of money to be playing Denial on the Kai'Sa here. So there's a good chance that it just ends up getting sold. But even if it doesn't, maybe it'll just slow him down, which could actually work in the favor of VP.
Yeah, those are some really amazing points that you've talked about coming into this matchup. It's so interesting because there are a lot of contests actually happening. You know, Milo getting contested on the bottom of the lobby here by Fall Help. Out of these 3 players, I'm pretty certain only one of them is going to make it into the top 4. It's just kind of difficult for them to make a big roll down here. We have to be looking at either NCC1 or Fall Help here. I think Fall Help with the lowest HP going in first. Can he find any of those Corkis? Does have a Riven, does have a Rammus pair, but that's going to be where it ends. Only the pairs right now. Nothing actually upgraded, sitting on 23 HP.
Yeah, and just rolling a couple extra times, getting rid of those final copies, but really not enough. And yeah, accidentally puts the emblem there on towards, unless you reforged it, put it on towards the Riven, but definitely wanted to make sure going for the TG, just because those TG items are so good on Riven. We saw the bailout of the Radiant TG in a previous game, because the Riven unit can utilize so many different items. And doesn't even have the Corki, is stuck playing these items on towards a Gnar. This board could definitely get a lot stronger. It's going to be a while before we get a 2-star backline. It's going to be a while before we get a Shen. This is looking to be a very, very poor situation from Fallhop. And so VP just need to hold on and start to squeeze.
Yeah, we even see, you know, YYDM sacking the Kai'Sa just to make sure that his teammate does stay alive here. Knew that there was a chance that he was going to run into him. And are there any saves for Fall Help here? He is pretty much in free fall position. Can he get gold? No gold whatsoever. No reinforcements. Oof, this is
Yeah.
a tough roll.
No money to work with, does get a little bit of extra combat power with all those extra emblems. Should still be quite strong, but
Oh,
the
there we
only
go.
upgrade that he gets there is the Milio. It's just going to cost him... Oh no, he has Corki in shop. Okay, so he can get rid of the Nan. Not too sure if he wants to drop the option of 7 Meeple. Looks like he's going to get rid of that, and he still has decent items on towards the Riven there. Rammus 2 is close. If he gets Rammus 2, Riven 2, I think for this setup could sit quite comfortably and not have to worry too much about hitting Corki 2 immediately. Does tech in the 7 Meeple. Honestly, with how little money he has, this could be essential.
Yeah, 7 Meeple, and actually just going straight for the 1 cost. The 1 cost prints do give you extra gold to find additional units, but you know, it does kind of feel bad when you could be printing just one of the 4 costs here. I think the chances he's going to find any of these 4 costs is so slim with everyone denying him on the board. He is going to be running into Keon's board right here, who opted out with pressed the ejection button and went for a level 7 reroll just to make sure that, you know, Fall Help was going to end up dead last.
Yeah, he's holding 2 Rammus there on towards the bench, has the Kaiser 2. I don't know if he even cares about Kaiser 3. He's scattered across the board. There's just so many of them gone. Look, Fallhop does manage to find a pair of the Corki, but sitting at 11 HP. If he goes against NCC1, he's not going to be giving him any breathing room. Milo there at the top. If Milo's rolled down, then Fallhop's going to be in a very, very tough position. Does move some items around, gets the TG there on towards the Fizz, but doesn't even have Fizz 2, so this board is just lacking upgrades.
Yeah, and he's running up against a very, very strong board coming in. Kindred 2 already with full items. He can lose by 3 units here, but any more and he's just knocked out dead last. So every single unit kill here is absolutely critical. He needs to kill 5 units on the enemy board. I don't think he has it.
I don't think that's even close. He couldn't get through the Kench at the front line. Having a 2-star Kench with the Crown Guard there, just perfectly positioned so that all of the 1-stars that were trying to attack it couldn't get through. Now you have 2 players in VP who are, well 3 players actually, who are just sitting above Fallhop there. So all eyes on Milo to be able to try and give a little bit of extra assistance there, as we do go into Ari offering the Chest of Greed. Or are the players going to opt in towards Kale and just secure the items that they desperately need at this point? We're going to have to wait and see. VP, not that much HP to work with. It's going to have to coordinate some very aggressive attacks here on towards the sides of GAM, as they have a couple of players with a lot of HP to work with.
Yeah, so it looks like there's going to be 3 Ari players. We're not sure which ones there are going to be. If they're all on the same team, that's 25 gold to one side. So FIFA is going to be one of them, instantly picking up upgrades here. I have to say this Ari thing, it just feels so much better for the team that has more HP. You just suddenly have this injection of gold. You don't need to finish off core items here. It's not going to be Stay Alive, but Stay Alive is a decent position, as we see here. And YYTM.
So why... Yeah, so didn't end up opting towards the Master Yi line just because of the contest. Or did, but then decided to actually play around grades 1 temporarily to start stacking up some extra upgrades. Is going up against NCC1, who's managed to pick up Master Yi, so that means the grades is going to be his only real hope of stabilizing. But this fight doesn't even look close. The upgrades all on the side of NCC1, just obliterating YYDM. And something that was looking like VP was kind of close. VP Maris might fall down, but YYDM definitely looks like in a couple of rounds he's going to be saying goodbye for this match as well.
Yeah, he still has to take one more loss. He's on 40 gold, wants to play a fast 9 and stabilize around Graves too. We have seen this in the previous game that Bintam tried to pull this off as well, and a lot of it comes down to luck. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, if you hit, you look brilliant. If you don't, it's fast A.
Oh, I think Maris is throwing
Tapping
in the
out.
towel. Yeah, didn't manage to get his board online. Potentially was looking to try and push levels after getting all of those extra traits. But 7 HP, no real hope here. Is going to be going up against his teammate there, so not going to feel too bad about it. But yeah, if you have no chance of making a comeback here, then that's okay. Going out in 7th, you outplaced at least one of the opponents of the day. Damn. All eyes are going to be on YYDM next. He's 26 HP, yep, and does most likely drop to 1 life, 14 HP. Most likely very unlikely in stage 5. that if he goes up against another strong VP player, that he's going to be able to survive.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too much of a fan of his spot at this point. He is going to go for the roll down of his life. Is there going to be a Graves 2 waiting for him? There is a potential for a Bard 2. You know, that could come up quite handy in this situation, but no, doesn't even get a whiff of a single Graves. I have to say this is not my type of game plan. A very, very risky. It's looking like they need a 1-3 on the other side.
Yep, quite unfortunate here. Does get the Fiora at the very last roll there. Potential to play it is has some TGs, can definitely move some items around. It's gonna help him. Has some nice items there on towards the Urgot. Might decide to move that one over instead. Manages to hit the Urgot 2. Oh, that's a painful shot. I mean, you have to lock that, but just pray that you verse someone relatively weak. He does have... Oh, he's got 2 of his teammates in on his lineup here. So, to be honest, I think this roll, this level up and roll, if they want to keep him alive, was actually a big mistake. He's got 2 of his teammates here who definitely could have sacrificed with their Reforgers. If they have any removers, sorry, with Stay Alive, yeah, they were going to sacrifice him anyway. So he actually rolled down all of his money on this turn when he didn't really need to.
Yeah, could have gotten one more round of interest here. That could have made all the difference, as we're seeing right now. He wouldn't have had to lock his shot, but still goes for it. Wants to make sure he gets the mechanics all inside, and we're going to be taking a look at NCC1 as he continues his rampage with the Infinity Protection. Great line to play with here. There's still 2 full win streak VP players as they're climbing back. And this is the round for YYDM. You know, he's sitting on 2 Graves. Can he find the last one? Answer so far looks like no.
No, so just barely has enough money to make the upgrade there for the Urgot, but it doesn't even have enough money to buy the second copy of Graves. Is very, very poor. Wasn't making any interest money last round. He's going to have the Jhin online in the back corner there. He's going to be going up against another teammate. Okay, no removers though. It doesn't look like there's been any sacking there from FIFA. Maybe recognizing that the board is actually strong enough to take it out on its own. It's looking close, but yeah, the front line goes down. We still have Edge of Night on towards the back line, so going up against FIFA didn't really need to sack too much. YYDM has made it out for now, but that's both of his teammates that he's already versed. Fall Hop is already dead, and he's versed both of his teammates back to back, so that means that now he's got one more roll left in him, needs to be as strong as possible because he's definitely going to be versing someone on VP. You can see that there's 3 Virtus Pro members in his matchup.
I'm not even sure sacking 30 HP for YYDM's like Hail Mary, get a Graves 2 game plan is even worth it. It seems so improbable, but okay. I mean, if you're in this position, you have to fight for every single chance you have. This is Assault Frame, so there are some tricky scenarios where you could get like just stuns. I'm not even sure if he has enough gold to buy all he needs at this point. It definitely doesn't have the choke yet, so it doesn't have like the massive amounts of single target damage that could go through. The resets are coming through though.
Yeah, very powerful AP Riven though there off towards the side, and it looks like YYDM did well. He survived long enough. 3 unit loss there, so he's sitting at 5 HP, but FIFA drops down to 8 HP. Stay alive on 17. The GAM are falling and the VP are rising. We have 2 VP players on fire in the top right corner of our screen there. Milo is holding on as well, so GAM, Fall Hop falling out in 8th, and it looks like the rest of his teammates are looking to join him shortly.
Yeah, GAM just did not have a win-out player this game. Like, what they were banking on from YYDM, I think, was pretty unrealistic. Fall Help definitely over-indexed in trying to create loss streaks. He only broke one of the loss streaks and ended up without enough time for himself. Stay Alive, this has to hurt so much for Stay Alive as well. He's 1 round away from Belveth 3. He's not going to find it, and I think he actually just decides to kill his teammate here and actually uploads all of the items before even seeing the matchup. I'm kind of surprised about that one. Stay Alive actually is the one with the most more HP here. Looks like their fight calculation might be... is it... Oh, it's wrong.
Just
it's wrong.
off.
It's wrong.
It's just off. If he just used that remover just slightly, obviously with hindsight knowing how the fight ended up turning out, there was a chance where he could have kept him. He could have sacrificed himself, only lost by a couple of units, and then that would have been okay. But no, unfortunately, FIFA drops. You do have Milo falling down to 14 HP there, but with NCC1 being as strong as they are at 34 HP, Kian having 2 lives as well. I mean, just look at this board. It looks absolutely incredible. Made it to level 9, and we are denying Graves as well. Even has a pair of Fiora effectively, so playing that denial game there. Milo hits the Blitzcrank 2, but it looks like it's very difficult for any of the other members of GAM to keep up with the likes of these VP players.
Yeah, I do expect this to be a quite dominant victory from VP. Even if they split the bottom, their top half is so incredibly powerful. I just don't see VP really contesting on that end. As we can see now, the Tomcat is going down. Target focus is going to shift onto the Graves, and this is where the boards will start to slowly collapse. YYDM might be able to inch out a win here just because it is a ghost board, I think, on the opposing side, but even that looks highly unlikely, and yeah, YYDM does drop off. That's going to be 3 members in the bottom 4, and the game is effectively called.
Yeah, so Stay Alive just barely holding on, but it is too little too late. Was not able to bring his teammates up with him. And look, it looks like they didn't even have strong enough boards to be able to compete. We said before, Stay Alive could have potentially sacrificed just a little bit more HP for the likes of his teammates. Wouldn't have ended up mattering anyway, just because we're able to compete. There's 3 VP players in the top 3, and they all look super, super strong. Not only do they not have a win-out player, but they also had 1 player go out in 8th. So there's just really no hope for them in the end of this game.
Yeah, and there's so many cool things I think VP did. The highlight for me is definitely Kian actually going for a level 7 reroll, denying fall help, making sure he went 8th. That was taking out a player that had a potential win-out position, and also just strengthening his own board at the same time. So very, very well done here by Kian going into that 4th place, you know, kind of ditching the I have to die at level 9 monk here and going for something more stable. That was such a cool move coming out from him. Milo as well, playing around with random emblems and just getting that Blitzcrank 2 going into the top 4. Beautifully done by them, and it just shows, like, I honestly feel like VP are on another level. They just have so much flexibility when it comes to constructing these team compositions.
Yeah, we're seeing a similar pattern with teams where their fallings, where their shortcomings are, is that when players choose certain augments and then the opposing team just tries to match them, it usually feels like they're 1 step behind. For example, we saw that the Gragas hero augment was picked up, and then they tried to match it by taking as many Gragas copies as possible. So they just use that as a tempo augment, and then now the other team is screwed. They do the same with Primordial Reroll. One player's locked into they're locked into Briar. They say, I am very close to a Briar 3. So then the opposing team says, okay, we're going to have one of our own. And now in this game, the exact same thing has happened with the Calculated Loss augment. Someone picked Calculated Loss, opposing team GAM go, okay, you've got Calculated Loss, I guess we have to send someone as a 5-loss streaker ourselves. They do that, and then guess what happens? They don't have Calculated Loss, so their spot is always going to be significantly worse than the Calculated Loss player. And so it's looking for those sorts of augments in a 4v4 environment where you kind of tip your hand and force the opposition to do something to counter you, but that counter's not even a counter, it's just trying to soften the blow.
Yeah, a lot of time over-investing is your greatest enemy when it comes to the 4v4 composition, and these are just great fakeouts on the side of a VP. You know, they were able to take Fall Up into a terrible position and then roll on level 7 to deny him absolutely everything. Amazing play here, and you know, Milo getting this board is also just really cool to see. It serves so many different purposes. It denies Fall Up as well, makes sure that he's going to go dead last into into the 8th place, and he also just built something out of it. You know, 5 Space Groove, 5 Meeple. When have you seen a board like this?
Oh, this is definitely something, and He's managed to utilize a wide range of units that we just don't see in stock standard back to front comps. The Blitzcrank is definitely dishing out a lot of damage. You've got the double mashes there, which is the Nami. Pretty common line, but until the current live patch, definitely isn't being played as frequently. Across the board, we can see a Master Yi and a Commodian reroll. These are comps that we have seen quite a lot this tournament, and we will continue to see because they are very much more standard lines.
Yeah, just such great detail all across from Virtus Pro, and they are going to defend the honor of the Vietnamese squads. You know, I was talking to GAM Esports players, and I was telling them, hey, if you guys do take out VP, you probably shouldn't go to Vietnam anymore, right? You just took down YBY1 in mid-feed, and you took down VP again. Oh, that market is not going to like you very much. But maybe I was worrying too much, because it looks like VP is currently just on a completely different level.
Yeah, VP is looking super solid, a team that's done well previous EWC, looking solid to bounce back despite being moved in towards the lower bracket. They just looked great all around, and the fights were somewhat close, but in terms of the entire match, the best of 3 that we just saw, didn't really look close at all. Virtus Pro were ahead every step of the way. We're going to be going to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see if GAM can bounce back or if VP are going to keep plowing through and make a 2-0 victory.
Welcome back to the APAC Closed Qualifiers. This will be an elimination match between GAM Esports and Virtus Pro. So far, Virtus Pro has definitely had the upper hand in a dominating 1-0 series opener.
Yeah, so it's really going to be all eyes on GAM, see if they can switch up their strategy. They've showed to have some really good games in the previous days, but unfortunately just have not had the best start to the series here. Game honestly didn't look too close. I think that they need to reassess their strategy because VP just looked clean and dominant across the board, but maybe that's just more up to VP because they've made really clear decisions about how they wanted to play the game. I think we're both surprised by the calculated loss into level 7 role, bringing out things like that where they can really show up and show why they're more consistent than some other sides. GAM needs to step up and find something like that.
Yeah, I really want to see how this team can perform. We did catch a bit of them yesterday against T1. I believe that was a 3-game series as well. And of course, we mentioned this many times, they did take down RRQ and also Rock Esports. So they are known as the Giant Slayers. They have a couple of pelts that they have collected. However, Virtus Pro is just so experienced. They were the runner-up at EWC 2025. A much, much tougher team for them to be facing on.
Yeah, a very, very dominant team indeed. We'll be heading into game shortly, I'm sure of that. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be bringing out similar strategies, if we're going to see, maybe a prismatic opener. I feel like we've had a lot of silvers which have kind of taken control. The expeditions have been very, very dominant. Maybe we'll see a prismatic opener this game and then players can play something. I want to see something like a level up. I want to see birthday present. I want to see something that makes these players have more of an incentive to play towards those level 9 comps, because we've seen them struggle in the past, and most of the time it's players playing around either 1 cost reroll or a standard level 8 fast 8 on 4-1 or 4-2.
I think your prayers might have been answered, as we do have a Sona encounter. The level ups are going to cost 2 less EXP, so it leads to Fast 8 a lot easier. You can stabilize with that amount of extra gold when you finally do get to the level 8 arenas here. So we are going to be seeing a lot more Fast 9. We haven't really seen any of the Vanguard 9.5 or the Nova 9.5 compositions that are typically very common in solo queue. This would be the encounter to bring them back.
Yeah. Common in solo queue because you can play quite greedy. You can just push econ intervals, save HP where you can. Do your best to construct the board as cheaply as possible, but we know that it's more advantageous in a 4v4 environment to be holding on and denying, playing the denial game. And econ, if you hold on to extra units and lose breakpoints, you exponentially lose more money. So it's just not very viable unless you say, okay, we're going to have one player who's going to take something like calculated loss. We're going to have one player who's going to take savings account. Whatever that econ augment may be, and then they don't play the denial game. But that's really quite difficult because if you're versing a strong team, they will take advantage of that. If you have only 3 players denying versus 4, makes a huge difference.
And I wonder if NCC1 is actually going to play for the Samira, holding on to both copies right here. It is not a common line on this patch whatsoever. It was heavily over-nerfed, if I might say. Not even with the with the double trouble augment is this actually worth it playing. So we'll see if 4v4 makes this line viable, but I just haven't seen it so far.
So we've seen a couple of successful treasure hunts, so definitely considering that as an option. And despite the fact that we're going to be able to level up more frequently, it doesn't really synergize well, but still just a really powerful augment. On the flip side, YYDM has just opted to go for the level up. We do also have a bit more of a gamble with some of the options, taking the spreading roots. Guaranteeing that Marauder definitely feels good. It feels like with the spreading roots, we're usually happy if we see at least one common meta line that we can kind of link towards. Kian is going for the calculated loss. I wonder if that's going to bait anyone on GAM to try and open fort. GAM's also got the calculated loss over there on FIFA. So this time it's a little bit more even. Last time I think we saw that GAM got baited into having a full open player to match calculated loss. Now it seems a little bit more fair. You're just going to have 2 players who aren't playing units.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy that Kian is able to find the same exact augment 2 games in a row, but there you have it. This time around, though, he will be. It will come down a lot to how long these loss streaks can actually continue. It is a very sizable amount of gold. I think it's usually better if you actually run into each other early rather than in the middle of the stage. So we'll see how that happens. For Morris, there's late game scaling. For YYDM, there's birthday reunion. So a lot of these players will be finally heading towards that level 9, as we have so been hoping to see.
Yeah. Can hopefully play a little bit more relaxed as well. If you have, for example, 2 players playing calculated loss, definitely means that across the 7 other players that you might rotate into, you know guaranteed 2 of them you're going to take 0 damage from. That means that on average the board strength can be slightly worse, weaker. You can play a slightly cheaper board. You don't really have to roll down to stabilize at any of the intervals, just because the tempo of the lobby can be so much slower. That being said, the calculated loss players are definitely going to be looking to bounce back on stage 4, so you have to have strong communication with your teammates, because if you accidentally run into the wrong one, you want to make sure that your teammates are removing for you if they're all in there with the calculated loss, and if you go up against someone else who's strong, you have kept up your tempo to match the tempo of the lobby. So I think it's going to be relatively smooth sailing for stage 2 and 3, and once we hit stage 4, it's going to be all gas.
Yeah, we are going to have some relatively mellow early games here. Fall Help actually picking a Ludens. This is a very interesting item because there really aren't many Luden holders on this patch whatsoever. So I wonder what the Ludens is going to do. I can't even think of a unit that does a big burst of magic damage. The only one is probably Lissandra, if I'm being honest. But you're not rerolling Lissandra on this map whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely could have just maybe been not shown the best options there for the holders of the Ludens. I do believe it's been updated slightly because it's typically always just been kind of an AP item just because of the raw stats that it gives. It now does give a little bit of attack damage, so if you have any units who are kind of nuking their opponents, then of course it could still work out okay, but yeah, definitely not one of the best ones. In fact, just checking the stats now on Ludens, this is one of the worst performing Ornn items of all of the options. So, I don't know, maybe the other ones just didn't fit the board at all and we're just going to be utilizing it on towards the Lissandra, and that's going to be the best case scenario.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was maybe Basso Skills or... No, it was Broset that posted specifically about this. It's like, why is this artifact in the game, in this set? Like, there's no one that actually uses it. So, I'm very surprised. I feel like if you intentionally take Ludens, you have to have an out on mind, right? Like, it doesn't feel reasonable to take... There's so many other tank items. I can't imagine taking worse artifacts. I'm very curious. Maybe
yeah,
it's
because...
just...
Like, sometimes you miss, right? Sometimes you have to take a worse augment, but if you are taking statistically the worst Ornn option, you have to be at least confident that it fits your current board, so it's going to do more than the other options that you were given, and you have somewhere to go with it. So the only thing after revising that it works on is the hero augment Gragas. So that's not really the bailout or the play that you're going to be working towards. You can play it on some generic units such as Lissandra to tempo yourself into the early game, but then I think you're just looking at it as a worst statistical augment later. So maybe recognizing, you know, we've got 2 calculated loss players, so I just want to play for tempo, HP preservation. No matter what augment I take, I'm never really going to be that strong in stage 4 when these other players are bouncing back after the calculated loss. So I'll just try and save as much HP as possible, and if you want to be that player in your team that's playing for 5th or 6th, that's perfectly fine. That's a position that some people need to be taking.
True. But the way I see it, he has some secret tech that we have never seen before.
I'm down to see that. Yep.
As unlikely as it is, with all of the meta TFTs out, and the 2 Calculos players actually run into each other, snapping their streaks right before they get to 5. So pretty big hits on both sides right there. That does mean that they will be significantly slowed down compared to just the win streak players.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit more agency. I would say this makes the game a bit more exciting for the teams to actually play in a 4v4 environment, because if they never verse, or if it takes them a long time to verse, they're not really thinking. All they're going to do is play 0 units on their board and just wait until they're allowed to roll. But now that they're no longer going to be rotating into each other, they can actually start to 1, try and kill units on the opposition team, and 2, talk to their teammates, say, hey, I have a lot of you in your pool, could you maybe give me something I could kill? I'm going to position my units on this side of the board, and maybe just give me like a kill or 2, and that will make a big difference in the long run.
I see you are a TFT connoisseur that believes that open fort is not a viable strategy and it should not be allowed in any of the sets whatsoever. I mean, it's called teamfight tactics for a reason. Please play some units. I'm in total agreement with that. It's just, It's so boring when you have two open forwards going the whole way.
Especially because they don't even want to full open forward. Like that's not beneficial to them. But it's a game of cat and mouse. They have to. If the other person's going to do it, then they don't really have a choice. And unfortunately, that's something that just exists in TFT, especially when you have augments like calculated loss. We've had a few different changes to it, which have tried to get rid of, for example, draws. Draws in the past used to be a complete gamble. I don't know how many people still remember that, but that was very infuriating when it just went 50-50 based on who traveled. So there's been a lot of progress in that sense, but for augments like calculated loss, you definitely want to make sure that players are allowed to play units.
Yes, I totally agree with that one. So, you know, I've always been more of on the tempo side of the game. I really respect, like, tempo transition players are kind of like my favorite players all time. Dish Soap is probably one of the best on them. The stacking advantages and knowing all these details when it comes to each individual fight. That to me is teamfight tactics. Just playing open board and going beeline for the strongest comp. Boring.
Yeah, boring.
Not my cup of tea.
That is completely fair enough. We are not going to start with the game with a prismatic, but we've got one at 3-2. So a few different options here. Any injection of money will enable people to level up even faster because we've got wise spending here. Oh, okay, that's an interesting synergy there. That I don't think I've seen that frequently. That sounds like a really nice synergy there with the buried treasure.
Yeah, that sounds kind of insane. I wonder if you accidentally over-level in that case, and maybe going for a 3-cost reroll would be better in that specific instance. It feels very hard to stay on level 6 if you are taking wise spending.
I think the wise spending augment's been in the game for quite some time. I remember it always being one of my favorites in the earlier sets. I feel like it's been around since even maybe like set 6 or around one of the earlier days, because that augment, it's exactly what you described. Rather than taking something like calculated loss where you're not playing the game and then you're doing one massive transition, if you take wise spending, it's all about building your board at every single step of the way, because you need to keep rolling in order to push the levels, which means that you need to be min-maxing what units am I actually upgrading, am I still going to be hitting my econ points, and I'm down a prismatic in terms of combat power. So when I build my board, it needs to be very, very strong to be able to keep up with the rest of the lobby. For example, if someone has something like buried treasures and they have a bunch of items on you, your wise spending upgrades need to be crucial.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's one of those augments that's quite difficult to navigate because you have to think about the game completely different. You know, you just don't have the F key anymore on board. So I want to see how he does pivot this, and I also want to see where Fall Help does finally end up with this Luden's Echo. Now, to be fair, I feel like the only out you realistically have is Bard 2. But that just seems so far away to be angling on 2-1, unless he's a genius and just figured out that, you know, this actually works on the replicators as well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it was quite effective there on the Lysandra. Now we've moved it over towards the Vega. Definitely makes sense if we can eventually get to the Bard. I do like that setup. Is sitting on 98 HP streaking, but still decides to go for the extra econ there with the Tiniest Titans. I mean, I think definitely makes sense. We've got extra gold here. Do we need extra components? Because anyone who gets extra gold here is able to push levels even further. I think we're going to have a very spicy games on our hands. We have 2 calculated loss players, lots of other players taking extra econ. This is going to be a game where people are going to be able to get to level 9, and it's going to be a game where people have lots of resources on level 8. As we do get a look at Maris, who's managed to pick himself up a Jin there from the subscription.
And I wonder, with the DB being given, how many players are going to be considered going for Corki? Especially the 2 lost streak players. And we also have to remember kind of the trick that Kian pulled last game, where he saw that the last place player from GAM Esports was going Corki, and he rolled on level 7 to play Kaisa just to cut them off. So we might be up to the same tricks right here. There's so many mind games happening that might be fresh on people's memory.
Yep, so speaking of Corki there, we know that the Radiant TG on towards the Ribbon is a great pickup. Seeing a DB and an LW just screams Corki. It's not going to be anyone else. So Kian definitely is most likely going to be able to roll all in on 4-1. We've seen a few players actually opt into all-inning quite earlier, so they can do it on as early as 3-7, starting before the Wolves to try and get that advantage. Just depends on how much money Kian has. All eyes on FIFA and Kian here if they have enough money to do it. I don't think FIFA does. He's already got himself a Riven, which is quite nice. Has the pair there. The Galio, it's quite a nice unit because you can tech it in quite easily into the Voyager. The Voyage there synergizes as well with the Meepsy. But it's not really the one you want. We've seen time and time again players who manage to hit the Galio 2 when playing Riven struggle until the Rammus comes online. Having that Rammus as a 1-star feels a lot worse than if you had, for example, a 1-star Galio as a support trade.
Absolutely agree with that one. And it looks like it's going to be a gentleman's agreement between Kian and FIFA. They're both going to be rolling on the next turn. I will have to say, though, Kian has significantly more gold going into this roll down. There is the fact that there are a lot more free rolls on FIFA, so maybe he's not that far behind when everything is actually calculated out. But we're going to the races. I have to imagine this is the turn where everything starts happening.
And if FIFA doesn't hit on 16 HP, they're not really going to be able to play Fiora on the lines that they've selected. Kian is on 18 HP. I think as long as he builds a strong enough... Okay, there we go. Here's the rolls. We got 10 free rerolls. We got 51 gold to work with. The first roll doesn't get us anything. We have Shen Pair on the second one, but nothing to really work with. Does hit the Rammus, and it also has... looks like it's always going to be the Galio that's found first. There's a couple of hits, not bad. Radiant TG, I think this should be stable enough as soon as we get one copy of Corki. Kian hitting decently well. I like these upgrades. The fact that he has the extra copy is crucial. Seems like everyone's just been given a Riven 2. That's not a problem, but 2 Corkis on the side of FIFA.
Yeah, and he's only one off. So if he hits the Riven 2, it's massive here. He stabilizes and denies Kian. This battle towards the 8th place, the battle of the wooden spoons, it comes here. Can they hit the Corkis? No, not yet.
It almost looks like everyone else is just playing Denial. How are both of them able to so easily find the Riven and the Galio? It's like the Corki and the Rammus just doesn't want to come out of hiding. I really like these items here on towards the Riven, and I'm sure I'm going to like the majority of them if Kian can stay alive. I'm going to continue to do that. And yeah, the red buff there on towards the Milio feels good. Just needs a few more upgrades. We're going to go up against a relatively weak board. Yep, NCC1 has managed to pick up a Bramble, but I think with this positioning, we should be able to clear out the majority of the board. Make our way over towards the Belveth as well, so we can be quite comfortably getting rid of the majority of the damage before getting stuck on the Bramble. Kian has a little bit of life left in him. We're going to have to check out on FIFA soon. No, FIFA won his match as well, so we're going to have 2 players who are holding on.
Yeah, this is such an interesting scenario. Like, everyone's just staring at the bottom of the standings right here, and we still have one more augment to go. Is there anything that will keep these players alive? It's only going to be a silver one, so most likely just some form of small combat augment rather than transformational rerolls or gold injections coming in. YYDM probably already hitting level 9 as we just see him hit the Shen 2. Unless he's incredibly lucky. I don't think you can realistically hit that early. Oh, but Kian with the big find.
Debating whether or not he wants to sell the Poppy pair or stop denying the extra Leonas. I think maybe just waiting to just slow the rest of them down. Letting his teammate know, hey guys, I found Corki 2, please hold on to extra copies because we want to try and confuse FIFA as much as possible. Might even be versing FIFA, so if he makes this upgrade last second then goes up against FIFA, this could be a very crucial match. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case. It's going up against Folhop, who's just chilling there on 100 HP, playing Veigar 2 still. So maybe that's the secret tech, that we were doubting the Ludens. We didn't really know where they were going with it, but sitting at 100 HP with an Econ augment, that's got to feel good.
I feel like that's the saying. You know, the journey is about the friends you made along the way, and that friend is Veigar. It's not actually about where you're going. If you're 100 HP on stage 4, you've succeeded at life. It's good enough. In the meantime, though, we do have FIFA survive for another round, but it looked like it came at the cost of his teammates' HP and stay alive. Now down to 45 HP. Most likely did sack for FIFA. This is really tough because once you have Kian hitting that Corki 2, then the rest of the members on VP are now allowed to hold the Corkis. So just that one copy difference is going to snowball massively.
Absolutely brutal, and Kian has a really nice setup as well with the items there. FIFA, I think actually was the first one to hit the Corkies. FIFA had Corki pair long before Kian even found his first copy, so it definitely feels bad on the side of FIFA as he was rolling some amount of gold. He's going to be going up against his teammate there with the Shen 2. Has some 80 items on towards the Shen, who's going to be able to absolutely cruise through the front line. However, after all that, I don't think it's the same as, for example, hitting a Fiora 2 and being able to utilize those TG items. So the Corki and the Galio are going to be able to just kind of mince through YYDM to make us level 9, has some really nice upgrades, but to be honest, I'm really not a fan of hitting Shen 2, especially on the previous patch. Just never really felt as good as hitting some of these full cost upgrades instead.
Yeah, he's not a full tank. He's kind of a subpar bruiser at the same time. You need very specific items for him that you just aren't going to have or you would prefer on the Blitzcrank. So never feels that great. We're going to take a look at the last choices here. It is the chance for players to get more combat from the Kale one if they have a lot of items, or a bit more gold, as we see YYDM now heading towards that direction. He needs a lot of gold to find all of these level 9 pairs.
That's quite painful. When you're low on HP at 4-4, Pengu will offer you a 5 cost, and usually this can be a bailout if it gives you something that you want. But if you look at the Corki board, there's not a 5 cost that fits. He can get an extra Master Yi, finds another copy of Rammus. He could hold that if he wanted to play Denial, but I don't really think he needs to, given that his oppositions, no one's really struggling in that regard. He's the one that's struggling. He does manage to find himself a BT, and Maris, who made use of the luxury subscription and was able to go to level 9 quite easily. These are great Vex items, stuck on a Jin 2. Maybe we'll get some better items later. We are going to do a bit of a switcheroo.
Yeah, his front line is still lacking a lot of power. He's going to be going up against Stay Alive's board right here. Expect him to just slam everything. He's not quite stable just yet, but this matchup should be one that he can realistically take down. As I say that Leona, oh, I always underestimate Leona. I'm always like, she's a 1-cost tank. What could she do? And I'm like, nah, she's actually a 4-cost.
Well, looks like they do have just enough damage there. Made it all the way to level 9 and just has enough on board. And that board, it looked like a close fight, but that will get a lot stronger once we start to get more items on towards the Jin, even have access to the Sonar. As you said, it's really just lacking the front line. One final roll, and we do hit Corki 2. So FIFA actually getting knocked down to 6 HP. I think Kian might have just hit Rammus 2 at the exact same time. So both of their boards are pretty much complete. That's right. Kian did hit Rammus 2. So Kian doesn't really have to worry too much. There's not too much of a denial game that can really be played. Extra copies of Rammus is Kian's probably screaming out to his teammates. You guys can hold on to those as well now. But look at this Riven, just such an absolute powerhouse with the Radiant TG. Compare that to something like the Shen. Picking up this TG is decent. Didn't move items to Fiora because now we actually have proper items. Now this board is starting to look a lot better. The Shen as the first upgrade to hit didn't feel as good, but now we have a Fiora.
Yeah, the Fiora going in as the main carry, much more important. We also have a Graves in the backline. I believe that is an ability. Precision Graves right there, being able to dish out a lot more damage. FIFA, very critically, can the Riven finish off the Kindred? It does! Wow, the damage being lost from the board there is going to give a much-needed win to GAM Esports, as NCC1 now starting to bleed out.
Yeah, so FIFA just holding on to that Rammus pair, has a strong enough board. Looking for a third Riven item here, given Edge of Night as potential. Doesn't really want to move anything else to it. Is considering it, only has 8 gold. Do we want to go for an Edge of Night? We already have the Rogue, so kind of built in. How much gold are we willing to roll until we get something that's slightly better? Already have Corki items, we could move one of them, for example the red buff, if we wanted to get another Corki item. There's the Titans, if we wanted to go with that. With only 5 gold left, I'd be surprised if we rolled too much further than this. Definitely seems like a nice pickup, and every little bit of gold that he rolls feels bad because the Rammus could be in that next shop. Does slam the Titans, leftover bow there. So very nice board here, but you're just kind of waiting until you verse a level 9 board that's a bit stronger.
Yeah, I don't see FIFA getting out of this situation whatsoever. He did beat the NCC1 board. I'm not sure about Milo's board, so we're going to check in on that. He could realistically beat the Milo board as well. Milo, as we were talking about, why spending, not going to be playing around the 2-cost rerolls, instead going for the 3-cost rerolls. Huge round for him as he does find one of these. I think this is actually an altar map, so we'll see if he has the altar online just yet. Without the altar, this version is actually quite weak.
Yeah, quite weak indeed, and a lot of the Jaxes were being denied by the sides of GAM. I think you can see there's one there in the top left corner. It's very, very difficult to hit this unit, especially when you're pushing levels. We're all the way up to level 8, so hitting a contested 2 cost effectively is quite difficult. Lulu's doing her best to take out all of the units on the side, but the TF on the side is just not going to have enough damage, and Teemo somehow surviving there with the Edge of Night. That actually worked out quite well there.
Yeah, not having altar. Okay, he finally does get the altar here, but missing it for that round definitely did hurt. Big fine for FIFA here, and he does have 2 combat augments, which is what has been keeping him alive. Zoe 3 also found for GAM Esports, so all of a sudden, even though Kian is still very, very strong, FIFA has just been able to hang on for so long. He started this struggle on 4-1, finally completes his score on 5-2, better late than never.
Yeah, so Maris has finally managed to hit the Nunu 2. He's got the Blitzcrank as well. Really nice items there on towards the Vex. Is this the board? Yeah, okay, so Jin's completely gone. Quite unfortunate to just hit a 2-star Jin and not really want to be playing around it. We have managed to sell it and utilize this econ to generate a much nicer board. Similar to how the Darkstar players in this patch are just ignoring the Jin and putting the items on towards the Kai'Sa. Just really not a super strong unit. This patch, this Vex has so much damage to work with, but no, unfortunately just gets knocked down. And looks like Maris is going to fall before FIFA does. FIFA's still holding on, and Milo's down to 9 HP. This is not looking good for VP.
Wow, what an amazing turn of events. I honestly felt like there was no way FIFA could dig himself out of an 8th place. Like, all the boards were kind of completed on the side of VP. They could have just held the Corkies, but I have to say, this is sheer luck. I think in most scenarios, FIFA would have been going dead 8 in that situation. Unfortunately for Mars, he wasn't able to use his luxury subscription, so it was essentially down just a full prismatic. In this case, it just didn't really work out for him, especially in an encounter that gives you extra EXP. I felt like that just works against luxury subscription, especially if you don't have something you want.
The Riven on towards the backline there, so it'll be an easy matchup there for FIFA going up against. I do believe it was Fallhop who had this setup. Could be the Ghost though, so he's not too worried about sharing a little bit of HP. NCC does drop down to just 4 HP, so eventually these players, the VP players, might have to verse each other. Stay Alive drops!
Perfect kill there coming in from Kian. Zoe 3 not able to get through.
It's been a back and forth game here. We thought that VP were running away with it just due to the unfortunate situation there from FIFA, but then back and forth, it looks like VP were down and out for the count, but they have multiple members there sitting below 10 HP. Kian on 18 HP is in a very, very comfortable position. Looking at this board here from YYDM, it looks very, very powerful. So I don't know if VP can rival a first place finish, but if they can send some of the other players down. Fallhop has 26 HP, is able to regen there with the tiniest Titans, but at 26 is most likely still going to be 2 lives, so if the VP players can avoid fighting each other, it shouldn't really be a problem. So we do see Tench there with the Bramble is going to be holding up. The board doesn't look that strong. I don't know if it can deal with the likes of FIFA. The Bramble is staying alive for a very long time. Riven's dancing around the side. The Bramble is not alive long enough, and NCC1 is going to get taken out by FIFA, who looked like they were going to be going out in 8th. Has now sent 2 VP players.
Ooh.
Kian stays alive on 2.
Oh, that was so close. If Kian lost right there, it would have been a called game situation. NCC1 unfortunately wasn't able to find any of his 2-star carries, was on Fiora 1, Graves 1 when the comp finally did end. Does drop to FIFA now on a win streak. This power of the combat augments has just been very, very impressive.
This looks bad for VP, but I actually think that VP can't verse each other. I think I saw matchups from Kian, and they might have been against everyone except for Milo. So if that's the case, Fallhop actually doesn't... Fallhop has an econ augment. He has 15 HP, so he was really, really healthy, but that's from the tiniest Titan. So there's a good chance that he goes down soon. You see the Wise bending there. The Lulu 3 is on the opposite side. Has a lot of protection there from the Maokai. The Corki is absolutely shredding through the front line. Is going to get stuck on the Bramble Jax here, but it's only a 2-star. Dissension does kick in, and Lulu's going to be dealing a lot of damage with every cast here.
Ram is on the wrong
front lines
side.
on towards Lulu, one more cast here.
Fire,
Gonna take down the back line. It's so close, it's so close. FIFA gets knocked down. FIFA down in 5th. Gam 4-hop falls into 4th place, and now you have 2 VP players in 2nd and 3rd.
And that's it. That's it. VP actually just win because they have a 5 and 7, and then 2. Sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. Sorry. They still need to take out YYDM. That's my mistake.
Yeah, so
I read it wrong.
If they have if YYDM can close out this match and have a 1st and 4th place, then they will be perfectly fine because they finished their 5th and 7th. It doesn't even necessarily need to be a tiebreaker, but if VP can take him out and clinch out the 1st and 3rd, because I don't believe they have enough HP to clear out a 1-2 here.
Yeah, it doesn't look possible at this point, and we have a straight level 10 coming in from the side of YYDM. Has not been able to find his Graves, is still missing 1 copy right there, holding onto the Fiora to deny, I believe, Milo's board right there. Still doesn't find any of the critical upgrades. Milo with a cheeky upgrade by himself, getting the Bard Dragon and then ditching the Bard. That is some two-head strategy there. I like that.
Genius. And he is going to be going up against YYDM, who has still stuck on a Graves 1 there. The Lulu is most likely going to be able to proc the Ascension if the fight goes long enough. Fiora though, if Fiora can get on towards the backline, is going to be stuck there on towards the Dragon. So Ascension should still proc, and Fiora is still alive, and doesn't look like there's enough frontline. Bramble's still there. The Graves one's not enough damage to get rid of the Lulu, so 1 more cast is going to come out, but it's just not enough, and it looks like Milo's going to go down. Kian fell as well, and YYDM is the savior there for Gam.
What an insane game that we just witnessed. It was so close across the board right there, and finally, Gam do take this into a game 3. They had a 2-point advantage in the bottom right there, and there was still a potential for a 1-3 win coming in from Virtus Pro, but they could not take down YYDM. YYDM gets the double kill and extends the series.
Yeah, so I asked for a prismatic opener. We didn't exactly get that, but we definitely got something similar where the prismatic came later into the game. Everyone was able to, a lot of the players were able to get to level 9. We had some really, really strong boards. Some level 10 boards came out after the fact, and still even potential to get stronger. And we had a really nice Y spending Lulu 3, but just wasn't able to compete just due to a lack of frontline. But it looks like we're going to be going towards a break, but thanks to Gam's victory against VP, they will be bringing us into a game 3. So after the break, we will head in to decide who is going to come out on top.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Can't get to you.
It's been a very long day, but we are at the end of the road. This will be the final game between VP and GAM Esports. Whoever wins this one preserves the chance to go to the last chance qualifier, and whoever loses will drop out of contention for EWC completely. We had game one being a dominating victory from VP, and then game two being a nail biter, where somehow GAM Esports was able to keep FIFA alive to clinch that win.
Yeah, nail biter indeed. It seems like it was just holding on to 8 HP, had nowhere to go, no upgrades, maybe just a little bit of luck to kind of dodge a couple of the crucial players, and then whenever he was versing his teammates, they were able to sack for him. But they definitely answered better this time. We saw previously that when they answered the calculated loss player without a calculated loss, the full open strategy just didn't work. This time we saw duplicates of 2 calculated loss players, and as long as you want to play full open, you definitely need an augment like that in order to secure a bounce back on stage 4.
Yeah, fixed a lot of their issues going into this one. And looking at the players, I have to say I have been consistently amazed by how well Milo has been playing. Game 1, he was playing around with triple emblems, cooked a beautiful board. And Game 2, even with the treasure hunt into Y spending, Lulu reroll, even though it wasn't a win out, I really appreciate the way he was able to pivot around all of those emblems and cook up a very nice comp. On the other hand, I am a little bit worried about Maris. You know, I think both games Maris actually just kind of tapped out, didn't find his board, and went 8th place. So we'll see what happens next into this matchup, if they can kind of swap around their positions. I remember from VP last year, it was all about saving Private NCC1. Like, he was always a sacrificial lamb, and they had to pull him out with all different kind of compositions. And now the tables have kind of turned a little bit. So Mars, the one that needs a little bit of help. Hopefully he can find his stride in this last game we have.
Yeah, and VP just looks so dominant in the first game, so it'll be interesting to see if they lose a second game in their series, if that kind of slows down the momentum, they start to play worse, because I don't think that they played quite poorly in the last game. It looked like they were in a pretty comfortable position to close it out, but honestly after the first game I thought they were looking quite a bit more dominant there than Cam, so maybe they'll just show up, they'll get a little bit better of an opportunity to display their skills at the beginning. On 2-1, gain 8 free rerolls, so kind of the opposite of what we just came from, hey?
Oh, this is probably my least favorite encounter in the entire game. You are heavily incentivized to play for 1-cost rerolls, and there's only so many lines that you could get. My predictions is that we're going to see a very low cap game where players on each side might have to be assigned to just hold hands with other players on the opposing team. Just play the same rerolls they are.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a few different 1-cost reroll lines. Not a wide range, but we've seen just a lot of the same thing on repeat. Pretty much one Primordian going to be playing around with Raya. Someone's definitely going to want to pick up Leona. So if you have access to this many rerolls and you can utilize them on an early level, such as level 3, then it really just comes down to items and augments, because even if you don't have that many copies, if you have like 1 or 2 and you have like a really nice setup for it, then yes, as you said, you're very much incentivized to do it. On top of that, you might see someone take something like a savings account, and then they'll have a lot nicer of a time having a semi-full open board into a nice fast 8. Usually if you have something like calculated loss, you generate all those extra rerolls as well, so you get a lot more money. But something like that's definitely going to feel a lot worse when you get all these rerolls for free.
This is one of those encounters where I feel we're going to have a very good idea who's going to come out on top just based on the augments like you were mentioning. If you can get reroll augments, if you can get HP Leona, you are massively ahead of the competition. No such luck so far, just looking at Stay Alive's side. Pretty tame options that he has. You know, I've been talking about this a lot, but Shield Maiden, Silver Start, reroll augment, that is kind of going to be the jackpot for any of these players.
Do have a Silver Spoon picked up. That definitely makes a lot of sense when you're playing around the 3 time breakers, so you'll be able to push levels with that. A few different options. Oh, the Milio 2 seem to be pretty common when it comes to what sort of 2 costs you get access to at an early stage. Extra Rod being picked up there. Still haven't chosen an augment on this side, and going to go with a very last second item grab back there. Makeshift armor being picked up. That makes a lot of sense given the components that we can see on their side. We finally have an Expedition player as well, so we'll be sacrificing the Lulu on the side of YYDM. Not really going to be making that much use of the extra rolls, but once we do cash out from the Expedition, then that's going to come in handy.
Absolutely, and I wonder what type of Arbiter he will get this time around, as we have seen in the Nongxing matchup. If you do get those early good Arbiters on this map, it's almost close to GG. In the series, both wins did come from that Leona. We are seeing the Leonas pop up everywhere.
Chance to get gold at the end of combat you can utilize to get a little bit of extra AP, but we don't usually see these do super well with Leona 3-star, so just depending on what we want to go for here. Already has the gargoyles, which is quite nice as well, but I think making use of the time breaker just generates some more resources, actually ends up selling the Leona, going okay, we're not going to try and utilize it because we didn't get the nuts when it comes to the Arbiter. So quite comfortably going to be able to push levels and just utilize those free rerolls later. Silver Spoon getting all the way to level 5 on 2-2 is definitely quite manageable. And getting to level 5 means you can actually play a strong-ish board, despite the fact that you're playing 3 time breaker.
Looks like YYDM is going to sell his Leona into the expedition as well. I'm sighing a massive sigh of relief. At least we're not going to have basically a called winner starting on 2-1. I'm always happy to see the games go longer and the players have a little bit more agency on where they finally decide to end up.
Yep, and YYDM just making use of that very strong promoter opener to just get a couple of extra kills there, as well as the makeshift armor to try and get a few there. Veigar too as well.
It looks like Milo is going to be the one tasked onto the Veigar duty. He has rolled already, so this is a very strong sign of being committed to the line. It looks like he is wide open here, and no one else really contesting that one. And I think the other hotly contested one-cost reroll will have to be the Primordians. We will see who ends up with this one. This is a huge fight coming in for Milo. Can he actually take down FIFA, who did level to 5?
Yeah, very strong strategy here to slam the early Void Staff. We've had Void Staff and a Morello. Changes to the items in the last couple of sets have made it so they do generate just a little bit of mana, so although you're just slamming some utility for now, you're still going to get quite a lot of power on an upgraded unit. Definitely feels good when playing around those AP flex lines, as some of these utility items, for example the anti-heal components or the shred, or the magic penetration, they feel great on carries, especially in the early game, and then at the very, very end of the game, maybe you can swap them out for like a GS or a Gunblade. So great tempo here on display from some of the players, especially when a lot of these other players are going to be playing towards these semi-open fort, not open fort, but definitely higher econ generation. So you do get options of Soraka, or if you want to try and generate more econ and stick to Evelyn.
Looks kind of interesting that not actually that many players are beelining toward a one-cost reroll line. It seems that GAM Esports, we haven't seen all of their compositions, but they seem kind of okay with allowing some of these one-cost rerolls to be uncontested on the enemy sides right here. NCC1 also opting out of that line, choosing to save all of his rerolls, most likely going for the Corki line.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these players sacrifice their early game so they can get towards the stage 4. Definitely feel fine using all of their free rerolls there. Not too many compositions where you're utilizing the rerolls in stage 3, unless of course you're trying to finish off some of those one-cost lines, but yeah, honestly a little bit surprising. Thought that you might have more Leonas picked up. Maybe just because everyone had access to the rerolls, it just comes down to the itemization. And then those with the good itemizations might have just gone, I didn't get the right Arbiter, so I don't think I'm going to force myself into something suboptimal. That's the case.
Yeah, I think neither of the early GAM esports players actually liked their Arbiters. They didn't get the max HP, so they decided to just, let their Leonas go. Currently, we are seeing a pretty big HP advantage shaping up for VP. They have players 1 through 3 now. And even Kian is still sitting on 84 HP. So lots of tempo advantage going into stage 3. And if they can maintain it with those rolls, it could be absolutely crushing. That's the thing about this encounter, is that you can kind of choose to use it when you're on 3-2 and do the roll down now. It's basically free to continue your win streaks.
There's quite a lot of Morello components there for Fall Hop, so taking the random item at the start. But unfortunately, components kind of match that item. So you can use it to, save yourself having to make something like a Sunfire, but unfortunately for him in his current line that he's playing towards, he's pushing levels, playing towards that Master Yi, the Sunfire Slam could have maybe made a bit more sense, but I think with the extra rods you kind of have to take it somewhere else. It's just a little bit difficult to pivot from AP when he had such a nice brawler opener, which typically can be very easily transitioned into the AD lineups.
Yeah, he really needs something like a Pandora's items to fix the amount of rods that he has. Having 3 rods early on is not terribly good for your health in this meta, unfortunately. Most of the fast 8 lines are actually just AD focused. So I'm very curious to where he can pivot towards, and I'm actually kind of surprised he doesn't have more of the Vanguard units on his board. Those typically lead a lot better if you have to angle for the AP.
Yeah, I think we even saw a patient with the Virtue there, so most of these players have around 8 rolls. Milo's used up around 6 of them, so he's stuck down to 2. I do believe that we did see someone with 15 as well. We're going to have another look at the rolls for Forges. That's a step in the right direction if you want to take that route, but does also have access to the dual gauntlet if we want to commit to that AP line. As a Rage Blade is a good way to burn at least one of the rods, given that we already have the Morello, so kind of locked into that regard. AFK from Stay Alive has managed to make a lot of econ. Did win the last round there, so 2 of the GAM players not able to both maintain a 5 loss streak, but that's to be expected when you have 2 of the same teammates trying to play towards that line. We do have FIFA here, who's managed to push levels, utilizing that Silver Spoon. It's not the richest, I would say, but given that the current setup, you could sell some of his units. Holding on to the Urgot pair, is this looking to be a pretty stock standard? Is this an unconventional ASOL? I don't think we've seen too much of that.
Yeah, ASOL has just been kind of missing from the meta for a lot of these games. I think a lot of it does come down to Galio just being pretty contested, surprisingly contested around a lot of these boards, so you don't find your main tank most of the time, and you also kind of need Artifact for it to really shine. So has been missing from a lot of the game plans these 2 days, but if there ever was a position, I think this would be one of the positions. You have like an early Urgot online, you already have the Mighty Mech items potentially, and we are going to go into a second silver augment. So
yeah,
ooh.
Was gonna say if they could maybe find, who knows, like a portable forge here, give them some direction to take that. Second win, definitely just like a very decent option here if you want a little bit of combat power, feeling lucky just to give some more money. Be surprised with the restart mission here, just because we already have Timebreaker, so just such a nice synergistic trait to have. Yeah, man, it's just gonna go for a little bit of extra money. Money makes sense because we need to push levels when we already have the free rerolls. We do have, was that restart mission to generate more money for the quest there?
I think it was, yeah. Wow,
oh, that's going to be really fast. Wow.
8 gold a turn, selling Victor 2. Let's go.
That's an insane amount of gold. You don't usually see that. Usually players, if they can donate a couple of gold here and there, pick up some 3 costs, get a 4 cost from the gods from Pengu. Usually you can get a cash out around Wolves, usually feels quite good, but yeah, we could be seeing a cash out as early as maybe even 3.6 or 3.7.
Yeah, if he's willing to sell the Aurora, that's 16 gold already. The Expedition does count as your sell amount and not the total unit cost. So you do get docked by 1 gold, but still, that's absolutely crazy. And if you can pull that off, that means that he could potentially cut off some of these Master E lines coming in.
Yeah, so you do have another scout to kind of look around here. Most of the players not really opting to go towards level 7. Milo up there sitting at 100 HP is quite comfortable, and everyone else is looking pretty solid. We have Maris there looking quite powerful, the double Shojin. Not a huge fan of stacking too many Shojin stuff. Definitely doesn't feel as powerful in previous sets. You know, Shojins were mandatory on a lot of the AP units and some of the AP casters as well. But a lot of the AP casters nowadays either seem to like the Nash's JG combo, so Shojin stuff has fallen out of fashion, I would say, but incredible tempo here to be using it on the Milio there.
Yeah, super interesting on where Morris is going to end up. I originally assumed that it was going to be a Corki composition, but with the second Shojin being slammed, I'm no longer so sure. It feels like maybe more of a Lulu or some form of AP angle going on there. We're going to be going into the second Boon choice here. Left side is just going to be a Sunfire, and right side, a little bit more gold at the expense of HP.
Gain a random 3-star, is that a 3-star 1 cost? That's going to be perfect for the Expedition. We could definitely be seeing we could definitely be seeing a very, very early cash out. Doesn't synergize well that you lose a little bit of HP for your troubles, but if you can cash out a turn earlier, that's effectively saving you like 10 to 15 HP at minimum. So that will be very, very interesting to see. Yeah, FIFA's picked up Rek'Sai 3. We've got 3 players follow up as well, and Milo at the top. So Rek'Sai 3 fits onto the board quite nicely there. You can see the Victor 3. The Victor 2 isn't being sold by the likes of Milo, but that makes a lot more sense as he's definitely trying to streak from this position. Sitting on 97 HP, so the only HP lost was to the temptation of Evelyn.
Yeah, really strong start coming in from Milo, and I just feel like he has to be the all-star coming in for this team. FIFA, in the meantime, I'm pretty sure he just got that off Evelyn. Like, he just straight drew something that his composition exactly needed. Gets the Rek'Sai. He's not gonna win, but it's still. That's the thing about Evelyn. Sometimes it's just so luck dependent on what comp you're playing and if it fits or not.
We'll have to see if the other players are able to utilize their 1 cost 3 stars as much. That definitely feels like the best win out from that perspective. Follow-up using it to tempo. See Kian, a few upgrades coming in now. Players are now rich enough to go to level 7. See a couple of upgrades across the board. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure YYDM actually increased his HP, so the only way that would happen was if, the Fiora is already there. Expedition already cashed out extremely fast.
Oh, okay. So he didn't actually go for the extra 3-star 1 cost because I don't think he needed to. He might have actually picked up the Soraka on the second turn because he already knew to sacrifice his 3-star mission there. So having a Jhin with a Radiant DB and a Fiora, the ability to jump back and get all this extra HP back this early is absolutely nuts. And so VP, I'd be scared if I were them.
Yeah, YYDM seems to be the one that's always going for the highest cap play in the game so far, and this sequence is just, is honestly kind of disgusting if you ask me. The Expedition into rerolls into this one, so I kind of feel bad for VP having to play against this. We will see how they pilot this. It's most likely going to be cutting off some of the quirky compositions coming in, and both Milo and NCC1 look like they're angling for quirky. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it feels like. Oh, Kian though.
Has the potential. He's kind of lacking items, to be honest. Has the Edge of Night Slam, so definitely was looking towards playing Master Yi. Is denying some Corkies here. He has infinite rerolls, so he can really do whatever he wants, but does he actually have enough money to be playing defense here? I'm not sure. He hasn't finished out his board. He's holding on to 2 copies of Corki. If he sold them now, he could have made 10 interest gold here. Yeah, he can't even utilize all of his rerolls. He's just playing defense.
Yeah, with the lowest HP on the lobby right now, he basically has to look out for himself. If he can overtake FIFA, I think that's a win. YYDM's already going places. It's too hard to defend against him. So that's going to be the call coming in. Only 1 copy of Master Yi, 1 roll left. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to stabilize, and instead is just going to be playing full defense at the moment.
Yeah, that feels bad. Needs a little bit more of an econ injection to be able to do that. Does have access to some pretty nice Kench items. Needs to finish off these Master Yi items though. He only has the Edge of Night to support it. The LW definitely works, but it feels really bad to have this Kindred 2 as one of your first upgrades and not really be able to support it. There's just too many frontline items here.
This is such a hard decision for Kian. If he holds on to the Corkies, I think he's just kind of dead. He needs some bailouts coming in on the 4-2 augment. Down to a single life right here. If he loses by 5 units, he is out in 8th place. Does he have anything that can save him? Is there a gold option?
So it just ends up taking the extra swords here. Unfortunately, had to sell the Corki, so maybe slowed down the pace of Gam for a little bit. You can see YYDM's picked up a Ribbon 2, NCC1 making some upgrades as well as a Jax 3 that's been picked up. So extra swords here definitely enables the Kindred to be a secondary carry here, but that was a lot of rerolls and a lot of time wasted on the Corki, unfortunately, because he's not strong enough to be able to hold on to it.
Yeah, he just ended up denying YYDM, and I honestly don't think YYDM is worth denying, to be absolutely frank. He's already level 9. He got a great cash out from the Call to Chaos right there. And also your teammates is still needing that Corki, so I'm not so sure about holding the Corki. That move felt a little bit... the price to holding those Corkis is actually quite high.
Yep. Especially when you needed the con intervals, and I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication there with NCC if they were going to potentially play towards a different comp. Pretty much all of their items for the Corki did come after the augment, so maybe they were flexing, AP flex, doing something else, and then they saw the extra swords and went, hey, actually from my position, I can play towards it. Kindred one more hop away, it should be able to do enough damage. Yeah, it takes out his teammate. NCC1 should be able to hopefully find Corkis if they have anywhere near as much luck as Kian, as we saw many in their shop before, and that is the Year 2 at least.
Wow, huge find coming in for him, and on the other side, FIFA, he's only going to have the Kindred 2 for him. I expect him to kind of sell one of these Ramesses to make that unit, but you know, there's a lot of players that are seemingly in some form of freefall. I think NCC1 and the other Master E from Fall Help that we just saw is not likely to survive here. We're going to be taking a look at Stay Alive, where he finally ended up with this composition. It is going to be one of the Huntress on the Lulu. Again, this is not a great one.
Interesting. We've seen a little bit of Lulu reroll being played. We're finally starting to see there's a Jax paired with a Milio reroll there, so we're wondering where all these extra Shojins were going to lead towards. And so Maris has decided to play around an unconventional 2-cost reroll line. Lulu we've seen played with quite a few different front lines, but it always seems to be Lulu 3 with a difficult to upgrade the front line. Pantheon has come online, but going up against a Jax 3, it's very, very difficult to get through that.
Yeah, it's very difficult to even find his main carry upgrades as well. He can skip out on Sunfire. That's what the Huntress Lulu allows you to do. And in the meantime, we're going to be taking a look at the bottom of the lobby. YYDM going to be able to pick up another 5-cost for his composition. And Kian still looking for some reprieve right here. He does have the Master E2. Should be stable against most boards, actually, now taking a look at it.
Picks up some extra HP. He's going to be able to deny extra copies of the Master Yi. I think he's kind of forfeited any idea of pushing levels beyond this point. It does hit the Fiora there, so can generate a little bit of extra HP there. Can play Fiora. 24 HP, unfortunately, so don't think you can really generate too many extra lives there. Most likely it's just going to be sitting on 2 lives for the rest of the game, but anything to just kind of deny the struggle. I think recognizing that until I actually get any items for this Fiora, she's not really going to be doing anything. So instead we'll just keep the Akali on board, because this at least does give the rest of our team crit chance. Very minor detail there, but that definitely does make a little bit of sense. If we were going to be winning our matchup regardless, then maybe we would have liked to play it.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you know, VP are starting to turn the corner a little bit. We used to have 2 players which are, I think, are complete free fall at this point, both FIFA and Stay Alive. I don't expect them to be winning too many rounds with the current compositions that they have. So I think they're just going to be continually dropping, and the goal doesn't even matter for them at this point. It's just, they're just so far behind the curve. So if GAM Esports can hold on to Kian, I think their chances of taking this are extremely high.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking to be that way. We'll have another look around. So we've got, it's always interesting to see like the random 3-star 1 cost just kind of teched into the board. Definitely makes a lot of sense when you're just playing a random Shepherd. I mean, it's good enough for now, but also look at that, 11 free rerolls before going towards level 9, and we're only going to be generating more with Invested.
Wow, I'm so surprised that this Victor board is so strong. It doesn't really look like it on the surface, because you have that just 1-star Poppy holding on the front line. But, Milo is just continuing to surprise me over and over again at how patient he's been able to play these spots, how unconventional most of these boards actually are.
Yep, and we have the YYDM actually somehow managing to take a loss, unfortunately. He had a really, really powerful position there after cashing out a pretty broken combination, to be honest. we'll see what do we want here. We haven't done our roll down here for Milo, so don't really know what legendaries we're going to be playing towards exactly. Definitely leaning towards the AP side. That definitely makes a lot of sense. With all these extra rerolls, we should be able to pretty much open sell our backline here and start to pick up units such as the Vex. I would expect as soon as Vex is picked up here that we're going to start making items like a Rage Blade, playing towards that. We have quite a lot of frontline to work with here. We have a dummy, we can play Shepherd. This is looking good. Skipping the Graves doesn't really have the items to support it. Makes a lot of sense. Still a lot of rolls. There's so much to do in this turn that I hope that Milo can find it all. And then the Vex 2 is all we really need. And I think the frontline's already partially there. So sitting at 63 HP, he's got to feel comfortable about this spot now.
Yeah, and just looking across the HP bars on GAM, they're actually pretty low. 30 HP on 3 of their players. If Milo just decides to play full tempo here, even if there is a higher chance for friendly fire, as he's seeing on his board, he's going up against 2 VP players, it's going to be so effective. Like, just being able to give HP to his teammates, being able to just tax the lobby with hands down the strongest board in this entire field. It's going to be so powerful. This is going to be the deciding moment for me because YYDM does have the Expedition cash out, and now he's going up against potentially the strongest player in the lobby. So if he can win this one handedly, that means that GAM still has a chance. But if they lose this one, I think they're going to.
Yeah, and he has the default. I mean, both of the boards is just so much damage to work with, but YYDM's positioning looked a little bit nicer, as well as the fact he's playing around a very AD heavy board. Milo's board is pretty much done, just needs a few upgrades there on towards the front line, but Tank wasn't really sitting under the best positioning, and also doesn't have anything like a Bramble or a Gargoyle, so just not strong enough. Vex is a unit that can do a lot of damage, ramps up across the fight, especially with the Rage Blade. By the time the fight's over, can deal a ridiculous amount of damage, but you need that infinite front line, and it just doesn't look like that's the case. And so going up against a fast board like Corki, you can really just dismantle a really cheap and paper front line.
Yeah, this is the point where we have your 2 free fall players going right now. I wonder if YYDM did sack for his teammates. So, yep, trying to stay alive. True to his namesake. Stay alive, please. This should be enough. Corki with no items. Lulu 3 with the burn coming down.
Just doing his best. Has the double gargoyles down towards the Pantheon, so those extra resistances are going to synergize very well with Lulu's continuous healing there with the Gunblade. We talked about how Lulu can be very, very powerful, but all you really need is frontline. So if you're versing some of these slower boards, that it can benefit you into her favor. Is stuck on level 7, has an IE there on towards the TF, could maybe push levels and get someone else in, but for now, it's only just going to be about can Pantheon stay alive and is Lulu untouched. Any positioning changes you can do in order to just guarantee that you never get wrapped is going to be the #1 thing. It's a little bit awkward with the Stargazer because if you're worried about getting wrapped by anyone, moving that Pantheon to the right side could be quite dangerous, as we do get a nice little look around to some of the other boards. YYDM did take a loss. So despite the fact that they were one of the strongest boards, actually, were able to take out VP, the top there with Milo's board, but that means that there's still potential to lose. And Kian versus YYDM, this is going to be a big matchup.
Yeah, we have to stay on this one because Kian does have a chance of just dropping here. If he loses by 3 units, it's over, and that would be 8th place over potentially towards VP. It doesn't even look close, to be honest. The front line collapsing immediately. So if Fall Help stays alive here, then 8th place is decided. Critical moment as everyone is scanning across the board. Kian goes down by 5, but Fall Help goes down by 8.
That gives VP a little bit of breathing room, as it looks like Kian was in a very dire situation from the get-go. So after the stage 4 roll down, thought, maybe shouldn't play too much defense because it's just not really looking good. Stay Alive sitting on 5 HP. Decently strong board, but can definitely get dropped by some of the strong ones. Milo there hitting the Blitzcrank 2. It's really going to be all eyes on him to knock down some of these lower players. If Maris can just stay alive for a little bit longer, then they'll definitely be quite comfortable with their final placements. Just have to wait and see. Any switching around here, can it make a difference?
FIFA and Stay Alive both look kind of dead in my eye, so there's a lot of hoops that GAM Esports need to jump through to secure this one. They basically need YYDM to be the one winning out the entire lobby, going up against AP Milo board, which just looks absolutely terrifying at this point. If I had to guess, I think Stay Alive is just dropping here. Level 7 hasn't been able to do anything.
It's looking a lot better now. Having access to the Bramble and the Declaw means that the front line's actually going to be able to stay alive, regardless if you're versing AD or AP. The Gunblade healing up the Vanguards at the front line means that Milo's board has become a lot more powerful. When you have a unit with double resistances, every single tick of healing coming out of the Gunblade there just means that it's so difficult to tick that away. Even if you have anti-heal, even if you have armor pen or magic pen, it doesn't really matter. The Sunder's not going to be enough. So VP, very, very strong runner for first there at Milo. You do have some strong players coming out of GAM there. YYDM has the potential. He has the cash out. He has a very strong board to play for a higher position. But FIFA, on 14 HP, I don't like his chances.
Yeah, the problem is FIFA just doesn't have anywhere to go. Like, he's stuck on level 8, doesn't have a chance to go to level 9. There is a... I didn't even realize there's a third Porky player on NCC1's side. VP doing everything they can to hold YYDM down.
So Master Yi is maybe going to be able to wrap no Rammus' smarts, come back around. Even though the Edge of Night procs, Master Yi is now going to be stuck on the Rammus and Corky can be doing a lot of damage. So FIFA, unfortunately, just does not have it in him. Yep, and that's going to be him out. That's 3 GAM members falling, and VP, I was going to say, had 3 in the top 3 at the time, but Maris dropping down into 4th position. Currently, VP have secured 3 in the top 4 position, and will be walking away with it as they send FIFA out in 5th.
Congratulations to Virtus Pro. Now, they are trying to do a lot of taunting right here. Now, I know the players actually know each other quite well, so, you know, it's... I'm not sure if this is going to evolve into a happy relationship forward, but what I can explain here is that YYDM is flashing the Flash Wolves, showing VP that, hey, that's the team that took you guys down into the last chance qualifier. So just remember that one. I'm not sure how friendly those flashes were, by the way.
Yeah, well, as long as the chibis look cute, you can just imagine that they're just playing. It looks a lot nicer, and it looks a lot nicer on the front there. But yeah, great job there from VP. I think they definitely looked a lot more dominant in the first game. It was a very close second game that they played. So made it an entertaining series towards the end, but definitely showed up and showed a lot more consistent. It looked a little bit dicey there with Kian. Definitely looked like he potentially could have gone out in 8th and was playing a little bit too much defense when he was really just running out of money. But overall, they've looked really solid as a unit, and they've always had multiple players who are able to play the top 2.
Yeah, great strategy, holding YYDM down, and a lot of low rolls on the side coming in from GAM Esports. You know, Fall Help, Stay Alive. We kind of guessed that they were in free fall positions very early on into stage 4, just rolling out early and not hitting anything. And I'm just honestly very impressed by the way that VP has handled this one, right? They played even though it was a reroll lobby, they actually played a fairly slow tempo game here. There's 1 Fast 9 player, there was 2 Corky player, and then a Master E player going in onto it. So just a great spread of units. Maris also just, you know, trying to hold down the Lulu rerolls, making sure nothing got too out of hand, and just playing towards the Milo win condition. You know, Milo, I'm saying Milo, I think, has ascended past Maris to become one of the most valuable Vietnamese players. Obviously, he's still in Tier 1. I've been very impressed with all 3 games being played by Milo today. He basically played non-standard boards and was able to transition into beautiful ends.
Yeah, and actually being able to transition and pivot once getting to level 9, because we actually saw a lot of the grades really struggle with that. They'd have a nice mid game and they'd be tempo, they'd get to level 9, they'd have 50, 60 HP to work with, and then just start losing repeatedly. I mean, they'd get the Vex 2 online, they'd have the front upline, the front line upgraded. But just look at the item distribution here, the positioning, everything about this is just beautiful. You got the Vex in the corner, very, very safe. A very beefed up Nunu. A lot of the times people just slam a couple mana items, got a Vow, something like that. But when you have access to the Gunblade, those extra resistances go a long way. Every single time it gets healded or has a shield, it's gonna be a lot harder to chip through. And then you have the Blitzcrank as well. The Blitzcrank's gonna have that self-revive, so it's very difficult to deal with. And we know that Vex is the main carry, and then just having utility items on towards units such as the Bard means that it's actually going to be doing pretty similar damage to if you just had full damage items on it anyway, and it's going to be providing a lot of utility. Now this is a Clash of Titans, so level 10 versus level 10. We've got a Radiant DB on towards the Corki. Is it going to be enough to get through the Blitzcrank after the revive? Ribbons on towards the back line. Looks like it will be, and the extra items from the Corki is just going to be enough to deal with it. This is what we're used to seeing, where the Fast 9 boards, if you don't have super combat, can't really compete with the cash outs.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of expected in terms of the results, but there is going to be a new wrinkle here as the second Blitzcrank hits the board here. A very, very strong lineup here, and I did want to follow up on the utility thing. A lot of people don't actually know this, but Bard actually hits all units in a 1 hex radius near the target. So he actually has really nice AoE. You can throw your Morellos, you can throw your Void Staff on him. They will work perfectly as long as you keep him close to the Vex in the same time.
And you can see YYDM, game's already over, isn't holding on to any copies of Blitzcrank despite being level 10, so I would imagine that if Milo can't win this last matchup, good chance we see an open cell. They're sitting at 6 Blitzcranks out of 9.
Alright, give me the open cell. Come on, it's the last bit of time that you can throw a Gammy's
Definitely. Yeah, that's not good. If you win this matchup, you might be not incentivized to do it. A double shot. I think a double shot would convince him. Convince him enough.
Please,
if we go back to
on,
Milo's. Milo, do you want to get... Yep, yeah, he's done it.
Yes,
he's done it.
he's
He's got
going.
money. Okay, let's
Milo,
watch. Let's
my
watch.
hero, let's go. You're going to LCQ anyway, you know? Might as well make some fans. Any copies,
Go,
please?
go.
Come on, come on. You gotta roll faster,
Slow
buddy.
down.
You gotta roll
Oh,
faster.
he's got one. There's one.
Two off. Forget about the Bard. Doesn't
Still
matter.
going.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can hold it, but come on. You gotta roll faster. Milo, what are you doing? Please.
Yes, 31 HP. Should be enough to not take a dead loss here. How many units is he going to lose by? 10? Should be enough, right? It's still going to be a very bad beat. Can the Blitzcrank sneak a kill?
Still has the PvE round to find the last 2 remaining Blitzcranks.
Now, how well does Blitzcrank go up against PvE? Is Blitzcrank going to be okay here?
Oh, this is gonna be kind of sneaky because, you know what? YYDM can't do is he can't pull the Fiora trick. I don't think he can get the 1v1 against a 3-star Blitzcrank. But he doesn't find any copies. I'm getting way too ahead of myself.
Just do more. I don't drop dupes anymore. Or the sets where we just get a random duplicator from a dragon. Yeah, we need one of those back.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, there's one more.
Oh!
He's one off. Okay, if he open cells, he's one off.
Sell your board. Sell your board.
I can't imagine he's
Let's
getting
go.
denied. YYDM has no reason to deny him here.
There's no way YYDM denies.
Oh, he
that.
doesn't have
That'd be
enough money.
So boring.
I have to have a look.
Oh, he can't find
Is
it.
YYDM denying?
Or
Unfortunate
that would
there
be the
for Milo.
ultimate troll if YYDM is.
No, he's not. Good
not.
man. Yeah. It's a good spirit.
Let the winner have some fun. Well played by
Flashing
both
the flash
players. I
rolls.
like the sportsmanship.
Definitely could have won it out as well. Milo won around fair and square when he had his correct positioning. Great showing there from Lotus Pro. Unfortunately, was not able to secure the win. Blitzcrank 3 would have been great of a spectacle, but still incredible showing there from all of Lotus Pro.
Oh, and that will be all of our games today. Thanks everyone for watching and hanging here. We had a grueling schedule, 8 games being played, but finally, congratulations, we have the teams that are moving on for sure. Today, the finals was Flash Wolves going in as the 3rd seed from APAC, and then GAM Esports getting a second chance at life. Even though they won this matchup, it's not guaranteed that they will go to EWC. They just get an extra life when it comes to the LCQ, which will be played from May 29th to May 31st. So mark your calendars for those games. That is going to be the time when we see each other again.
Yeah, so a lot of exciting things to look forward to. This is just the beginning. This is just the APAC's beginning. But now what's really exciting is you guys get to continue to watch them compete against the other regions. It's great to see who gets to represent us as a whole, but how are they going to fare when they go up against the other nations? What different strategies are they going to bring to the field? And how will APAC hold up? As we know that there's a wide range of countries, languages, everyone coming together and building their own super team of the 4v4. And it's just been great to watch because they've been colliding and developing incredible strategies.
Yeah, and I just want to give a shout out to all the other regions that are currently still playing in the closed qualifier. Remember to check out the American qualifiers and the EMEA qualifiers right there. You get a chance to see if MKOI can actually make it forward. You get a chance to look at maybe Fnatic from Americas making it in or not. Tons of great TFT, tons of great 4v4 to still be played. Just giving everyone a recap of the closed qualifier brackets that we've seen today. Congratulations to Zeta Division, NS Red Force, and of course Flash Wolves that will be making it directly into EWC. And for our teams that are making it to the global qualifiers, it would actually be the 2 teams that made it into the top 4 last year, and that will be T1 and Virtus Pro. So ooh, really, really tough. Just goes to show how fast the TFT landscape really changes. Yeah,
incredible games all across the board there. It was great to see the Titans clash. I mean, so many of these players, you had a couple of upsets, a couple of new faces coming in towards clashing with some of the big matches, for example, at the start, going up against Zeta, Nazing Red Force. So, great to see that some new faces who don't have as many accolades can still compete with the best. And then with T1 and Flash Wolves was a great showing as well, and a couple of sweeps, despite the fact that players have had a long road to get here, still showing perseverance at the end. And even if they drop a game in the series, we're still able to bounce back. So it's great to see the perseverance from some of these players.
Yeah, lots of 2-1s being played right here. Thanks again for everyone tuning in to Road to EWC. I hope that you can cheer for our players as they head on and chase their dreams. There is career-changing money at the end, and it has been a huge boon to the entire ecosystem for the attention that EWC has poured into TFT. So I wish everyone the best, and if you want to watch more 4v4, if you're interested in the format, remember that you can still catch the Americas and EMEA closed qualifiers coming up very shortly. And of course, the global last chance qualifiers happening on May 29th and 31st. It has been a pleasure, and I'm your host, Clement Chu. This has been Tamura. See you guys next time.
See you guys next time. Bye.